We started this thing, and now that we're on top, everybody's trying to knock us off. It's us versus them. We must protect this house. Will you protect this house? I will. We must protect this house.
The shop is open.
You right, really? Scribble, scribble, dilly dabble, brother. Clear with the math numbers, gas guzzler, no mercy. Didn't grow up in the projects though. Feel you like a cholo, something more up in the polo. Livingston turned to Greenbrier, fire in the sky. Wish my folks wouldn't kill, wish my partner wouldn't deal. Police got eyes in the hills. Looking for my people just to check their head for a fever. Bill Gates wanna tag a mutant like a dog. Slaughterhouse full of hogs. Politics got me dancing like a stripper. You love foul, my bitch playing trap.
Dungeon family is the click. We reach into the goodie bag and we'll let any nigga have it in no particular order. So what's happening?
Things ain't always what it seems. What's worse, selling dope or selling dreams? Let them roll your boat, they'll leave you upstream. Lost in the matrix, pray for the sheep. Pray for the sheep. Things ain't always what it seems. What's worse, selling dope or selling dreams? Let them roll your boat, they'll leave you upstream. Lost in the matrix, pray for the sheep. Pray for the sheep.
Everybody playing dumb. The sum of all fears, it appears to have the general public numb. So some run to gun store quick to buy gun and clips for the sticks of 100-round drums. Now who really want that smoke when it's time to pump? Only chumps jump a nigga that's down for 101. I am one of one original, physical and digital. Copies they get body, we don't give up who you listen to. Yeah, we listening to, balling in the whole bit. We giving power through knowledge straight from this pulpit. They praying on the sheep while the flock flocks. It's the end of days. Watch the TikTok.
Things ain't always what it seems. What's worse, selling dope or selling dreams? Let them roll your boat, they'll leave you upstream. Lost in the matrix, pray for the sheep. Pray for the sheep. Things ain't always what it seems. What's worse, selling dope or selling dreams? Let them roll your boat, they'll leave you upstream. Lost in the matrix, pray for the sheep. Pray for the sheep.
Tabernacle synagogue talking to the game. Full speed ahead, smoking like a freight train. All work, no play, foundation laid. Blood, sweat, and tears from the cradle to the grave. Glitch in the game, operation bait and switch. Like a high catcher waiting on the wild bitch. Scam better, everybody trying to run their plate. Fuck a ring, fuck a trophy, just tat a tape. Like it's cake, well it ain't, egg in your face. Red shirt, khaki pants like my name was Jake. Wake and bake, big steak like a wordsmith. Got a million of a kinfolk, don't even shrill.
Things ain't always what it seems. What's worse, selling dope or selling dreams? Let them roll your boat, they'll leave you upstream. Lost in the matrix, pray for the sheep. Pray for the sheep. Things ain't always what it seems. What's worse, selling dope or selling dreams? Let them roll your boat, they'll leave you upstream. Lost in the matrix, pray for the sheep. Pray for the sheep.
Being black is a blessing and a curse. Living with the pain and the hurt. Take a stand, that's a work. Concentrating, thinking of a master plan. Got a mic and a black, as I said, with the concept. Just wanna raise my kids right. Protect them at all costs and never to fall off. She thought that I would. I'm reaching higher than ever to levels infested with devils and snakes. I see the hate in your eyes when I walk by. Taught by your people to hate black people. Take the sheep to the shepherd of the church. Organize, come together, let's work. Get this money, man.
Things ain't always what it seems. What's worse, selling dope or selling dreams? Let them roll your boat, they'll leave you upstream. Lost in the matrix, pray for the sheep. Pray for the sheep. Things ain't always what it seems. What's worse, selling dope or selling dreams? Let them roll your boat, they'll leave you upstream. Lost in the matrix, pray for the sheep. Pray for the sheep.
Out of the frying pan into the fire, burning down the people's souls. My high anxiety is getting higher. It feels like I'm gonna blow. Yeah, gone is the breeze. It used to be so sweet. Poison is the wind that blows. Yeah, it can't be long. The military come with a knock, knock, knock on your door. All right, red light, stop right there where you are. This is a red light, stop right there where you are. Emancipation, race relations, most of your rebels are gone. The trust in nation, the time to waste it, the people's patience is gone. Oh Lord, broken economy, our streets are dire, even more than before. I need some betterness to take me higher. Feels like I'm gonna blow. Yeah, gone are the days when people used to say everything is alright. No place to run. Now here you come with a knock, knock, knock on your door. Oh, red light, stop right there where you are. This is a red light, stop right there where you are. Red light, stop right there where you are. Red light, stop right there where you are.
Pick up the pieces, let it begin, cause this is the way that we flow. Higher and higher and higher we go. Through dedication, self-preservation, Ali, I said, I see I.
Marcus Garvey, Malcolm and Martin, all the rebels are gone. We lost our way, dark is this today. Most of the rebels are gone. Yeah, red light. Red light. Red light.
We can ride, we can roll, we can breathe, we can talk, we can walk, we can stop at the
Red light.
we can smoke, we can do what we want, we'll be real, we can know, we can stop at the
Red light.
we'll stay true, we'll be you, we'll be up, way above, and no push and no shove at the
Red light.
we can ride, we can roll, we can breathe, we can talk, we can walk, we can stop at the
Red light.
we can smoke, we can do what we want, we'll be real, we'll be blunt, and we'll stop at the
Red light.
we'll stay true, we'll be you, we'll be way up above, and no push and no shove at the
Father, the sleeper has awakened!
What's up, YouTube? It's Artisan MC. It's 11:12. It's Sunday. I am Artisan MC, and this is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through today. As you can see, it is a actual shop day. I'm in here covering Ford again. He's working on his EMT training, so that's something that he really wants. And since he is getting married, he's going to have to be able to provide. So I will support him doing it. It just pisses me off that I'm just working around the clock. So if you're new to the channel, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. It does not run on hopes and dreams. It runs on green and coffee of all things. A special shout out to everybody in the chat who showed up early. And I will give first 3B of the day out to the early bird, Malika Me Bain. And Malika said, hold on a second, I got the wrong thing up. I was working on my double up gift and I didn't finish it. One second. Get back to the people who actually donated. All right. So shout out to Malika for the Geek Elite Assemble. Yes, they do on Sunday. So shout out to Malika Me Bang. I will give you, sir, that 3B salute. Now I apologize if it seems like it was dragging a little bit. I think YouTube throttled me a little bit because I was playing Goody Mob's new song in the beginning. And as soon as I turned that shit on, it started dragging like a like, oops. I obviously ran afoul of YouTube a little bit. I mean, I know what the lines on the road are for. You can go over them depending on how you drive them. So, as a general rule, they don't need to be followed all the time. All right. So, who we got in here? What's up, Swifty? Swifty, yes, for the Geek Sunday. Yes, sir. What's good, Aquatechy up in the building? What's good? Charles Faulkner in the building. What's up, Falk? Played that old school bounce rock roller skate. I heard that song earlier this week and it came to mind. And this is usually how I pick my songs. It usually gets into how I'm feeling for the week. And that one came to mind. And I hadn't heard that song in a while, but I remember being a young kid, like 5, 6, going with my mother to a roller skating rink in El Sobrani. And we were roller skating. I love doing that shit. And I think it's because this roller skating shop is on the corner now. It replaced the old vacuum shop. So a couple doors down from the shop, there is a roller skate store. And it's a lot of young, pretty women walking back and forth with roller skates into the shop. Now, I don't know where the hell they roller skate. I don't. I really don't, especially in El Cerrito. That was always something that we had to go outside of this area to go do once they closed down the roller skating rinks. But I want to know where it is because I love roller skating. I did. I really love roller skating. Even as a kid, I would roller skate through the hood. It's not good to get into fights with roller skates on. It's kind of tough, especially if you get laid on your back. Makes it hard to get up, okay? So look, I ain't won every fight. It's just what it is, motherfucker. That's growing up. But I'd really like to know where there's some roller skates at. But thinking of that and remembering that song, it made me think of some fun times where you just could be a kid and just, enjoy some shit and not have to look too deeply into it or just accept it for what it was. Just fun. Just fun. So shout out to the Faulkner for being in here. And since Falk is in here, I don't think he's coming up today. I'm surprised he showed up. But just for the Faulkner, since I ain't played it in a while, I will give you Falktro.
Woo!
Shout out to the Faulkner. And shout out to the early bird, Malika Me Bain, first in the building, first in the Cash App. Appreciate that, Malika. Malika, my brother. What are we gonna talk about today? Well, obviously we're gonna talk about this Venom, Let There Be Carnage movie because I've had a couple of days to actually rest and think about what I saw, and I had the opportunity to go see it again last night, and I didn't. I chose to do something else. That should tell you a lot right there. Like, I passed on seeing a movie again. It's like, what's up, Trail? You spelled my name wrong. And I remember the local skating rink skating. But yeah, Aquatechy, local skating rink was the shit. I mean, being in Richmond, we only had to go over to El Cerrito. And at the time when I was young, this was like, what, 70s, early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. You had the roller skating rink in El Cerrito. I mean, not El Cerrito, excuse me, El Sobrani. If y'all speak Spanish, you know that mean the leftovers. You had the local skating rink in El Sobrani. And then you had the ice skating rink up at Hilltop Mall, which was the shit. So I know how to ice skate. I know how to roller skate. I know how to skateboard. I know how to bike ride, BMX. I do a lot of shit. And I love doing that shit. Love doing that shit. That was so much fun. I even busted my head at the roller skating rink when I was a kid because I was so excited after we were leaving, we got to skate around and stuff like that. I was so excited when we were leaving. Mother was holding my hand and we're walking around the ice outside of the ring going towards the exit. I'm jumping and excited and shit like that. And BAM! Bust my fucking head on a fuse box that's sitting out the wall. They had it, which I know now since I've worked construction and shit like that. That's the wrong way to fucking cover that box. But they had a panel on the wall and they covered the panel on the wall with plywood, a plywood box, and the box stuck out from the wall about a foot. And it was up off the ground. So it was just high enough. I jumped up and bust my head, got a big old knot on my forehead right there. Because I was excited. I was excited and wasn't paying attention because I had so much fucking fun doing that shit. So yeah, roller skating rinks were the shit. That's why I went ahead and played the video and possibly take the little, copyright on it, because it's just fun. It's just black folks having fun. And that's something that I seem to miss nowadays. I'm getting closer. Like, I'm going to be about 48 years old in another month. Another month, I'm going to be 48. That's 2 away from the big goose egg, from the half a century mark. And in some ways, it makes me a little reminiscent of some things that I just thought that were just fun, that I missed, that has went away from the black community. One of those things is being able to just go out and have a good time with each other without a bunch of bullshit. See some nice looking women, homeboys, have a good time. You can just talk, even if they're not your homeboys. Y'all can just be cool and just talk with each other and have a good time, just listening to music and grooving. That was what I liked about watching that damn video. That video gave me so many feels. It was just ridiculous. Just watching people just having a good time. And it made me remember that black folks bring our own style to everything. We bring our own style to everything. It don't matter if it's been there 50 years. Doesn't matter if it's been there 50 years. The minute somebody black get a hold of it, it's gonna have a whole different style to it. It's gonna be a little bit more bop into it. It's gonna be a little bit more stylized, and it's gonna be something cool that everybody else like too. Trust and believe. Because you see that roller skating video that I was playing in the beginning. Look, if white folks and Asians could dance like that on roller skates, they would. And you'll see it. It'll happen sooner or later. It will. Just keep waiting for it. It's the same thing with breakdancing and all the rest of that shit. Anything we create, everybody else adopt and pick up and want to do it better than us. And you just have to accept that shit. That's what it is to actually be innovative. People want to copy that shit. They hate you for it, but they also want to copy it. They just want to be able to sell it back to your ass. So, what's up, Fitness Mom? Good to see you. Miss you. Ain't been in here in a minute. And roller skating rinks were a simpler, more innocent time. I don't even think it was, retrospectively, Malika, I wouldn't know about all that shit as a kid. Not necessarily, right? But it wasn't an innocent time. This is the thing that I got from listening to Artie Ibmore's panel yesterday. Shout out to the Doughboy. In his millennial conversation, right? Times are what times are. And they were for different people in that group. Just because you didn't realize what the fuck was going on didn't mean it wasn't happening. It wasn't innocent. In the 70s, I know that my brother's father, who was in our life, he was into all kind of criminal shit. He was. Drugs, all kind of shit. It was still going on. Now, understandably, anybody who was about 30 years old in that time, which would be the 70s, early 80s, would say we were on a downslide, right? Because they're old enough to recognize this shit and see where it came from. Me, as a youngster, eight or so, I don't know the difference. It just is what it is. It's just what you're born into. So it's not actually surprising. Anybody else older than me, they can be like, "Oh yeah, this is where shit start going downhill." And it's similar to what we say now as Gen Xers when we look at where things have slid to in the last 30 or so years. We're like, yeah, I can tell you where this shit, went off the rails, where I started noticing it. Early age. What up, Kareem? Sliding through. Sorry you late. That's okay. I take pastries. Anyway, Let me see who else donated because I think y'all slow today. Yeah, one other donation. Damn, I guess I could shut this stream down. This ain't profitable at all today. Shout out to Swift for the Geek Sunday tribute. Oh, that's right. It's the first of the month. Everybody cracked because they had to pay rent and shit, huh? It's okay. It's okay, homeboy. You know why? I don't know why. But I still need 10 contributors today. So give so miracles can live. Updated. Good. All right. So just so y'all didn't see, I know Malika would like this. This is my shirt today. It's not even a shirt, really. I ain't worn this in a while. This tank top got me fucking pulled over in El Cerrito. This tank top got me pulled over in El Cerrito. This got me a running a red light ticket from a bitch ass cop. Officer Hashikoto. Remember your fucking name, jerk. But got me a ticket on a bicycle because he pulled me over and wanted to give me shit because I was wearing this red shirt like we live in the middle of South Central Los Angeles. And he thought I was a gang member. So much so, he tried to run me over with his car on my bicycle. Going to work. Coming here. Down a busy street. The only thing he can think of to say is that you ran a red light. I'm like, no, the fuck I didn't. And I got a picture of this motherfucker with my phone. I took a picture of it because I'm getting to work. I don't like anybody standing in my fucking path when I'm trying to get somewhere. I really don't. I take that shit really personally. Because you're taking it out of your day to get in my fucking way. Like you don't have anything else to do. And I'm bothering anybody. So I took a picture of his ass. He wanted my ID on a bicycle. Wanted my ID. I gave him my ID. And what did he do with my ID? He just stood there and held it. And I took a picture of his bitch ass. I still got it. Standing there holding my ID for nothing. Just trying to harass me. Right? So when I ended up having to go to court for that ticket and told him that shit, you know, it was like a $500 ticket or something like that. But then I had to actually tell the judge, it was like, you know, the judge is going over and he's like, yeah, well, running a red light on your motorcycle. I said, Your Honor, I wasn't on a motorcycle. I said, what? I said, I was on a bicycle. He said, a bicycle? Yes, Your Honor, a bicycle. What? The judge had to talk to the clerk, had to talk to the bailiff. Judge was like, hold on a second. The judge left the bench to go into his chambers and look it up in a law book how he could actually rule this bullshit. Now, while the judge is in his chambers looking it up, the clerk and the bailiff are looking it up right there with me and like, what the fuck? A bicycle? Right? They sitting there looking in the little law book and how to I guess it's the code book, right? How to schedule this, because you can't give me no $500 ticket for possibly running a red light on a bicycle, and the officer didn't even show up. Officer didn't even show up, so it should have been just thrown out right there, right? Yeah, Herb, it was a mess. You remember this shit. So the bailiff ends up asking me, it's like, who gave you this ticket? And I told him the officer's name, Hashikoto. He said, oh yeah, this motherfucker knew. Right? He shook his head like, yeah, I know. Okay, yeah, I know. Because they probably get a bunch of his stuff all the time. Judge came back and said, look, this seems kind of messed up, but we're going to fine you something. He fined me $200 and something, even though I wasn't running the red light. I was going with traffic. Because if I wasn't going with traffic, he wouldn't have been able to get towards me. The officer wouldn't have, because he would have been stopped at a light. So they charged me something since I came down there. They charged me $200. It wasn't a $500, so I paid them the $200 and called it a fucking day. But that fucking cop would follow me. He followed me one other time from my house in Richmond all the way to the store in El Cerrito. He just rolled behind me slowly. And he's an El Cerrito cop, and I'm in Richmond. He ain't got no jurisdiction here, but he followed me. He did while I was on my bicycle. Messy. Yeah, cops not showing. Should have been it should have been an automatic dismissal. Everybody know that shit. The judge knew that shit. He just wanted to charge me something. Fuck it. And it's not like I showed up in there, talking crazy or whatever. Despite what I do on here and how I talk on here, like I've told you guys, I'm more relaxed when I'm here talking with y'all. I know how to comport myself in a business environment because I am a professional. Whether you recognize it or not, a carpenter is a profession. It's a trade profession. I'm a professional on many levels. And I dress appropriately with my button down and slacks and slip on shoes and all the rest of that shit, and came in there with my proper English. Still find me. That's what they do. That's how they generate money. I understand it. It's a hustle. They just got laws backing up their hustle. So cyclists are supposed to adhere to saying, yep, they are. And I did. That was the thing. I didn't run the light. Didn't. But he wanted to decide I ran the light because he wanted to pull me over. That's why he did. And that's why when I gave him my ID stuff, he just stood there trying to give me shit, and I wouldn't talk to him because I don't have to. He tried to engage me in a back and forth. Dude, write your ticket. I'm late for work. And that's how we stood there. And that's why I took his fucking picture, because he wasn't writing no goddamn ticket. He didn't want to have to. Because if I was not detained, I was free to go. And you can ask Charles about this shit. He had no reasonable suspicion to pull me over or shit. But he had to say something after he did, especially after he rolled up behind my back tire and tried to hit me with his car. So yeah, it was a mess. But that was a little fun, one of my fun jaunts in coming to the city that I work in and actually run a business in. It's just one of these funny things. One of numerous occasions that this has happened. So, excuse me. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined, and to Swift for the Geek Sunday tribute, I will give you that 3B salute. Shout out to the Swift, and also shout out to the Joe Herb. He showed up late, but he showed up with donuts for everybody. So shout out to the Herb, the first customer to put in his order and give up his information so we can charge him for the comics that he ain't got yet, but are on the way. So shout out to Joe Herb. Appreciate the support, brother. I will give you that 3 All right. Shout out to the Master Teacher for the share of the stream. Appreciate you, Master Teacher. Yes, where's Herb in the shop today? No, Herb's not in the shop today. Herb's at home. Herb is in the chat, actually. Yeah, Herb is in the chat. So we still need 7 more contributors to make the goal. And I really don't feel like doing none of this shit if I don't get it. To BGS is point. I want to talk about that video you dropped the other day about these mating choices, because there was some stuff I wanted to say about it, but wasn't getting the opportunity. I'm not a huge fan of cacophony of voices running over each other like a four-way stop with no signal. That gets a little irritating for me. I like a little bit more order, but it is what it is. So later on, if you're still around, BGS, I don't want to do it right now, but I want to talk to you about that shit. I do. I want to have a little back and forth. Also, BGS, since you in here, dude, what the fuck is it with Apple that their app is not accessible to anybody else who doesn't have Apple products? The fuck? We missing the foundation, dude. We are missing the foundation. That shit has been on since the 24th. Missing it. Can't download the app. It won't even show up in my Google store. Tried to get it on my Roku. It's not on there. Even though they say it is, it's not on there. It's just like some remote or some fucking screensaver shit. Look, I don't use a bunch of Apple products. I don't want to have to use a bunch of, look, I got an iPhone for work. I don't like that motherfucker. I don't, because it's always doing shit I'm not trying to do. And I can't download it on there. That's work phone. Can't download it on there. You have to sign up a whole fucking account. I don't want to do that. So we missing the foundation, BGS. And I'm saying we because I'm putting you in this shit. You, me, West Coast, and Dead Set are missing the damn foundation show. Somebody, look, I know you got your ways, sir. I'm not putting it out there. You got your ways. We need to find out something so we can get a hold of these episodes. Because they're not playing nice with me. Every time I try to find the Apple TV or Apple TV Plus, whatever the fuck they want to try to call it today, it gives me everything else but the app. Everything else but the app. I don't need no screensavers. I don't need a remote control for something that I can't even get the app for. What do I need the remote control for? I can't even get the app. Dumb shit. Do not let that dog shit in my front. Fucking pet owners. Yeah, so it's stupid. Yeah, seriously, BGS, seriously. Shout out Darren Anderson, DA in the building. You're holding it wrong, Steve Jobs. Yeah, well, you know Steve is dead, right? So this is how Apple do business now. Fuck everybody else. That's the main problem my boy Pep is having right now, which is converting some music from I to Android, and they don't want to allow it. They keep giving him errors, just like I got with the videos that I got from a chick with an iPhone. Yeah, they give me the blue screen of death, and they won't decode for shit. Fuck, dude. So this is what pisses me off about Apple and Xbox. Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all, fuck y'all, fuck y'all. Apple are greedy and sneaky. They are now. Look, it's like Disney when they dropped Walt off that motherfucker. Disney operate completely different than Walt Disney did. And Walt Disney wouldn't have did some of that shit. So Apple with Steve Jobs gone is just a corporation. Look, Steve is gone. I don't even think any of his descendants is running that shit. You're gonna get some bullshit. And you ain't gonna see that much more innovation. I said that shit the day I found out he died. There goes their innovation. Because they wasn't gonna do it themselves. Remember, they had to hire him back after they kicked him out, remember? Yeah, they ain't got no innovation. They're gonna be giving you the same shit again and trying to stretch that out as long as possible. All right, so shout out to Darren Anderson for the cash app. Appreciate you, Darren. And for that lovely donation, I will give you the 3B salute. So, Little Explain. Hey, I'm waiting for the M1X MacBook Pro this month. I don't give a fuck about that. I really don't. Look, and here's the thing. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind Apple products so much. They make a good product. They do. They did. It's a little bit more fun for artists. But in a world where there is Mac OS and there's Android, you probably want to play together nicely. Kind of like Sony and Disney. Probably want to play together nicely. Makes it better for everybody else who want to use this shit. Because the division within the customer base is not useful. As a person who has used computers for a long time, my preference was a Sun system. It wasn't an Apple. It was Sun. Met the people that own the company, met some of the programmers, had dealings with the company in high school, really liked their system. Really did. But that's not who makes a bunch of goddamn computers, is it? Fine. So I'll use Windows. Windows is easy because everybody can use that shit. If you want to step up a little bit, you can get the Mac OS and get you an i something or other. Now, I'm kind of against the whole i thing because this is the problem with millennials. They are the I generation. The me generation. It's all about I. What somebody didn't do for me, what somebody didn't give me, all that shit. And not all millennials, just the ones that felt they were offended by that comment. So if I have a household where I'll use Windows, I'll use a Mac too. And if they play together nicely, it would be beneficial for me. But I don't like having to change everything in my life around for one damn system. No, I don't. I like my phone, this computer, my computer at home, any other MP3 players, any of that other shit, my Kindle, all that shit working together nicely. Because it's all my programs. It's all my shit. That's all I want. I just want it to work together nicely. And if you can convert from one to the other without a bunch of problems, that would be nice for me. I'd appreciate that. I'd probably buy more iProducts. I'd probably buy more Apple products. You'd probably get more of that customer base buying more of your shit. Because name me the person who has a PlayStation but doesn't probably have an Xbox too. Name me. Gamers will have both. It won't even fucking matter. They'll have all three of them lined up. Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation. And wouldn't give a shit either way. Because they're going to play all of it. Same thing with real techies. They'll have both. It would just be nice if they played together nicely. Okay? Well, y'all gonna be in my yard. So you either play together or one of you motherfuckers ain't gonna be here. Guess which one I don't have? Aqua Techie said, I like Mac Mini line, but I hate the lack of hardware and upgradability. Because they don't want you to upgrade. Look, my whole point of getting a desktop was because I can take that shit like a Fast and the Furious car and upgrade that bitch. Throw some new wheels and everything like that on it, some neon, all that shit. I can do all that with it. Why? Because it is a desktop computer. That's what it's designed for. If you're building in non-upgradability into a system, you are basically just trying to fuck the consumer later on all the shit you should have gave them already anyway. I am a consumer, and I don't like getting fucked by anybody but Mrs. McFadden. I ain't gonna Mrs. McFadden. No. Closest is my daughter. Shouldn't say that. I'm not to edit that shit out. Old school Solaris Unix still rules. Yeah, I like Unix. I did like Unix. I did, but it's gone. I've been out of the computer game for too long now. I'm not even keeping up on that shit like that. I'm not. I couldn't get a job doing that shit when I really wanted it. So, fuck it. I had to do other things. I got to focus elsewhere. And my focus was on having enough money to put food in my fucking kid's mouth. We'll explain, say, yeah, Aquatech, yeah, the shit does suck. To upgrade, I'm still have, yeah. Come on, man. You know what that shit is. What's up, Faulkner? What are you yelling no for? Sound like Darth Vader. No. All right. Let's see. We got a couple of more donations. He said, somebody get me a Neo Geo. Come on, man. You need a TurboGrafx 16. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Mr. Faulkner. I might start smoking cigars again just to go to Baltimore and hang out with Charles. That'd be fun. Because he showed me another big booty chick in Baltimore somewhere. I might have to catch a flight. Not to fight him, just to find a big booty bro. Because I like legs and thighs, just like I like my chicken. All right, so shout out to Aquateki for the Cash App, sir. Thank you, sir. And I will give you that 3B And shout out to Mr. Enigma, Mr. Enigma for Cash App. Appreciate you, sir. And I will give you that 3. And also, shout out to the master teacher, BG to the motherfucking S, for the epic rant the other day. What do you say? We need a foundation watch party later. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Apparently, I can't do it. So you know somebody who want to throw the Apple TV up and get that closed stream so we can watch Foundation. Look, I ain't got shit else to do today. I'll be in here for 8 hours. I can watch the Foundation. I would like to be watching the Foundation because I need to dissect that shit. And I need to dissect it and get that shit done with before Dune comes out. Because I'm going to be busy. And one good thing about the geek stuff coming back out and everything opening back up is that everybody can put their wares out. The problem is they're all stacked on top of each other. You get very little time to breathe in between those. And if your job is making videos and responses and reviews about all this shit and you're trying to do a full-time job, got a problem. That's why a lot of stuff you guys don't see. I'm realizing I'm doing a lot more reactions and a lot less reviews. Why? Because I don't have time to do the fucking reviews, which sucks. Hey everyone, somebody. BGS said he found it. Oh, BGS the motherfucker right there, boy. Let's give it up to Darth. Darth ain't shittest. Wait for my fucking car. Shout out to Darth ain't shittest. He found it and he just cut on in, man. He got it popping. Appreciate you, BGS. Yeah, we need a watch party. All you got to do is send me a link. You know I'll be there. Foundation Death Racer. Yes, the Foundation series by Isaac Asimov got turned into a series by David S. Goyer on Apple TV. I guess they thought that was going to update subscriptions on Apple TV. Apparently, they don't know there's enough goddamn streaming services out there. They should have put it somewhere else. Very niche audience. Just that's the same reason I couldn't see The Banker, because it was on Apple TV. Something that you really need to see. A lot of people need to see. Instead of putting it on Netflix, they put it on fucking Apple TV that has like the smallest fucking streaming audience. Yeah, that's my whole point, Death Racer. Why Apple? Nigga, you could have put it on Hulu. It would have did the same, more numbers than that. Jesus Christ. Did you want anybody to see this shit or not? Yeah, they gave you money for it because they got it to spend, but They fucking selfish. Yeah, Spain. I did hear about that. Shout out to Dr. Tiasan, the truth. The truth dropped the truth bomb on me earlier in the week. I was gonna talk about that as soon as we get these goddamn contributors so we can start the fucking show. So we need dos más contributors. So this next one goes out to Darth Ain't Shittis. Thank you for your cash app, sir. And I will give you that 3B salute. And your intro is still coming. It's on the phone. It's there. I don't know why I feel like doing this, but the most part, shout out to Kareem. Kareem. Killing me.
Double up. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies, I just run it up. Never let a hard time
Because y'all don't know and can't see, that's my double up gift that I'm working on. And it's a funny clip in it because you know anything I can do has to be sexy and funny. That's how I like my shit. But what did I do? It's my BGS one. Let me see. 2 minutes and 50 seconds right now, which is too long, BGS. No, it's not even done. Fucking hell. One issue after another. I have to take these things one at a time. One at a motherfucking time. Shout out to Spain. Appreciate you for the cash app. So next one goes out to Kareem. Kareem with cash app. Let me give you that 3B salute. Then shout out to Spain. Say it for his geek tax. Thank you. This is how you keep the show rolling. Hey, it's like 10%. 10%. And that's pretty much good for anybody. So here we go. Charles Falcon says, shout out to Artisan MC for the intro. Oh, my pleasure, Charles. It was fun. I mean, fuck. At this rate, I've known you for probably about 5 years now. Why the fuck not? I've known Art for about that long, and I didn't even like Art at first. Didn't like his ass at all because he was wrong a lot. And now I call him my brother. Funny how shit works out, ain't it? What up, Art of Ibmore? Dope boy in the building. He ain't getting no intro. His intro is a little fat dough man. The problem here, nigga? The problem? That's your intro. Ain't getting no intro. All right, so let's get this shit rolling. I think I got enough people. The intro in the 3B never gets old. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, he sucks at Madden. Look, he keep lining up for that ass whooping. What you gonna do? You gonna turn it down? You keep kicking his ass, whatever. It's like plum wine. Maybe we play Gran Turismo. Maybe I lose. Either way, I don't give a fuck because it's a game. But when I win, I don't want to hear no shit. Just shut up and take it. Lay down and act like you like it. All right, so now we're gonna get this shit rolling. It only took an hour for that shit. We got 9, I'll work for the one, I'll work for the other one. So let's get into this shit. Since Spain brought it up, let's jump into this. So what you guys will know is that one of my favorite writers and creators is J. Michael Straczynski. Now, J. Michael Straczynski does a lot of work in Hollywood, but he made one of my favorite sci-fi shows, which is Babylon 5. He did. He made one of my favorite sci-fi universes. I love Babylon 5. Right? Now, shout out to Dr. T. Earlier in the week, he sent me this article, which I do appreciate sometimes. If you guys want to email me an article or something like that that I can read or something you want me to see, possibly talk about, Artisan1112@gmail.com and put in your title article. Otherwise, I'll throw that shit away because I don't need a bunch of junk mail. Trust me. But he writes a lot. J. Michael Straczynski writes a lot. I love his fucking writing. The things he did in Babylon 5 were groundbreaking because he is the first one to start using CG to make a serialized show. And one of the things that you guys don't know, he's one of the first people in sci-fi television to introduce the idea of continuity. Something that comic book fans already understand, that every episode is not a standalone, that every episode builds on the last one that happened towards some kind of end goal. You got it. So you were on board. He wrote a 5-year arc before he even got the show. Before he even got paid for the show, he had already written a 5-year arc. Now, what you have when he was shopping this around, this idea around to different companies, the ones who didn't take it did what bigger companies do. They stole from him. That's how you got DS9 by Paramount, because he shot Babylon 5 to Paramount too, and they wasn't interested. But they saw enough to take it and turn it into something for themselves. That's why you got DS9 and Babylon 5. Notice the similarity there? Happening at the same time. Now, it doesn't take anything away from DS9 because DS9 ended up being a really good show. Shout out to Avery Brooks and Benjamin Sisko and some people who actually knew how to do some shit there. If it was done in this Lucas era, this KK era, it would have been shit. But DS9 was good, and I watched both. Love both of them. But if you watch both of them, you'll see a lot of stuff translates over. Why? Because Paramount stole the idea from it. Right? TNT, Turner Networks, eventually gave them the money, and he was out there making this show. Now, this show introduced characters, revolving main characters, and the story was awesome. I own that series. I own that series. Even the one that came after it. I own that series. I've actually met J. Michael Straczynski. These people that I really, really enjoy and really love their work, I have usually met them in person. At a con in San Francisco, I went and met J. Michael and sat in his panel while he was talking. And actually went up to him and talked to him. This is a tall fucking dude. Tall white dude. But it's funny. He's funny and has a real grasp of people in the world around him and writes really good stories. When he was writing Spider-Man, yeah, that was all good. My shit was Rising Stars, who once again, Hollywood stole from him and gave you that hero show that everybody loves, was ripped off from his comic book, Rising Stars. If you never read Rising Stars, you're doing yourself a fucking disservice. You should probably go back and try to find some Rising Stars and read it and match it up to what you know about that first 2 seasons of Heroes and see how some other producer got a lot of accolades for this show he made, and these ain't his damn ideas. That's why I went to crap afterwards. Didn't have anything else to steal from. Where's that dude now? What are you making now? Where's his next idea? Yeah, BGS, he is a nice guy. He is a nice guy. J. Michael was a really personable guy. When I was at the convention, I'm forgetting when this was. This had to be in the 2000 era. Because it wasn't Big Wow. I think it was still WonderCon. WonderCon in San Francisco. One of those last years it was in Frisco. He was there. I went to Moscone Center and sat in that panel it was just him up there talking, but he told a story about how one of the last times he was in San Francisco, he stayed in this hotel in a good area in downtown Frisco, and they had a fire alarm. So they evacuated the building. So he's outside on the street with a bunch of these people, and I think it's on Mason or something like that, where this hotel is. It's not necessarily a good area, right? Middle of the night, and they standing out there for like an hour or two. And somehow he ended up, getting the people together to make kind of a protest. It's like, what do we want in the hotel? When do we want it? Well, whenever. So he basically got in trouble for almost inciting a riot because he had a bunch of people from the hotel standing outside chanting that they wanted to go back in the hotel, and the fire department wouldn't let them in there. It was like, when do we want it? Yeah, whatever. So he's a fun dude. He's a big fucking dude. I didn't realize how tall this dude was. He could be intimidating as fuck. He could play fucking Chewbacca if he wanted to, if he wanted to wear that costume all the time. But he's a hella nice dude. He's cool as fuck. He's one of the best and coolest creators I've ever met. Cool dude, right? Avery Brooks is a true black man. Yeah, he's a Renaissance man, ain't he? Avery Brooks is a motherfucker. I met Avery Brooks. I actually would be happy. We'd have to take a picture. Man called Hawk style. Just have to. Just say it. That's okay, Herb. You ain't got to tell us. I'll see you in a minute. I wish we can get the old radio tapes from KPFK. Yeah, good luck. Somebody probably bought that shit, BGS, and hiding it. That's probably exactly what they're doing. So they do that kind of stuff. So anyway, a lot of what this dude did has been routinely stolen by Hollywood, and he's routinely got screwed around with Hollywood a couple of times. Even in Marvel, he wrote for Marvel for a while, gave Spider-Man some of the best stories he's had in a while, and Marvel fucked that up. Now, I told you what Marvel was doing around this time was all these creators who were making better books independently than they were making, they just went and bought them motherfuckers out. Got them to write their characters for them and put their ideas into the Marvel character canon to make it better. That's why you get the Warren Ellis run of X-Men. Why? Because Warren Ellis was doing a damn good job just writing the Authority. And Planetary. He was doing a good job doing that. And fucking slandering Marvel and DC in Authority, and they didn't like that shit. So they hired him. Rising Stars was good on his own. Rising Stars was selling comics. That shit was interesting. And he was getting up and running. His second book, Midnight Nation was awesome. If you into religious and spirits and shit like that, that shit was awesome. It had some good twist in it. Marvel hired him. We need you to write Spider-Man. And by doing that, they killed his comic because he didn't have time to do that shit. And then they fucked him over. Right? So you got Spider-Man out of them, they got Thor out of them. Awesome stories that they use to this day. And if you remember watching the Thor movie, J. Michael Straczynski is actually in the first Thor movie. He is. He's the one who finds the hammer first and tries to pull it out because they adapted his story. So it's him and Stan Lee trying to pull a hammer out the ground. He's there. Big old white guy. Right? Big fan of black sci-fi. Yeah, Man Called Falk. That'd be the shit. You got to do it yourself, Charles. You need to talk to what's his name? Who's the director in this space? I forgot. Oh my god, I'm not trying to forget his name. I'm just missing it. It's on the tip of my tongue right now. The brother in the space who's director. Y'all need to get together and write The Man Called Falk and do some guerrilla filmmaking. Get that shit produced. You'll buy it. You know, you sell one copy of art just so you can have it to talk shit about. But anyway, so finding out about this Babylon 5 reboot was awesome. J. Michael is the one who's doing it. Now, here's the part where it gets a little, Walt Diddy. Thank you, Aquatech. Yeah, Walt Diddy. Talk to Walt Diddy, Charles. Y'all hook up and make the man call Falk. It can be a fan fiction. I don't give a fuck. Come on. Be nice. You can let Kendra write it. Find out what a real man looks like. Shit. Here we go. I'm gonna leave y'all alone. He's in Baltimore. Yeah. See, even BGS know it'd be easy. Look, what is the manosphere for? Manosphere is for fucking networking, motherfucker. Do y'all listen to Grinch at all? Talk about this shit? Everybody in here got some skills at doing something. If y'all close in the area, why ain't y'all connecting and doing some actual real world shit? It ain't all gotta be just politics. Some shit out there. Yeah, talk to Walt Diddy. Because he's come over here a few times, but I haven't seen Walt Diddy in a minute. But he be doing his own shit. But he directs movies. That even if you don't think his movies is any good, the motherfucker got all the equipment. Get it done. Come on, man. Come on. You gotta help. This isn't using each other. This is helping each other for a common goal. Get it done. Let's do it for fucking fun. There's people out here making Star Wars fanfics any fucking weekend of the year. They ain't getting paid for that shit. But they still doing it. Do something fun. Put it out there. See what happens. Yeah, you got to use the Barney Miller thing. I'm partial to the Night Court thing, but I remember the Barney Miller one too. Yeah, I was more in the Hill Street Blues. So anyway, here's the thing. So Babylon 5 getting rebooted. And J. Michael Straczynski is the one doing it, right? And reading the article, he's saying that he wants to take the story forward. It's not a reboot in the sense that he's just going to reskin the old story and put it back out there. He is going to reboot it. And it's being rebooted by the creator of it. So I really ain't got too much to say about that. Outside of it sounds like a good idea and golf clap. Now he's going to go back in and try to make this up to date for today's times, but also look forward a bit. And that was like a godsend. I almost, wanted to cry. The geek inside of me wanted to cry when he said that shit, because you've heard me bitch about it many times here, is that the problem with most of the movies that they're coming out right now, they won't look forward. They only want to keep looking backwards. And that's not what I watch sci-fi for. I don't watch sci-fi to look backwards. I don't watch sci-fi to look forwards. That's where the creativity is. Here's somebody who's actually creative, taking his property and rebooting it, but looking forward. What does that tell you? It tells you who's actually creative and who's not. Because while he's looking forward, what do you get KK doing? Looking backwards. She's not creative. Creative people can take a story forwards. People who are not creative cannot take a story forwards. They always have to go backwards. Shout out to No One. Appreciate you, No One. It gives us hits the goal. Thank you, No One, for hitting the goal. And understand, hitting the goal doesn't mean you stop. It means the next race begins. It's a signpost if you're trying to get to something. So what up, No One? So he's going to write it, and he's going to look forward. He's going to hit some of those beats from the original, but he's going to take it in a different direction and write some new stories. I'm not overly worried about this. I'm not. Even with the advent of him saying in the article, updated for today's times. Okay, I trust him a bit on this because how he injects what's going on in the world right now into a story is different than, I don't know why I keep having to use this one, probably because I was listening to some Star Wars stuff. Then KK is actually trying to put it in there. People who are actually creative can weave this stuff together in a way, right? An actual writer. And he is actually a writer. Most people just trying to throw real world stuff into it doesn't come off good. It feels sledgehammered and, force fed in there because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They just want to take a concept and throw it out there. It doesn't work. Him, I'll trust him on that. Yeah, King, props. Hit the like button. It's free. Doesn't cost you shit. So that I'm fine with. Him writing it, I'm fine with. The original creator coming back to do a reboot show of his creation and push the story forward. Awesome. Here's the one thing that gives me a little bit of pause, and I'm a little concerned about to see how he handles it. The show is being released through the CW. Y'all know the track record with the CW. Best thing they got going right now is the Flash show. Best thing. And that's going away. Now that's CW dealing with Warner Media and DC comic book characters. Other than that, CW known for young aged, I wouldn't call it feminist, but they do push women forward a lot in that shit. That's just what it's for. Now all that DC stuff, which is making up most of their canon on the CW right now, that's just what it is. But dude, I remember when CW started with One Tree Hill and all the rest of that shit. You're gonna get the CW effect. There's gonna be an obligatory coffee shop or some shit that everybody got to hang around. It's gonna be hype for millennials. But he's doing it. It's his show. They're giving him full control to do whatever he wants to do with the show, and they're staying back out of it. So maybe, just maybe, CW is turning over a new leaf, or at least the creators over at the CW realize this is not a DC property, so they have to be respectful of the creator and let him do what he's going to do with it, especially if he's going to be the one writing. It's him. He's writing. He's creating the show. Understand that these studios, if they don't own those characters and shit like that, they're just a transporter, motherfucker. That's all they are. They're just the vehicle to get the shit to you. Creator can create the shit all day long. He's just using them to put it out, and they money to create the sets and stuff like that. That's it. So Enigma is messed up. He said CW is an acronym for completely wasted. Yeah, just like DC is an acronym for dull comics. Look, they done some sketchy shit recently. Yeah, Dawson's Creek. DC is Dawson's Creek. Yeah. Look, it is what it is. There's been a lot of hits and misses on CW. There's been a lot of hits and misses on CW. You know what the CW effect is. They'll bring in a younger audience. If they can do it decently like they did the Flash show, which got a great big following, okay, as long as they don't get no Batwoman shit, we might be all right. But being that they're keeping their hands off of it a lot and letting him do what he wants to, I have a little bit more trust in him than in CW. So I'll wait to see if the show comes out and there's some sketchy shit into it. Because I'm a fan of his work and I followed his work, I know his tone in his work, I'll be able to see the CW touch all over it. That's the beauty of following some of these people and understanding who they are and how they write, what they write. If somebody else is involved in that process, then you can see it. It's fucking blatant. Blatant as fuck. So then you can point to, no, that wasn't J. Michael. That was CW. That was a studio push. Because it won't make any goddamn sense. It'll be dumb as fuck. You'll be like, why is this even here? This doesn't even make any sense. That's the studio pushing to have that in there. Batwoman, you're talking about the modern master. Let's never use Batwoman and Masterpiece in the same sentence again, Charles. Listen.
Grow up! Grow up! Grow up!
No, Charles. Let's never use those two things together again. Never. Never, never. Stand-up comics. No, we do not. No, you can try Walmart. Or, yeah. I always love it when people ask me for Pokemon cards and then want me to tell them some other place to find it. Is that my job? I don't want to throw anybody else in your business. I'm not selfish like that, but come on, motherfucker, really? Yeah, Green Arrow was good. Smallville was good. I love Smallville. Love Smallville. And they had the CW touch on it. Like I said, the obligatory coffee shop that everybody centers around. Everything needs a hub. And Arrow, the Green Arrow show, what was it? The bar. Okay, look, you get the CW formula. I get it. It's fine. Okay? Superman and Lois, that's pretty good. Well, I watched like the first 4 or 5 episodes of that shit. I was enjoying that shit. It was like Smallville Light or Smallville Continued. Might as well be. So I'm fine with Superman and Lois. Stargirl actress is thick. I haven't seen Stargirl. I haven't watched that shit. I haven't. So I have to check it out and see if she's thick or not. Because look, I like a thick woman. I don't give a damn what race she come in. I really don't care. I like women. I am very lesbian. So it's a problem with chocolate and vanilla if you can get chocolate and vanilla. But if you can, mint chocolate chip. So you're lucky I'm not in a sci-fi movie because I would be Captain Kirk. New worlds, new possibilities. How the hell you mess up Walker, Texas Ranger? If they remake that show, I can tell you how they can mess up that show. You don't have fucking Chuck Norris in it. That's how you mess up that show. If you ain't got a martial artist playing Walker, Texas Ranger, then what the fuck are you doing? Why are you even trying to remake it like that? Come on, man. Quit it. Consulting fee, yeah. The coffee shop effect is the outgrowth of the Friends coffee shop. You gotta remember, Friends was a offshoot and a copy of Living Single. Another stolen idea. When you watch media and television and movies and stuff like that, and you see the same thing pop up at the same time, one person stole it from the other one. And it's usually, the lesser known show is the one they stole the idea from, because how these scripts and stuff like that work, you have to shop it around from company to company, from studio to studio, to get somebody to buy into it, to decide that they want to do it. But every time you go to this company, they get a copy of your treatise and shit, right? That's where they steal from. They'll tell you no, and then go make something that looks kind of like it. That's how Sophia Stewart got ripped off. Her shit had been out there for a while. All these studios had it. It was just finally one of them who pulled pieces of it and made Terminator, and pulled pieces of it and made The Matrix. But they pulled out of the same shit. They stole it. Basically dissected her baby and sold off the parts. If that doesn't sound too gruesome to you, that's what it is. Because anybody who is creative, whatever they create is one of their children, like Prince said. His songs were his children. Every one of them. That's why he's so protective of them, because he protected them like they were his kids. Oh, Brett Bassinger? Is this Kim Basinger's daughter? Ooh, I bet she is thick. That's Alec Baldwin and Kim Basinger's daughter, isn't it? She probably thick as fuck. Let me see. I know this show is going a little slow, but I'm in a little bit of a slow mood today. Let me see this chick. Let me see this chick. See if she's some young jailbait. I should even be looking at. She's 22 years old. She was born in 99, motherfucker. Why am I even looking at this picture? This girl ain't old enough for me to be looking at. Jesus Christ. She is definitely a girl. All right, I'm not looking at this picture. Y'all trying to get me fucking in trouble. Look, you see how they like locking up black men for liking chicks? And young ones at that. This is no defense of anybody. She's from Texas. Woo, that's why. From Texas. But it's not saying that her parents are. Yeah, it's not saying those are her parents. Okay, fine. In this sense, she's white girl normal. Yeah, she ain't thick. She's just white girl normal. Y'all don't know. If you guys do not know, I grade people on average between their actual race, right? So she's white girl normal. Nowadays, Double C is saying she's 22. Yeah, there's nothing I need to be looking at. I'm sorry, no. Being old enough to play in this park. Mm-mm. No, I look like a largemouth catfish swimming in that lake for a long time. Like, bro, you ain't ready for this. Hmm. So what's Malika said? Yeah, yeah, Malika, exactly. That's how you get this shit. Hollywood steals mostly, and for the last 20 years, Hollywood has been stealing from comic books because they had no more ideas. They were out. They were fresh out of ideas. 20 plus years, they've been stealing from comic books. That's why you can see so many comic book movies, because that's the only thing they have paying them. That's it. If you remember, The Matrix was supposed to be made into a graphic novel at first. They decided to do it as a movie because Hollywood needs that win. Yeah, BGS. I looked it up. She got regular schmegular parents. It's just a similar name. That's fine. She can have regular parents. She's a cute girl, but she's white girl average. I don't know if it's just because I'm in California, but you understand that a lot of your white girls from the rest of the country come here to California, right? So, in a geek sense, to bring it back to the little geek realm of understanding, it's like a CGC. She falls in line with every other white girl a motherfucker like me in California has ever seen. She's pretty fucking average. That's it. Nothing stands out about her. Nothing really does. Got a cute face. Cool. But Hollywood and television likes pasty blonde chicks. You ever notice that? They do. They'll push anyone up there. It doesn't matter. Like this Anya Taylor-Joy. I want to see this movie coming out this last night in Soho because it looks fucking weird as hell. I like to see Matt Smith doing something else and see, the rest of his acting range. I want to see him play a serial killer because that's what the fuck he look like. But I digress. But Anya Taylor-Joy is not that cute of a girl to me. She's not. I don't know what everybody raving about. She looks really derpy. She does. Outside of the fact that she's probably blonde and got a nice pair of breasts, that's all motherfuckers look at. Okay, average as fuck. Yeah, and Aquateki translation, man. I'm gonna show Aquateki something. And this will just get into the rest of the show as soon as I finish off this Venom shit, or this Babylon 5 stuff. Aquateki. If you can or cannot read it, just not showing y'all the rest of my notes. See what that says? Focus, camera. Focus! It's not focusing. Anyway. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. And we're going to get into the next part of this to speak to Aquateki's point. I'm going to leave that up there for a minute. So just to say that the CW effect may possibly weigh into the Babylon 5 show. But trusting J. Michael Straczynski is one of my favorite writers, one of my favorite creators. I trust him like I trust George Lucas to come back and do some shit. He's gonna rewrite his show and move it forward, I'll be there. Don't even worry about it. I will watch it. I'll be waiting patiently for it because I love Babylon 5. And I will accept this as a standalone, a stand aside to the original series. The original series is not being removed from me. It's in my memory. It's on my bookshelf. Got the shit. Okay. Love those characters. All of them. Now, if the new show goes a different direction, it's a new show, it's a different thing. I don't give a fuck. It's over there. I got the original stuff here. I'm good. Maybe y'all will get less this new generation, but the new generation is not like me. And as I'm learning to accept nowadays, you got to see this new generation for what it is. You got to analyze this new generation for what it is on its own merits. Can't analyze it by just matching it up to what I like and what I remember, because they don't remember that shit. They don't care. I do, because it's for my generation. Got to see what the new generation is into and what they are. And since my kids are older, I'm going to have to pay a little bit more attention because I don't have these people readily in the house with me all the time. Okay? It's not in my face like that all the time. So I'm just going to have to watch it and understand what it is. So with that, I'm going to move on to the main point of this. I said, let there be geeks. I should have called the stream, Let There Be Me. Because this will go into my part on Venom 2, my review of Venom 2. If you have not seen Venom 2, I'm not asking you to raise your hand. I'm not asking you to fucking leave. But I am telling you right now, this is your spoiler, your one and only spoiler alert. I don't usually do this shit, but being the pace that things are running now, you have to do it now. I'm sure you've watched a bunch of other people talking about this shit. It is what the fuck it is, and I'm going into it. Let me just catch up on these comments. What did she say? She's average in Massachusetts standards. I don't know what a Massachusetts average is. You'd have to show me a picture of that, Double C. I'd be curious to know. Because I like to think I'm a connoisseur of women in general. So I know what a fine looking Latina looks like, and I know what a fine looking Caucasian looks like. I know what a fine looking Asian looks like. I know what a fine looking Black woman looks like. I know what a fine overall looks like. It looks like Nicole Murphy. God damn. Thank you, BGS, for turning me on to who the fuck Nicole Murphy was. Like, nigga. If I was rich. If I was rich. But understanding that they're all different because they all have different attributes. They're built differently. They're built differently. The benefit of today's generation of folks is we some really fit people nowadays. There's some women out there taking really good care of themselves. Unfortunately, they always happen to be, at least in the areas that I'm frequenting and moving around, they always tend to be Caucasians and Latinas that are really taking care of themselves. Asians too, but Asians don't come with big upper bodies and shit like that. You're not gonna see a big ass pair of boobs on an Asian chick unless she's American made and been eating McDonald's forever. Then you'll see it, but then you got to deal with the fact that she's probably gonna be talking really hip hop to you. It's different. All right. So it's different. Anya Taylor-Joy, yeah, she is about a 4 because everybody's looking at her fucking boobs. And I don't give a shit. I've seen boobs before. It doesn't matter. A to double D to triple D. Had them, deal with them. It's not that big of a fucking deal to me. Maybe it's because I wasn't breastfed. I don't have that big fascination like that. It's cool. It's a nice added bonus. Makes you look good in the shirt and swimsuits. But what the fuck am I gonna do with them? Outside of what I've already done when I was younger. That's it. It's over. Look, dude. It's only so much you can do with them. And sleeping in the bed for a number of years with somebody with some double D breasts, these motherfuckers get in the way, especially when you get older. You're just having back problems, baby. I don't know what you're doing all that shit for. It ain't for me because I could care less. Yep, like Jennifer Lawrence, pretty average, pretty girl, but the way she's fawning over her. Jennifer Lawrence, when she was younger, yeah, she was pretty average. She's an average face, but her body proportions is what gets her over. That's what gets her over with black folks. That was like what's her name from I was just looking at her and remarking that she was still married to Justin Timberlake after all these years. Jessica Biel. Jessica Biel had a non-traditional white girl ass. Jessica Biel was cute. That's what I was watching. I was watching the 18 movie last week for my Sunday binge. I was watching 18. She used to be really fucking cute, really hot. Got with Justin Timberlake and trimmed down a lot. She lost a lot of shit, namely her ass. I'm like, all right, back to average. This is the CW connection. It's like, okay, back to average, whatever. You know, black men like proportions. We like shapes and curves. And I'm not talking about round. That's a shape. I like curves. I like femininity and smooth features. So yeah, Anya Taylor-Joy, whatever. Could have been a Spice Girl. Reminds me of Splice. What, Natasha Henstridge? She's supposed to be beautiful, yeah, but she's just up and down. She ain't got no body to her. Like, it's just a board. Whatever, dude. Could have got that from a guy. Extra Mia. Yeah, Extra Mia. Most of the fine women, 8 or 10s, will move to Cali. Yeah, exactly, Double C. And this is what screws up the scale here in California. So when you talk to California guys, especially if they live in Los Angeles or the Bay Area, and you talk to them about what a fine woman looks like, their standards is going to be completely fucking different. You need to understand that shit. Because even between Northern Cal, which is the Bay Area, and Southern Cal, down where BGS and Art Newstill are, in LA, it's completely different. It goes up a grade. It does. It goes up a grade. I know going to LA and seeing chicks, how LA chicks dress, is completely different than up here. Up here, you can see the bitch in flip flops and just maybe some sweatpants or something like that, or just wearing her sport gear and it look all right. It's like, oh, she cool. She kind of relaxed. You go down to LA, boy, you look like you just stepped onto the red carpet because that's their feel of that city. It's like these motherfuckers is glamorous. Like, god damn. People from here who move to LA and you go and see them later on, they look completely different. Like, yeah, you ain't never been from here. You really LA right now. That's what it means. It means red carpet ready. Okay. Even on your off days. Like, yeah, damn. So yeah, all the fine women congregate in one area, and that will fuck up your scale if you live in that area. Your scale will be completely different. So somewhere in Massachusetts, Anya Taylor-Joy is probably hot as fuck. Yeah, she hot as fuck until she jump into that bigger pool with the varsity squad. 5, bitch. That's what we got for you, the 5. Like, get off the podium. And yes, and Spain is right. Nobody, you know, thick and fine is different. You can have a thick, ugly chick. You can have a fine board. Thick and fine are 2 different things, dude. If you can get them both together, awesome. That's usually a 10. But it's 2 different things. I want to know if it's worth watching. BGS want to cut to the point. Look, I ain't cut your rant off. I cut your rant off. Let me have my fun. If I was going for a white woman, a young Julia Roberts or Amanda Bynes. Julia Roberts is kind of cute to me. That's one of the things me and my ex-wife still have in common. We both like Julia Roberts movies. Julia Roberts is cute. American Sweethearts and what's the one, her and Hugh Grant? Fuck, I'm forgetting it. Good movies. Good movies. She looked the best in that, but she had some work, so it is what it is. White men like Backbone. White men didn't like curves until they started finding black women. Because they only keep a chick on her back. Patriarchy at work, huh? No fat chicks allowed. No. And fat has a weight limit and a particular size. If you cannot see your pubic hairs in your vagina without sitting down, you're fat. For a guy or a girl. What up, Truth? Charles with that Lizzo shit. Yeah, Charles ain't trying to do that heavyweight like that. He say he's strong, but he ain't strong until he start picking up Lizzo. So I want to hear it. Don't want to be a player no more. Here we go, Massachusetts. Okay, so Venom, Let There Be Carnage. Overview is Let There Be Men. Okay, overview is Let There Be Men. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. We already hit the goal, but we can go past that. It's a jumping on point, not a jumping off point. Now, one of the things I noticed about this, oh, somebody's texted me. Sorry. Appreciate that share, Edward Hurricane. And if you want to get in here, you can come on in a bit. Now, I told you guys I had an opportunity. I was at the shop yesterday. I'm here today. Had an opportunity to go see Venom again, just to try to give it another read through, rested, not after a long day and irritated. And I found myself saying, no fucking way. No, I could do something else. I went home and washed clothes. Y'all saw me, I was on Art of Ibmore stream, and I drove home and washed my fucking work clothes. That's what I chose to do instead of going to see this movie again. Why? Because after sleeping on it that night and actually thinking about this movie and stuff like that, one of the things I do with my thought process is to see what bubbles up to the surface, right? I watch the movie, I'll think about it. I may take notes while I'm in the movie, right? I'll think about it leaving the movie until I get home. And then I'll stop thinking about it all together, right? And then sleep on it or whatever, but see what bubbles up in my subconscious that keeps coming to the surface, right? Because the stuff that you really hold on to will come to the surface. Those are the things that really resonate with you. You know what really came up in that? Not a goddamn thing. Nothing really bubbled up to the surface for this. Nothing. It really didn't leave me with anything that was really earth-shaking or that I really needed to go into and dissect. No. Even the post-credit scene, I think right now is what I'm thinking, because I went back and I actually want to see what everybody else was thinking about this shit, to see if it was just me. And I noticed something interesting. How many people nowadays who review this stuff don't want to be the first one out there to say it sucked? They don't want to be the first one out there to say it sucked. They don't. Because they understand how the fan base is right now. Fan base is waiting to fucking lobster claw anything. They're waiting to cut somebody down if they don't like what they like. That's how fandom or parts of fandom are working right now. But since I'm not on Twitter, I don't have to worry about hearing some of that shit, because I don't give a fuck. I don't necessarily care about Twitter. Now, because nothing bubbled up to the surface for me in this movie except for a couple of jokes, to me that means the movie was just meh. It is. It's just meh. Nothing really stood out as being, oh, that was awesome. Nothing really grabbed me like, oh, that was a good story point. None of that stuff happened. Yeah, if you saw my reaction, yeah, there was some development with Venom. There was some development with Tom Hardy's character. There was some stuff about Carnage. Shriek she could have not been in the fucking movie. But I don't have a problem with Naomi Harris. Fuck you, right? Don't have a problem with Woody Harrelson. Did I get what I told Dr. T was be looking for the Natural Born Killers vibe in it? Very little. Very little of that. But overall, it was just like, okay, I saw it. And I saw it. That was it. Now, look, this is not to say that you should or should not watch it. I will never tell you that shit. I will say make your own decision. This is just my impression of me watching. And sometimes I can be very fucking cynical. I can be very fucking cynical. I could rip a movie 7 Ways of Sunday if I'm just trying to have a good laugh. But my view on it may not be your view. That's why I want you to go see the shit for yourself and make up your own damn mind. Don't take it just on my account. You can take it and take it with a grain of salt and be that, well, Artisan is a geek and he got his taste about movies. I review enough movies. You should be able to figure out my taste of what I love and what I don't love, what I like and what I don't like. And say, okay, that's his preference on this movie. Let me see it for myself and see what it is. And then you might see something different. You might see exactly what I said, but you may feel differently about it. Like, oh, that's not that big of a deal. I do this shit all the time. I do it all the time. Watching movies that other people love, and I watch and I was like, yeah, it was just okay. So okay. Who was F Holiday? Excuse me, you guys. Shout out to F Holiday for the support. Appreciate it. And I will give you that 3B salute for that. F Holiday said just for showing support. Appreciate that, F Holiday. Hang out for a minute. All right, so movie opens up San Francisco, obviously, and let's just say Eddie and Venom are in an odd couple situation, which is kind of not where they left it in the last movie. Okay, last movie, they are accepting the fact that they are Venom. We are Venom. This movie, you see that, yeah, they're living as Venom, but he ain't really liking it, right? He ain't really liking the situation. Basically, Venom is a fucking slob and a destructive child, in a sense. Tearing up the dude's house, it's shit everywhere, it's garbage, which makes me think that you're basically telling me this being, this symbiote that came to this planet is a fucking slob, and their planet that they came from probably was messy as fuck. That they're just slobs. Okay. All right. Now what you see is that Eddie in a sense is giving Venom some time to have control of the body, to walk around as Venom, just doing shit in the house. And he got him staying in there like he's a fucking hamster. He got a little wheel he can chew on. He got fucking chickens running around because apparently they tell you about some fluid that's in brains and chocolate that Venom likes to eat. That's why he wants to eat brains all the time, not because he's a fucking zombie, just because there's some fluid in brains that is his delicacy. That's what he likes to eat. Okay. So it's found in chocolate and brains. And since Eddie will not let him eat human brains, he's stuck eating chicken brains. That sounds foul as fuck to me. Pun intended. Right? Shout out to Measly Me for the Cash App Measly Me. Excuse me. Give you that 3B. Measly Me said, I've been working nights, bro. The ain't shit geeks. Dude, yeah, don't worry about it. We all do what we do. I've been working at least 21 days straight now. And next week, I expect it'll be higher. because next week I'll be covering for 4-2, which means I will not have a break and will not have had a break in a month. I've worked every day. Which don't make me happy, but it just makes it what it is. So you see that there's a problem in the relationship with Eddie and Venom, where they're not actually getting along. Venom is destructive. Eddie is trying to have a life, but he's failing. And what you get is Venom basically talking shit to Eddie, telling him how shitty he is and how he fucks up everything. Now, after having some rest and thinking about this shit, and remembering the conversation I had with Dr. T when he was asking me, should I go see it? And is there any of this feminism shit in there? I said, nah, it's not. In which, actually, it wasn't. It was basically 4 women in the shit, and they didn't have a large role. It's not led by them. They ain't leading shit. They not in charge of really doing anything. They're just in the movie. So I guess that would be shout out to the European or New Zealand director. But yeah, you in it, but you ain't the focal point of this shit. The story focuses around Eddie and Venom. It focuses around Eddie and Venom on one side and Cletus and Shriek on the other. Francine. And at most, you could say it's about relationships and about troubled relationships. Because the relationship with Eddie and Venom is in trouble because they're not gelling together. They're not living in any kind of symbiosis right now. They're sharing space, sharing a body, but they ain't on the same page. If you ever live with a woman, you understand how that shit works. It's kind of disappointing. On the other side, you got Cletus and Shriek, where they may be on the same page, but they can't be together because they're both in separate fucking prisons. And Cletus is really trying to get to Shriek, and Shriek just really wants to be free. Okay, all well and good. So we got a relationship movie in Venom 2. That's all it's about. It's relationships. Okay, all well and good. Eddie is kind of failing at what he was doing again, and Venom is helping him or not helping him. Now, what you see a lot in this is something that was pointed out by one of the reviews I saw. If you take the scenes of Venom out and understand what you're seeing, it's mostly just Tom Hardy walking around talking to himself. It is. It's not a lot of scenes with him with other people in the scene. It's not. It's mostly just him by itself, which is why this movie could have been filmed so quickly. But then I had to think about the fact that you remember when this movie was filming, right? Pandemic. All of these movies that are coming out now that had to be made during the pandemic, you have to factor that into why the movie is the way it is. Having all these scenes with just Tom Hardy in San Francisco or just Venom or whatever in different places, you have to understand that it was a pandemic. That's why they're the only ones fucking there. Couldn't have anybody else around, but you still got to film this shit, right? So what is true of WandaVision, why certain endings and stuff like that happen, what was true of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which is some things seem really small, in a sense, is the same thing in this big budget movie. It seems really small. It's mostly just Tom Hardy acting. Why? Because there's a fucking pandemic going on. Not having a bunch of interaction, a bunch of character development with all these people talking to each other. No, you're not. They actually worked it. If you watch the movie, they worked it into the script because a lot of stuff that happens is really socially distant from each other. It's only very few scenes where people were in close proximity to each other. Very few scenes. I think the scene in the trailer where Eddie Brock slaps his ex-wife's fiance, I think that's the closest scene you'll see they have together. Closest they'll come to each other. That might be one of the closest, not the only one, right? So you have to factor that into what you're seeing and why the movie is the way it is. It's working around the fact that you were supposed to be socially distancing each other, and there's a virus. And since pandemic highlighted a lot of stuff that was wrong with people's relationships, and shout out to BGS, you'll see that now where people, shout out to BGS and Dr. Tia San Johnson, pointing this shit out, how people are popping off like fucking popcorn nowadays, going nuts. Relationships got strained in the pandemic because you realize the shit wasn't fucking working anyway. It worked as long as you could leave the house and not be around their ass for, 10 to 12 hours a day. But once you had to be in the house with them, a little bit of a problem. People don't know how to relate to each other, is what you see in this movie. Venom and Eddie don't know how to relate to each other, even though they're sharing the same body. Now, that may be all well and good because for me, one of the high points of the first movie was seeing Venom have a characteristic outside of Eddie and actually talking to Eddie. That was actually more fun. I like Tom Hardy as an actor. Tom Hardy is an awesome actor. So I believed him pulling this shit off. Where Venom ends up being just like the devil on both shoulders, is like, no, fuck that dude. Right? That's what happens when you make a movie without Spider-Man. The only thing they have in common is a hatred of Spider-Man. That's not the only thing they have in common, man. And that's the thing. I didn't have a problem with them making a Venom movie without Spider-Man. I had no problem with that shit at all. I don't. Because they've done it in a cartoon. They've done it in a comic book to where Venom got away from fucking Spider-Man. So they developed Eddie and Venom into their own person, regardless of fucking Spider-Man. Everybody who reads comics only knows Venom through Spider-Man. But if you haven't been reading Venom since he left New York, and Eddie and Venom actually becoming who they are, you don't know shit about them, their relationship with each other, how strong it is. If you ain't read none of this King and Black shit with the Donny Cates run, you don't see how awesome Venom and Eddie Brock have become. You wouldn't know any of that shit. But understanding that there's a relationship beyond the one with Spider-Man is important for the Venom character. That's why I didn't have a problem with it. Venom was always interested in me. Eddie Brock was always interested in me. And one of the things that they have not put into this movie that is in the comic is that the stronger Eddie Brock gets, the stronger the symbiote gets. And that came up to me in this movie while they're fighting Carnage, and he's all terrified. It's like, motherfucker, you should work out. You'd get stronger. Maybe somebody missed that shit. But that's what the symbiote did. It enhanced what you already had. And if you didn't have much, it wasn't much to enhance. That's why Carnage on Cletus was such a problem, because Cletus was already a killer. Having a symbiote just made him stronger and more efficient at killing people, which is the first problem in this movie. Initially, Carnage is going to be in this movie. Not a big deal. How Cletus got the symbiote was the main thing of interest to me. How does he get the symbiote in it? Because I know the whole reason why the symbiote is red is because that symbiote is attached to Cletus's bloodstream. It comes out of his bloodstream. So it's not like how they do it in movies where he just comes out of every pore and shit like that and just pops out. Cletus has to actually cut himself to get that fucking symbiote to come out. At least initially when he was brought up. That's how you could actually stop Cletus. As long as he can't fucking cut himself or nothing like that, the Carnage symbiote is stuck inside of him. He needs an opening to get out. Because he's in his bloodstream. That's why he's red. It's pulling from his blood. That's why the Venom symbiote is not in Eddie's bloodstream. It's attached to him on the outside. So sound hurts so much. Carnage was able to hide better than Venom because he's on the inside. So having that there was the first problem because Cletus is a killer. As much as I want to see Carnage, and I saw him in this movie, like, yeah, he looks kind of cool. Yeah, he's doing some cool shit. Remarkably, should have been a rated R movie. I don't know what movie you can have with a serial killer as the main character and not have an R on that motherfucker. PG-13 does not work for a serial killer. Saw how well that shit worked with Wolverine for 20 goddamn years, never actually stabbing anybody with his fucking claws. And why most people think Logan is the best movie you've ever fucking made for Wolverine, because that was the only one that you got to see Wolverine going in and doing what Wolverine does. Kill people. Brutally. Work for Deadpool. Just saying. Yeah, Charles, he's called a lethal protector for a reason. And they worked that into the story. He calls himself lethal protector a bunch of fucking times. Look, he could have called himself that shit in the first movie and just left it at that. The number of times they used it in this movie was too much to me, because it's like Venom bucking for a title for himself. Because in effect, he wants recognition for who he is and resents the fact that Eddie Brock is trying to hide him. Even though they got into all that shit in the last movie and he's supposed to be dead, he resents the fact that he has to hide. He's not able to eat brains, so he can stay off the radar, so he don't get the FBI and everybody looking up Eddie's ass again and finding that he's still alive. But he also wants recognition for the fact that he is the one helping Eddie do what he's doing. Because in fact, Venom is kind of smarter than Eddie in some senses. What you find out is that Venom is helping Eddie do stories. He is. Because apparently the symbiote has perfect recall and can draw. Eddie doesn't. So Eddie comes off looking like a dumbass. He comes off looking about as dumb, if not dumber. Well, no, about as dumb as Yurik in Y the Last Man. He does. He comes off looking incompetent as fuck. Look, the dude had a career before the symbiote ever showed up and was successful at that career. He had a fuck up, but he was successful at that career. This movie, he can't do nothing without Venom. He is nothing without Venom. It's not really the way it works. Like, the journalism shit should be old hat for him. That's what he does. So it shouldn't take Venom to help him crack any fucking story or think about and see any clues in any fucking story. Yeah, that was pretty funny. That was funny. But that goes into the relationship part of the story. That Venom, in a sense, keeps taking control of Eddie because he's trying to pilot Eddie. And Eddie wants to go his own way, doing things the way he does it. Venom don't want him to do that. Venom wants to run the show. And Eddie doesn't want Venom to run the show. He wants Venom to hide. Now, this comes up later in the show to something Venom does and says, which I saw it. I thought nothing of it. I just thought it was a gag. Everybody else is taking this shit way out of fucking proportion and making it into something else. I'm like, does absolutely everything need to have the alphabet community stamp on it? Look, I'll get to that because I'm gonna go off on a tangent and start talking about that. So you get Eddie and Venom dealing with each other, and then you see that Cletus is actually contacting Eddie because he wants to try to connect with Eddie. Now, you saw that in the last movie that he went and interviewed Cletus. He's still doing that, right? But Cletus has become a little bit more, I wouldn't say desperate, but he's pushing his means. He's making Eddie put out stories with specific titles because Cletus is in fact trying to communicate with somebody. The person he's trying to communicate with is Shriek, because Shriek, in the facility that she's in, apparently lets her have a newspaper from the outside world with her known boyfriend in the paper and letting her read this shit. Now, to me, that's the dumbest thing ever because, I don't know, police-wise, I don't think I would let this this heifer who has actually killed some people and actually in an institution where people with powers have any kind of contact with the outside world, that she could possibly be getting a message from her imprisoned serial killer boyfriend. She'd have to see a smoke signal. She wouldn't be getting shit from him. I don't give a fuck what was happening in the news. Only paper she'd get is the one that motherfucker was being executed. That would be it. I wouldn't let her see shit. So in effect, Cletus is using Eddie to send messages to Shriek, unbeknownst to Eddie. Now, in return for this, Cletus is dangling clues about his crimes to help the police find him. All right. Okay, all well and good. Now, what you get from this is that Eddie is not able to see these clues. He's not able to figure out these clues, that it's actually Venom who figures out these clues, gives those hints to Eddie. Eddie tips off the police, and then the police are able to find some of these bodies that Cletus has had buried based on the clues that he left in front of Eddie's face that Venom figured out. And now Eddie is back on the road to respectability and money and all the rest of this shit. And Venom is kind of pissed off about it because none of that recognition is coming to him. Which seems a little bit pissed off girlfriendish to me. Kind of Michelle and Barack to me. And this is what I'm thinking about the next day after I slept on her and thinking about this movie. It's like, this reads like a chick and a guy bitching at each other because she wants his notoriety. Well, I helped you, so I deserve this. That'd be like Jeff Bezos' wife, right? Well, I deserve this because I was there. Look, sucking my dick don't make you the programmer. Don't make you sitting in the board meetings. Don't. So that's what I'm getting. I'm getting a little bit of that vibe, but this is just a troubled relationship. And it comes to fruition in a sense because Venom and Eddie end up having a falling out where they have a little breakup where they're actually fighting each other. And it's a kind of funny scene, kind of slapsticky in a way. But basically, Venom literally leaves Eddie. Now, this is a problem in a sense, although it's happened in the comic books in recent times, where the Venom symbiote did just leave Eddie. Back in the beginning of that shit, the symbiote was bonded with Eddie, like permanently. Like it could not be removed from Eddie. But later on in the comics, just to develop the symbiote a little bit more and develop Eddie a little bit more, just like they did with the Incredible Hulk and Bruce Banner, they split them two in half and made them two separate people. So you can explore a story with the Hulk doing what the Hulk would do without Banner, and Banner doing what Banner would do without the Hulk, to find out how much they both need each other. That's what you got in this movie with Eddie and Venom. Eddie and Venom end up split. Have a big falling out, shit flying out the window, a breakup between, boyfriend and girlfriend or whatever the fuck, and they go their separate ways. Venom, in fact, tells Eddie to get out his own house, making Venom sound like the bitch. Okay. Venom jumps out the window, attaches to other people, and Eddie is free for some time without Venom. He gets to just clean up his house, buy a new TV, do all this other shit. Now, here's the thing. Yeah, don't even get me started, King. And yes, they did literally use Venom as the woman. He was basically the woman. But here's the part that makes you see that she's not the woman's role, right? Enigma. Here's where it gets deep, where everybody's making these parallels and applauding shit for this. Yeah, I wish Eddie was swole. Tom Hardy is a buff dude too, so it could have been swole. That was part of Venom's whole thing. That Venom was imposing to Spider-Man. He was physically fucking imposing. Like, oh shit, he's gonna beat the hell out of this kid. That's what Venom's supposed to be. Look like a beast on you. So, yeah, F. Holiday's like, no, yes. Now, one of the things you get in this after Venom has actually left Tom Hart or left Eddie Brock is that Venom just randomly jumps on other people, bonds to them, pilots their body around for a little while, and then lets them go like he ran their bodies out. Now, here's the problem with this for me. Basically, how they're depicting it in the movie is that these bodies ain't lasting so long because they're not really trying to take to bonding with Venom, and Venom is just using their bodies. And when he's leaving them, these people are like, I don't know if they're in a vegetative state, throwing up dead or whatever the fuck, but they are puking and shit like that, like they're dying, like he's using them up and they're dying. There is nothing paid to what's happening to these people. There's no attention paid to what's happening with these people, which basically means there could just be a trail of bodies being left around from Eddie's apartment to wherever the fuck else Venom is. Nobody's talking about this shit. Like, what's happening to these people? Are they fucking dead? It looks like they're overdosing. What? We not going to address this at all? And that was another one of the problems that I had with the movie. Some shit is done and said that is not fucking addressed. It's not addressed at all. It's like, you're not gonna talk, you're gonna show this to me, but we ain't gonna explain it, talk about it. Let me know you don't give a fuck, or let me know it matters, even in a little bit. Shit. I'm about to get a customer. Hold on a second. Hello. Yeah, much. How are you? Let me know if you need any help. And if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming right now, so don't worry about it. Cool. Appreciate you, Artie Idmore, for that Cash App. Let's say, I guess I'll donate. I can refund it to you. I have to take it. Motherfucker let you kick it back just like they let you accept it. But I will give you the 3 BC because I will keep that shit. What they say is like being a daredevil. I'm paid for the attempt, not the success. Paid for the attempt, not the success. All right, so I don't know if these people are dead or what in this. I don't know if they're dead or whatever. But what you see is Venom is constantly jumping to other people, using them up and getting off. Now, the part that everybody is kind of getting excited about is Venom ends up at a rave. And if you've seen the trailer, the last trailer, they released this after the movie came out, that Venom was out somewhere with all these glow sticks on and shit like that, just out in public as fucking Venom. The reason why he's out in public as Venom, because it's just a symbiote on somebody. And at one point, he jumps onto some chick and walks into a rave party. Now, if you know San Francisco, it's either in the Castro or the Haight. I would believe it was probably in the Haight or something like that. That big of a deal. But because there's a lot of different people in that party, they kind of make the connection that, it's alphabet party, right? Which is not necessarily the case in San Francisco or the Bay Area. It's just a party. People from the community in it or not, don't matter, right? Now he gets into this party and he makes his way towards the stage and grabs the mic from the chick that's up there rapping, and then starts giving this whole speech because this part is happening around Halloween, and everybody is raving about his costume because they think it's supposed to be like a costume party. You got the best costume. Okay. And Venom gets up on the stage with the microphone, and then he starts talking about Eddie. And basically, he's given his "I'm better than Eddie" empowered breakup speech. Now, whereas I see this as just Venom in some senses being heartbroken or kind of hurt because it is a bonding that he does with Eddie. It is a bonding. Before the symbiote had any gender assigned to it at all, it was just a symbiote. It was just a id. It just attached to him. And the reason why it was so mad at Peter Parker, at least in the comic book, because it was kind of in love with Peter Parker. And then it reattached to Eddie because Eddie accepted it, didn't reject it at all. And that's where they got their first connection together, which was hating Spider-Man equally. Cool. That's why they bonded. In this movie sense, he's pissed at Eddie because Eddie don't want to let him be him. And he says a line that sounds so fucking ridiculous when it comes out of his mouth. But he is out of the Eddie Brock closet. I'm like, what? Now, admittedly, I was tired when I heard this shit initially. I heard it and I took it as a euphemism for the fact that they were in San Francisco and said, okay, whatever. Right? It just, like I said, it was just shit. It just washed over me. It was like a Gallagher show. Like, pow! I got shit on my face. Okay. Move on with the movie. Right? But I took it as a euphemism for how he was talking, given his company, that he's just throwing this shit in there. That he kind of pissy because he's kind of missing Eddie a bit. Now here's where all the rest of the geeks in the space get kind of excited about this shit because it's says it's recognizing diversity, that the Venom story and Eddie Brock's story is a fucking bromance. That they like gay lovers. And I'm like, what? No, the fuck they ain't. I wouldn't think so. But if you want to read that into that shit, okay. The fucking alien who will bond with male, female, species, it don't fucking matter. It's a freaking alien. This is where I think the eye that alters all. If you start seeing things in a particular fucking way, everything has to be seen in that way. Because of this culture right now, you can't have two good guy friends together without somebody saying they fucking gay. You got the whole Falcon and Winter Soldier show, and everybody's like, they should just kiss because they gay. Not fucking gay, it's just two dudes. When did it become two dudes couldn't be hanging together and just be cool with each other? What the fuck? Who let that be the push? That two guys can't share a space and be cool with each other and not have something sexual going on. But a guy and a girl in the same place, there couldn't be anything sexual going on. Get the fuck out of here. I just saw Shang-Chi. Him and his girlfriend, best girlfriend from elementary on up, ain't the chick he fucking. Oh no. Oh no. And they're in San Francisco. Then I get to this fucking Venom movie. I got an alien and a dude bonded together, and now they gotta be fucking homosexual. No. They're not. It's a freaking alien. If bonding in your simple, minded sense, if the idea of bonding only comes down to sex for you, there's something you can do.
Grow up! Grow up! Grow up!
That's not how the shit works. It's not how it fucking works. My best friend in life, sleep. Godfather to my children. I have never looked at fucking sexually, because that's not how that shit works. How are you? All right. If you need help, let me know. And if you hear me talking and yelling, I'm live streaming.
No worries.
Okay. Have you seen the Venom movie already?
No, not yet. Oh, wait, I don't need spoilers.
That's just what I'm talking about right now. That's why I asked you.
Thank you.
Come back after. Come back after. Because I'm going to spoil some shit for his ass. And he looked kind of sweet. Look, that's not how that shit works. Guys can have close friends for a long time and there never be anything fucking sexual. Because I've never seen anybody say that any of these jackass dudes who've been putting firecrackers in each other's assholes were gay. Never heard that before. But everybody who has a close relationship with another guy who are heterosexual all of a sudden have to be gay. That's why I don't use them terms bromance and shit. It's fucking bullshit. It's to effeminize a perfectly normal relationship and turn it into something you should be running away from. Pay attention. No, they're not fucking gay. Venom is not gay. Eddie Brock is not gay. Just deal with it. What the fuck? I didn't realize this shit triggered me that much. It's bullshit, I tell you. It's not. And that's what it is. And that's what a lot of geeks grabbed onto. Like, oh, he came out the closet. He's gay. I saw one article about this shit. I was like, get the fuck out of here. It's not fucking gay. Do I have a problem with gay people? No! I'm sick of the focus being on that shit. I don't care. Most people that I know don't give a fuck what you do and how you do it and who you do it with. Don't care. Just don't do it with the person that I'm fucking. Unless I let you. But otherwise, no. Move on. Everything does not have to be focused around that. How are you doing? If you need any help, let me know. And if you hear me ranting and raving, I'm live streaming. I'm not crazy. Have you seen Venom 2?
No, I have not.
Do you plan on seeing it?
I don't keep up with the.
Okay. So you won't worry if it's spoiled.
Yeah. What's that?
I said you won't worry about spoilers.
No, you can let loose.
Okay.
Whatever you
I was already letting loose. I just don't want you to. Yeah, no, never would. Cut myself that way. So I'm sick of the focus being on that. And I'm sick of even in a movie that has nothing about it, where you're dealing with a dude and his fucking alien, that all of a sudden that has to be interjected. That's what people are seeing in it and pulling from it. Look, I've never heard that in the comic. I didn't hear that coming out of Andy Serkis's mouth. I didn't hear that coming out of Tom Hardy's mouth. So if that's being injected now by people who are looking at this movie and seeing that scene, oh, that's what it meant. You are injecting that shit into it. That's you. That has nothing to do with the damn movie. Because if you go through that scene and move out of there, what do you get? You get Tom Hardy not Tom Hardy, but Eddie Brock being kind of disappointed that his ex-chick is engaged to another dude now, who he wanted. Venom wanted her. Venom likes her. So how are they fucking gay when they both like the same chick? Now they're having a problem in the relationship, which is most grown folks understand. I would hope that most grown people understand. Everybody in your life is a relationship. This is how my understanding of it is. Your relationship with your guy friends is a relationship. It's not a sexual relationship, but it is a relationship. You have to take work to maintain it. Your relationship with your family is a relationship. It's not sexual, but it's a relationship. Your relationship with your good female friends is a relationship. It may not be sexual, but it is a relationship. All of those relationships need to be maintained, just like your actual sexual fucking relationship. Sex is just one part of a specific type of fucking relationship. Everything else doesn't need that part. That's the difference between the person you're fucking and everybody that you're not fucking. Every relationship takes some investment by you, and you have to do shit to maintain that relationship, or it will go a fucking way. Because outside of being, I don't know, somebody who has to go to school every day, the relationship is not maintained by you showing up to the same place all the time. It's not. It's the same way in a work situation, if you leave that job, do you still have those people as your fucking friends? If you don't, you never really had a relationship. You just were people who showed up to the same place all the time. But if it doesn't extend outside of your job, you can leave that job and still be cool with them people and still hang out and do all the rest of that and not your fucking friends. And it's not sexual. Don't make you gay, lesbian, bisexual, or any of that shit just because you actually feel some affinity for somebody and give a fuck about their life and having their presence in your life. Doesn't make it gay. Just makes it that you, I don't know, are a human person. Fucking idiots. Useless time wasting. Exactly. And yes, fitness mom, spoken by a woman, right? I think she's black. I think the scene was about Venom dealing with the rejection and the heartbreak. Exactly, fitness mom. That's exactly the way I took it. That's why I was really shocked when everybody was talking about Venom came out the closet. He gave it. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? He upset and heartbroken, losing his homeboy. And basically acting like he fucking drunk in the club, making that late night call. Oh, this motherfucker just didn't understand how I was doing. That's why they made Venom the bitch. Because Venom was the only one who got up on fucking stage and started complaining. Like a bitch. Somebody just needs to recognize me. I'm more empowered without Eddie. The fuck out of here. So empowered you can't find a suitable host. After you jumped on the symbiote carousel, trying to get these people, and the shit don't work. You keep running them out. They keep dying or flipping the fuck out or whatever the fuck is happening from these people from being bonded with Venom and Venom dumping them off. I looked at it like the cock carousel. That's why I say it was a symbiote carousel. These motherfuckers just didn't last. Oh well. Now, hearing Andy Serkis talk about that scene, which he thought was really funny, the breakup scene and all that, that's him injecting himself into that shit. That's how shit went with him. Or, like I told you guys, I looked this woman up in the theater to see who the fuck she was. That's the co-writer of this shit who's connected with Tom Hardy. Shit, Kate McCall, I think it was, or whatever her name was. That's her injecting that shit into. Thank you, Artie Edmore, for the share. That's what that is. That's a woman injecting her sensibilities into this fucking character. That's why Venom starts acting like a bitch. Because it's doing female shit. I told you guys this about that Reminiscence movie as well. The main character does shit that doesn't make sense for a man because it's written by a woman. That's why it doesn't make any fucking sense. Because a woman wrote it. And she's never lived as a man and doesn't know that's not the man's thinking process. Which is why in this movie, you got Venom acting like a jilted fucking female. Acting all out and doing crazy shit and throwing shit out the window and getting up on stage and giving out your troubles. I just went to a party and had to live my best life without Eddie. It's not the way guys handle it. It's not. I'll tell you from experience, personal experience, the guy getting over a breakup is fucking a lot of chicks. I didn't see Venom fucking a lot of chicks. I didn't see Eddie fucking a lot of chicks. Fucking even Cletus didn't get none. And he actually had a stated girlfriend. So that's what it is. That's what that scene is. Now, you get past the shit and find out that on the last meeting with Eddie and Cletus, gets the scene to where Cletus actually gets a part of the Venom symbiote in him. And how he gets it is that while he's talking, because Eddie has helped the police find all the rest of these bodies and discover these clues, and Venom has helped Eddie figure out this shit. They've actually now reopened the death sentence in California and fast-tracked Cletus Cassidy to get the lethal injection. Now, this is part of the scene where I kind of wondered, like, I'm in California. I thought we had the gas chamber, not the lethal injection. I don't remember. Look, I know death row in California is the only place that you can die of old age. Make that make sense to me. But be that as it may, his executioners got bumped up, and one of his last requests is to see Eddie Brock again. And he's kind of pissed at Eddie Brock because the clues that he was kind of giving him, and then the shit that he wasn't giving him that Eddie figured out, led to him getting executed. And he's kind of mad at Eddie for this. Now, this seems kind of fucking flimsy to me because motherfucker was already on death row. You was already getting it anyway. Why are you mad at him? He's not giving you the injection, and he's not putting you in the chair. What you did before that shit got you in that position. It didn't matter what he said. It just sped the process up. That's all. So apparently he was looking to die of old age on death row. That's not how I understood death row was supposed to work. But be that as it may. What's up, BMT? It's Carnage and Cassidy bonded at the genetic level. They ain't getting there. No, they weren't together long enough to be bonded that way. Didn't they do lethal injection for Tukey Williams? I think so. That's why I was trying to remember, because it's supposed to be a gas chamber, but I think they did go to lethal injection a while ago. And I can't remember the year when they changed it over. That was just a side thing for me as being a Californian. I was like, wait a minute, I remember that shit working, but whatever. Yeah, lethal was supposed to, as I'm remembering the story vaguely, they went to lethal injection because they thought the gas chamber was a little bit inhumane, because basically people in the audience, in the gallery who can watch the execution, you get to see people, it's kind of traumatic for you. So to make it easier on the person that's being killed, they would go with the lethal injection and kind of sterilize that process so it's not a lot of suffering for the person who's dying. Oh, very nice of them. I think somebody made the joke before, is that, before they give you a lethal injection, they swab your arm with alcohol, like an infection will kill you before this lethal injection. What's the fucking point? The shit you putting in the vial is gonna kill me, so you can pass on the fucking alcohol on the needle, okay? It's just fucking stupid. Not necessarily his blood. So what happens is that Venom gets pissed off talking to Cletus. Cletus is really verbally getting at Eddie. And Venom has enough of it, and Venom actually attacks Cletus. Hits him with a tendril, drives him back into the cell, and then drags him forward into the bars. And while he drags him forward into the bars, Eddie is pulled towards the bars as well, and that's when Cletus actually grabs Eddie's hand and bites him on the hand, right? And in biting him on the hand, he draws blood, but it's not blood, it's the symbiote that goes into the system, right? And that's when you get the scene of him saying, I have tasted blood, and that's not it. You have a secret, and I know your secret now. He got a little blood, he got a little bit of the symbiote. And after he leaves that scene, you see him looking at his finger, and the blood on his finger starts to move. And he swallows it. Hence, spawn of Venom, Carnage. Now, it's not in his bloodstream necessarily, it's in his body, but it's a movie. They're going to change some shit. That's what it is. Okay. At this point, I'll say like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. We hit the goal, but it's a toll road. Keep coming through, keep supporting. If you had to get a death sentence, you want the firing squad, if they're a good shot, it'll be over quick. Just give me a cigarette and let me play Russian roulette. I'll bet 12 rounds I'll walk. Nah, fuck all that. I'm killing myself. I can be homicidal, but I'm not gonna be suicidal. Fuck all that. I love myself. I ain't did shit to me. The rest of you motherfuckers is on waivers. Just throw me off a cliff, BMT. Nah, that's too long. Here's the thing with getting thrown off a cliff, Artie Ibmore, just on a side note. I remember watching this thing about this dude who committed suicide, right? He was tired of his life or whatever, and he found him a nice rocky cliff, and he jumped off that bitch. You know what happened? Well, I'm watching a documentary on it. The motherfucker survived. You know what else happened? He's a paraplegic in a wheelchair now. Life ain't always yours to take. It's not. So he survived that shit and now lives out his life crippled in a fucking wheelchair. Being able to remember the time and all the pain of what happened when he threw himself off a cliff and didn't die from it. There are worse things. George Carlin made a joke about swabbing the arm. Yeah, it was George Carlin. You know I loved Carlin. You know I love Carlin. Yeah. Swabbing your arm before they give you a lethal injection. That seems fucking stupid. Just fuck it. Just jam it. What difference does it make? Symbiote family feud. Yeah. Because when I pass, I put it in my wheel, put me on raft and shoot fire. Oh, you want that Viking funeral shit, huh? That'd be awesome. As long as the motherfucker knows how to shoot a bow and arrow, otherwise your ass is gonna be floating while a bunch of shit miss your ass. I told my kids I wanted to be cremated and dropped in the sands at the Great Pyramid if I never made it in life.
Hello.
Hey, Brian, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
All right.
Anything coming yet?
Friday will be the first order of DC Comics.
Oh, cool. Cool.
So Friday will be the first one.
Cool. See you then.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
So I told my kids that before, and then I thought about it. It's like there's an afterlife, and there's like a purgatory kind of sense where you live on this planet just shifted outside of the plane of visible sight and stuff to where you can still see the living people and shit. I'll be stuck in Egypt with a bunch of people that I don't fucking know and don't speak the language. That kind of suck. That kind of fucking suck. So kind of scaled it back. It's like I can be here because at least maybe I'll run into somebody I know. Or I have some friends. You know, otherwise, I'm kind of fucked up. I have to start learning Farsi or whatever the fuck they speak in Egypt right now. I have a whole storyline about how they can make Venom 3 happen. They can still make Venom 3 happen. So anyway, after this, you get Cletus getting the symbiote in him, and it doesn't take much time before it starts worming its way through his body in his bloodstream, and that's the scene that you get in the trailer where they stick the needle in his arm, and the symbiote is actually coming through the needle into the solution. That somehow, by swallowing it, it has gotten into his bloodstream. Okay. Now, in the comic book, the symbiote broke Eddie Brock out of prison, and his cellmate was Cletus Cassidy. And the spawn of Venom was left on a piece of metal in the concrete wall that was broken. And Cletus, trying to touch it, pricks himself on that shard of metal, and that's how the symbiote gets into his bloodstream. Which is where Cletus will release the symbiote is by cutting himself or whatever, and that's how it actually comes out. Otherwise, it was trapped inside of his body, right? Every villain needs an Achilles heel. Now, after Cletus bites him, he's in the chair, he's in the chamber, the symbiote kind of takes over and breaks Eddie out. Now, from here, you get one of the cool scenes that you've probably seen most of in the trailer, which is Carnage escaping from the lethal injection chamber and out of San Quentin prison. And in this scene, he's killing a lot of guards. He's not killing other prisoners. He's killing the guards, and he's particularly fixated on fucking over the warden, which is kind of funny in a sense. How he keeps going after the warden in different ways while he's walking out of this shit. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny because it's just being a dick. Right? Just being a dick. You keep pulling this dude back and killing other guards and stuff like that, and then fucking with this dude until he finally, gets tired of him and actually kills him. And you see Cletus walking free. And his first thing to do as he's walking free from prison is to find his girlfriend, find his chick, because that's who he's trying to get back to because he wants to get married. Yeah, BMT, like the movie Ghost with Swayze. Yeah. That was actually to lead it back to J. Michael Straczynski. That's kind of how the shit worked at Midnight Nation, which kind of seems cool in a sense. That you're there, you're just shifted out of reality. So you still see everybody else happening. They just can't see you all the time, unless they're really psychically attuned. Now, from here you get to the choppy parts of the movie for me, which is this whole time between Cletus getting out of prison, hooking back up, finding Shriek, hooking back up with Shriek, Eddie finding out that Cletus is out, but Eddie don't have Venom, so he's kind of terrified, like Cletus is gonna come looking for his ass. Venom not giving a fuck, and still jumping body to body to try to survive and not doing it very well, which is like a chick on that symbiote cock carousel. I didn't get that. I should have got that fucking meme up sooner. I could use that right now. I should just go ahead and put it up right now because y'all would laugh about this shit. Since I'm saying cock carousel so many goddamn times. Let's see if I can do it while I'm on stream. So I'll do it this way. Then I won't get feedback. So this part of the movie is choppy as fuck, right? Why are you doing a red pill live right now in 30 minutes? Hard to get more fucking more. Excuse me. Where it's rushing a lot of story stuff together really quickly, and it really gets choppy. It gets a bit choppy, right? And this was the thing I was saying the other night. Oh, it's an edit. Okay, got you. Is that part of this movie just rushes along stuff because it's making it really convenient that all these places, Ravenscroft, San Quentin, San Francisco, and this boys' home or this reformatory is all in the San Francisco area, which some of this shit would not be in the San Francisco area. It wouldn't be. It's not how this shit looks in San Francisco. But they can't have these motherfuckers flying across the country when he's a wanted serial killer on death row escaping. So they just kind of ran the shit together and played it fast and loose. That apparently, upon escaping prison, Cletus Cassidy, who was well known and been in the papers for a while, can actually show up on the streets in San Francisco and just be walking around and people around him and not paying no attention. Like that's the motherfucker that was killing people on death row. Enough to where he can just steal somebody's car out in downtown San Francisco and keep it pushing. Now, to this scene, I will say, this is where the pandemic comes into play. Because they're not getting all over the place. They just have to keep the shit contained in this one area as best they can and get it done. Upon getting the introduction of Cletus to finding Ravenscroft and finding Shriek in Ravenscroft and breaking her out of Ravenscroft, you get the two of them together and you get to hear the Carnage symbiote's voice, which sounds kind of fucked up. It is Woody Harrelson's voice. I wasn't sure, but somebody confirmed it for me that it was Woody Harrelson's voice for the Carnage symbiote, which was interesting. It sounded cool. I would have wanted it to sound more maniacal. At best, it sounds menacing, but not maniacal. But it does sound like a petulant fucking child. Just bitching. It's just mad at daddy. I want to kill daddy. For what? Why? To spit you off? What the fuck? It never really explains why Carnage has a hard on for fucking up Venom. Doesn't. Outside of the fact that I don't know, symbiotes just don't like their parentage. The offsprings don't like their parentage. They hate their parents. No, but I don't know. Yeah, Venom is Tom Hardy's voice. Venom is Tom Hardy's voice. That's Tom Hardy. That's Tom Hardy acting against himself. It's like watching Doctor Strange talking to Dormammu. It's the same voice. It's Benedict Cumberbatch talking to himself. He did both parts. And from what I was seeing with Andy Serkis, the interview I was listening to, Tom Hardy did both parts, and they played the Venom part back on the set while he's doing his Eddie Brock shit, right? So basically, say they filmed the scene with him doing all Eddie Brock's parts, and he knows how the conversation is going because he was involved in the writing process of this script, so he knows what the beats are, right? He's making up the performance. So he's there on the set doing all this shit, making the sound effects for getting punched in the face and all that shit. And then they play it back with him doing the Venom parts. So now there's something that you can hear, which is him doing the Venom voice, responding to these beats. It's kind of cool. Most people can't hold two things in tandem in their head most of the time anyway. But having a conversation where you listen to shit, it's just how actors get into the headspace of kind of being schizophrenic. To be able to hear the voice in your head responding to you, which basically comes out to be like your subconscious or your id talking shit to you, and actually act against that shit. Interesting. Wanda took the evil out of Carnage once, and he was just a deadly hero. They made him go back to evil. I think you're talking about when Venom and Eddie Brock did split in the comic. BMT. I think you're talking about that. So anyway, you get Shriek and Cletus back together. And you get this whole little scene with the police showing up, Johnny on the spot. Apparently, this place that they didn't know existed, didn't know where it was, and all of a sudden they can find it now because Cletus showed up here to break this chick out who they thought was dead. Okay. Get this big scene with, Carnage taking out helicopters and cops and cars and all this shit, showing how strong Carnage is with his tendrils and stuff like that, all well and good. You get Shriek screaming and Carnage figuring out that sound shit hurts and telling fucking Cletus, look, you better get her to shut up or I'm going to kill her because that shit hurts. So he has to actually try to rein in his girlfriend. It's like, don't be screaming because he don't like that shit. It hurts. Okay, all well and good. Now, beyond that, you get Eddie getting arrested by the police because they believe he had something to do with Cletus escaping from prison because he was the last person to see them. And that's where you get the cop, Patrick Mulligan, who's been weaved into the story from the beginning, that he was the one who shot Shriek when she was a kid and aided in her getting put in jail. And he's had a connection to Cletus in these killings as a detective. And he has a connection to Eddie because he's constantly interacting with Eddie, dealing with Cletus about this shit. He gets back to find out that this chick is alive. He didn't, in fact, kill her. She lived. She just ended up having a fucked up eyeball. I don't know how you get a fucked up eyeball from getting shot in the face with 9mm, but I don't see how there'd be any eyeball or back of your head left. But okay, maybe he missed. You watch the movie, you'll see that's pretty fucking close range. You don't miss from that kind of range. You really don't. You're hitting something, and it ain't gonna just leave a gash. But you get to the part where Eddie is in prison and he needs help, and so who does Eddie call? The ex-girlfriend. He calls her, and in typical fashion, she shows up to prison because she's like legal aid or something like some shit like And Eddie tells her that, in fact, Venom is alive and he's not in Eddie anymore. He's somewhere around. And she needs to go find him to bring him back so he and Eddie can team together to try to stop Cletus. Because it appears that Cletus might have a monster or some shit. So he needs Venom's help. So this is Eddie's point in recognizing that he needs Venom. All right. Now on the Venom side of the map, you see that Venom himself has actually used up his last body and wandered into Mrs. Chen's store and dropped on the floor with this person looking like they're having a fucking overdose. And Venom needs to eat. He needs chocolate. He needs brains. He needs some shit. Now, all this time that this motherfucker was free on his own, apparently he never went to get no chocolate or no brains. He didn't eat anybody. As much as he was bitching at Eddie about Eddie keeping him from eating brains and shit like that, separated from Eddie, he didn't do that shit at all. He didn't. He didn't even eat the brains of the bodies that he discarded. No, didn't. So now he just kind of dying. He needs help and all the rest of the shit. Check your email, Artisan MC. On my left, BGS. Got you, sir. Got you, sir. Let me see what I got in my email. Uh-oh! Christmas came early. Appreciate that, Master Teacher. Oh, we definitely doing a watch party. Yes, sirree. We're going to be watching and partying. Thank you, Master Teacher. I appreciate that. Shout out to the BG to the S. And shout out to 2Triv for the Cash App, sir. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. 2Triv says, Venom's a chick backseat driving, shaking my head. Yeah. That's what happens, man. That's what happens. So to 2Triv, I will give you that 3 Okay, let's see if this worked now. So yes, Venom is a backseat driver, and Venom, for the time that he was outside of Eddie, was on the Symbiote cock carousel. Shit, that's kind of funny to me. So that's my new thing. Yeah, it kind of BGS, kind of a romantic comedy. I say The Odd Couple more than anything. I heard somebody else say The Grumpy Old Men. Not really. It's more like The Odd Couple. Oscar and Felix. One is the clean one is the messy one. One wants to have a normal life without all this bullshit, and one of them just doesn't give a fuck. He just lives life how he lives. Right? It's more The Odd Couple. You ain't shit for that, man. Oh, I am shit, dude. I got flies around me right now for that reason. So Venom ends up in Mrs. Chen's store, needing help, and Eddie's ex-girl is going to his house in different places looking for Venom. Now she eventually ends up at Mrs. Chen's store and finds Venom with I'm like a grumpy old anti-heroes. Yeah, grumpy old anti-heroes. She eventually finds Venom with her fiance and gets back to Eddie and the police station and gives Venom back to Eddie. But not without Eddie having to beg and grovel Venom for him to come back. Now, this is more the chick scene. Now, what you find out is that Venom likes, I can't remember the chick, the character's name, Eddie's ex-girl's name. I can't remember her name for shit right now. Kate or something like that, I think it is. Venom really likes Kate and is really upset that she's getting fucking engaged to this other dude that they don't like. Eddie likes Kate, right? But Eddie, trying to be decent, simple world, I guess, is not telling Kate he's pissed off about her getting engaged. He's just, oh yeah, I'm happy for you. Which one of the things I think is the dumbest fucking thing ever. If you really like a chick and she pops up talking about, oh, I'm gonna get married to this other dude that you don't fucking like, can't you just be happy for me? No, bitch, I can't be happy for you. And don't ask me to. No. Because in the reverse, the chick wouldn't be happy for you. Look, be honest about your feelings. Be honest about your feelings in everything. If you don't like certain shit, don't tell people you do. Don't. You only hurting yourself. That weighs heavy on your mind. It weighs heavy on your fucking heart. Yeah, Amy Weaving. I can't remember her name in the show. I can't remember her character's name. Annie? Is it Annie? Is Annie in the show? Might be. Hello, sir.
Hey, how's it going?
All right. If you need any help, let me know. And did you see the Venom 2 movie already?
Yeah,
Are you going to see it?
probably.
Okay, I'm spoiling it. I'm live streaming right now, so
Oh, okay.
we're talking about it. So if you don't mind spoilers,
That's fine.
okay, good. We passed some of it anyway. Brock the Simp and Venom was the alpha. Not really at this sense. At this sense, it's still, a boyfriend and girlfriend situation where a guy is having to simp and kiss the chick's ass to get her back. Even though you just saw Venom not 10 minutes later was struggling badly, needed help from Mrs. Chen to actually stay alive. It gets to bond with Annie for a little while, gets to get back to Eddie, rescues Eddie from jail, breaks him out of jail, and before they can get in the car and leave and rebond to each other, Eddie has to kiss Venom's ass. Tell him all the shit he want to hear before he'll jump back on him. You were right. I was wrong. I wouldn't have been anything without you. Yada, 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 all this dumb shit. It's like that is female writing. Because Eddie has to kiss his ass. But look, we just saw you struggling 5 minutes ago, motherfucker. You was about to die on your own. But somebody needs to kiss your ass and remind them how much they need you. How much do you need them? You need to admit that shit too. But you can see it. Okay? BGF giving out gifts like Sam. Thanks for the email. Yeah, Artie Ibmore, me, you, and BGS. We got to get West Coast, BGS. I got to email West Coast. Yeah, Malike, it's some bullshit. This is just some bullshit. So Eddie does it, which is him placating Venom, because what you find out is that Venom likes to be catered to. Venom likes his ass kissed a bit. I didn't think a symbiote had these kind of emotional issues that you got to be catered to a little bit to get you to do what you're supposed to be doing any fucking way. Come home to Papa. Yeah. Yeah, but like sign language like a motherfucker. Shout out to Kevin. Look, who knew a symbiote knew sign language? Shame, guilt, and the need to be right. Ah, shit. Symbiotes. I think that's what I'm going to change the name of this stream to, Symbiote Sign Language. Oh, shit, dude. Look. I had to write that shit down. Yeah, I'm going to change the stream to Symbiote Sign Language. So, Eddie does that. Venom and him get together, and then they go after Cletus. And what you get out of this is when they finally catch up with Cletus, by this point, they've actually, Cletus and Shriek, or at least Shriek, so they can have this wedding, and they go off in their separate directions and come back to San Francisco where everybody should be looking for them. Shriek ends up kidnapping Annie, and Carnage ends up kidnapping Patrick Mulligan, the detective, to bring the Shriek. And they end up in Grace Cathedral in San Francisco. I don't know where all the homeless went, but they in Grace Cathedral trying to have this wedding to marry Cletus and Shriek, or Francine, I think her name was. Now, whereas everybody thought that this cathedral scene was going to happen on the East Coast, wrong again. Bay Area. You don't live in the Bay Area, you don't know about the cathedrals and shit like that around here, but we do have them. As amoral as some of the shit can be, we do have a lot of churches around this bitch. A lot of big ones. So they end up in Grace Cathedral trying to have this wedding of these two people getting together. Now, most of this show is kind of loosely based on the Maximum Carnage. You're supposed to get the Maximum Carnage vibe from this, with Shriek and Carnage being together and killing folks, but it's not a rated R movie, and it's being filmed during a pandemic, so you don't get all that pomp and circumstance with actually having a big killing spree like there was in the Maximum Carnage comic book story. Okay, you're getting the first on-screen appearance of Carnage. He looks kind of cool. He's kind of being an asshole, so you get it. Him and Cletus is on one page at first, but during the scene with this cathedral that reminds you of, I don't know, the first Batman 89, they fight in the church shit. Okay. Now this is where it gets into one of the scenes that I saw recycled in this shit. And recycling scene comes in the fight with Venom and Carnage and Shriek in this cathedral. Now, the point at which Eddie is kissing Venom's ass is what you see in the trailer, where Venom sees Carnage for the first time and like, oh shit, it's a red one. That's a good scene. They never explain this shit. They never explain how Venom knows what a red one means. He never explains what a red one means, does it? You kind of get the explanation in the first one where, I'm forgetting his name, but that other symbiote, Venom understands how badass that other symbiote is. Like, he has full weapons and shit like that. He knows how to fight. We in for some trouble, right? Okay, he kind of gets it. You don't get that in this one with what it means to have a red one. You don't. He just says it. He doesn't explain it, doesn't go into it. Just, no. It's just a red one. Oh shit. Oh shit, what? You're doing some of the same shit that the last one was doing in the other movie, so how is this one any different, really, outside of a color? No, it wasn't. I was looking for that to be the case because Woody Harrelson was in it, and I wanted to see if they were just going to try to do a natural born killers thing, but it's very loosely there. It's not. It's more not a natural born killer situation than it is a natural born killer situation. Maybe he didn't watch that movie fully or whatever, but it's not that. You keep trying to play it like that, but it's not. It stands on its own. It's just a shitty love story. Right? Morpheus is saying Cletus kills her off screen. Like, what the fuck? How would they tone down such a maniacal character to that degree? Morpheus, PG-13. That's how they calm down that kind of a character. PG-13. That's how they calm it down. I don't know how you do a serial killer show without it being an R, but No Country for Old Symbiote, apparently. So, yeah, they tamped it down. You don't see him killing anything. Only thing that you see him really graphically doing is tentacle raping one guard. And I'm like, why do we need the tentacle rape if I can't see him killing any of these people? Is that your alphabet community representation? I guess. I don't know. A lot of tentacle raping was happening, and you didn't see it. So maybe when they release this shit, you'll get an uncut version and you'll see all that shit. But as far as the movie in the theater, no, you don't see a bunch of actual killings from the Carnage symbiote. It's there, people is dying. but you don't see it. But it's PG-13. You're not supposed to see it. Yeah, I know Riot was the name of the other character, and I think he was white. I was thinking of the guy who had the symbiote on him, that character. Yeah, No Country for an Old Symbiote. Yeah. Good old tentacle kink acceptance. Yeah. So whatever. Yeah. All the hentai fans will love that shit for like 30 seconds. You never see it again. So they end up in this fight in this cathedral, and they end up going up the cathedral. And sure enough, they end up at a part where the cathedral is under construction, so it's a bunch of scaffolding and stuff around. And while Venom is getting his ass kicked by Carnage and Carnage is gonna kill Annie, but he has to, I guess, make it cinematic and take her ass all the way up to the fucking cathedral instead of just killing her right there with everybody else. Whatever the fuck. Venom climbs up there too, whatever. As they're going up this cathedral through this shit, it reminds me of Spider-Man 3. All this shit being suspended by webs and tentacles and all the rest of this shit, metal piping all around. I'm like, God damn, Spider-Man 3. Huh. Okay. Looks familiar, right? That was the regurg scene I saw. That was it. And it was brief, but that was it. They end up this scaffolding. Carnage fucks up Detective Mulligan, Patrick Mulligan, messes him up, Shriek kicks his ass, and he ends up just strapped to a fucking scaffold up there, getting choked out, right? Okay, well and good. He out of there. Venom's ass has been kicked multiple times by Carnage, and he's up there trying to rescue Annie. And you get to the second regurgitated scene that I saw on this shit, where Venom is trying to rescue Annie, but is getting stabbed and impaled by Carnage. Now, this is the part I had a problem with because it doesn't actually seem to work. Now, while Venom is sacrificing himself, in a sense, to save Annie, which is letting her down from the top of this cathedral to the bottom on a tendril, he's been being stabbed by Carnage the whole fucking time. Now, as I understand this shit works, Symbiote has full control of his body. So if you remember the last movie, it's stretching and stuff like that. Some shit will go right through. You see Carnage separating himself and bullets going directly through him. Why is Venom not able to do this? Why all of a sudden is being stabbed and shit a problem for him? You know the bullets ain't gonna work. Saw that in the first movie, right? So what's the deal with him just being stabbed by another symbiote? I don't get that part. I guess you need this motherfucker to get hurt in some kind of way to make it a struggle. Okay. Whatever. Now, Venom ends up getting the upper hand. I'm leaving parts of this shit out so you can actually watch the movie yourself if you feel like it. But yeah, plot convenience. Yeah, plot holes. He's getting stabbed up and it's like he's being defeated, and they finally use the bell to hit both Cletus and Eddie in the same shot. That symbiotes are getting, discombobulated from the sound of the bell. Shout out to Spider-Man 300. Another copy. They're letting her down from the cathedral. Another regurg scene from the Spider-Man movie with Gwen Stacy and the shit and some other stuff. Okay. Batman, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Okay, yeah, sloppy writing cinematically. Yeah, true. Sloppy. Like I said, this part got choppy. It got really fucking choppy all of a sudden. Because they spent too much time giving you the backstory of Cletus and this chick, which they had to do, but they spent too much time on it. Too much time with this Eddie and other shit. They could have cut out that whole party scene with Venom coming out to everybody in the party and doing the drunken girlfriend thing. We could have skipped all that shit and just kept on with the story. Giving character who's clearly powerful into a weak, pathetic version of himself. Yeah, Morpheus. So you get the symbiote and Carnage symbiote and Cletus having a problem with each other because Carnage wants to kill Shriek. Carnage is sick of hearing Shriek open her fucking mouth. Carnage wants to kill her. And Cletus doesn't want to. That's my wife. Don't do that. That's my wife. Which sounds really fucking ridiculous in and of itself, right? And Eddie capitalizes on this, seeing that, okay, they're not bonded, so we can defeat them. Well, technically, since Venom left Eddie, y'all motherfuckers ain't bonded either. Technically. So using the bell and Shriek as a device, Shriek screams, discombobulates Venom and Carnage, and the bell actually kills Shriek and actually separates Cletus and Carnage from each other. They hit the ground. With some clever shit, Venom is actually able to transfer from Annie to her fiance back to Eddie without Eddie hitting the ground and killing himself. But Carnage and Cletus are separated. Cletus falling to the ground, being laid out, and Carnage symbiote on the ground just as the symbiote itself. Venom, in fact, picks up this symbiote and eats the motherfucker. He eats the symbiote. I guess remerging it into itself. He ate his kid. I don't know. Shriek is killed by the bell falling from the cathedral, falls on top of her ass, shuts her ass up finally. And Venom and Eddie grab fucking Cletus, talk this dude, and Venom finally says, fuck this guy, and bites off Cletus's head and kills Cletus. End of Cletus, end of Carnage, end of Shriek, somewhat end of the fucking movie. Now, I wouldn't say Carnage symbiote was Black Pill. It wasn't Black Pill. It was a pissy fucking kid. It just didn't like Shriek. It didn't like Shriek because what Shriek did hurt it, and it don't want to be hurt. So it was gonna kill that bitch. Plain and simple. It was killing a lot of people. Didn't care whatsoever. It had no qualms about killing anybody. It had no affinity for fucking Shriek. Cletus was the one who liked Shriek because that was his one true love from way back when. Carnage didn't give a fuck. Look, yeah, she fine as long as she shut the fuck up. She didn't shut up. I'm killing this bitch because she hurting me. It's just what it was. It ain't Black Pill or Red Pill. He just understands. Look, she doing some shit that hurt me. And if I don't like being hurt, she gonna have to go. Either get your girl to shut up, Cletus, or I'm gonna silence her. That ain't Black Pill. That's just straight up pragmatic facts. Look, she's gonna need to shut the fuck up. And you need to control her. Can't control her, I'll control her. Simple. So there goes Carnage, there's those Cletus. Apparently you won't see them in another movie because he ate the Carnage symbiote. So you get in one movie of Carnage and that's it. Apparently. Now you get to the end of this part of the movie where Eddie is on the run because although people are going to find Cletus's headless body, they still want Eddie because they think he had something to do with Cletus escaping, even though they can't explain how, because it looks like some monster broke him out. So how's Eddie responsible for that monster? I don't know. You get to see that Patrick Mulligan is in fact not dead, but still has a chain around his neck strapped to this beam up on the cathedral, and his eyes start glowing blue, and he talks about monsters. Now, this is supposed to be the big reveal for everybody else that fucking Patrick Mulligan is going to be Toxin. The only reason you know that shit is because you read comic books and knows who Toxin is. If you don't, it meant nothing. The fact that, what, this dude got fucking powers? Because this is how you have to look at this shit. Yeah, you know some shit meta from the comic books, but you have to look at this as a regular movie going watching this shit. There's no explanation of what the fuck is going on with this dude. Why is his eyes glowing blue? The fuck is that? Does he have Shriek's powers now? It makes no sense, and it's not actually explained in any way. It just happens, and that's just it. And if you don't read comic books and know who the hell Patrick Mulligan is, why he's significant to the story, it makes no fucking sense. It's not explained. Just like a lot of other things in this shit. Okay, fuck it. His eyes glow blue. I guess we'll figure it out in the next movie. Eddie and Venom go on run away. Apparently, they seem to have patched up their differences in a sense. And you see Eddie, in effect, taking Venom to a tropical beach somewhere and letting Venom put his toes in the goddamn sand and watch the sunset like they having a bromance. Because that was something he said he wanted to do. So basically, it's Eddie kissing Venom's ass and letting him have a little bit of what he wants. Carnage Symbiote was the alpha to a beta supposed to be a maniac. What a defective trope. Yeah, pretty much. Now, mind you, from the comic, to speak to Morpheus's point, Carnage and Cletus did bond fully because they were down for the same shit, killing people. They were down for that. They were Carnage together. This is where the movie makes these departures, is that these two people being merged together is what makes them one or the other. But since they've gone in and did a lot of rework on these symbiotes in the comics to give the symbiote some story and some definition to who they are, they're just not mindless fucking goo. You get this differentiation between a Venom being the symbiote and Eddie and the host being their own personality. That they actually have to work together to get the full extent of their powers out of each other. Which is fine for the movie because I like the Venom symbiote talking back in the movie. I do. It makes it more fun because you have something to play off of. But you have to remember most of the time these people are talking to nobody. They're just talking to themselves. So, yeah. Carnage was an instant bond. Yeah, they got each other like that from day one. How you doing, sir?
Good, how are you?
All right. If you need any help, let me know. And if you hear me talking, I'm live streaming. I'm not crazy. Like the win this game, 21 mile per hour, 590. Yeah, nobody ever said that Tony Stark and Jarvis was gay. I think Carnage will be back against Toxin or maybe a version of Spider-Man. Carnage should never have left because you need Carnage because Carnage hates fucking Toxin and Toxin hates Carnage and Venom. So I'm not as familiar with the Toxin character because I wasn't reading this shit at this time when they created this character. I think personally they've made way too many damn symbiotes. I do like Null. Null was cool. But they've gone too far with symbiote shit. They have. Flesh out the rest of the characters that you have. Venom, Carnage, the Life Foundation symbiotes, and an Anti-Venom. Anti-Venom is kind of cool. But pass on the rest of this shit. I keep hearing people talk about how powerful Toxin is. I still haven't seen how he's powerful. Nobody explained how he's fucking powerful to me. Just that it's not Cletus, and he kind of don't like them, and he's kind of a kid. How is he more powerful? I don't get it. Is this like Dragon Ball Z, where every hybrid is stronger than the original? Powerful how? How are symbiotes powerful? What differentiates them? What can they do different than the other symbiotes? That's what makes them powerful to me, as I understand it. That Venom was strong, but Carnage could actually throw pieces of himself off, which Venom could not do. So Venom was more tendril-based, as opposed to Carnage, who could actually throw pieces of himself, his own matter away, and not be worried about it, and actually make blades and stuff like that. It's based on the host, not the symbiote itself. Yeah, I get that part, Fitness Mind. The Toxin is a superhero who fights for good, and he's kind of trained a little bit by Spider-Man. I got that part. But, yeah, he got a cool design with the red and the black together, but how is he more powerful? He's not. I don't see him doing anything differently than Spider-Man or Venom. I just don't. Symbiotes are like tribbles, annoying, and too many. They can be because they just keep introducing more of them. It ends up being a plot device now. For me, a symbiote has to have its own special ability outside of being a symbiote. They can all be symbiotes, whatever. But they have to have their own special calling card outside of just the color. They do. Carnage's calling card is being able to throw parts of himself away. That's an offshoot of the fact that Carnage was a spawn of Venom. There's a piece of himself that he left behind, and because of that, that symbiote could actually throw away pieces of himself. Okay, what's Toxin's thing? Anti-Venom can actually repel symbiote, as far as I know. Okay, what's Toxin's thing? What does he actually do? I don't know. So anyway, so after this, you get, the holiday with Eddie and Venom on the beach, and that's basically him making up with his girlfriend, taking her where she wants to go. And you get into the post-credits scene. Now, I thought about going back to see this movie again for one reason and one reason only, is to make sure I heard what I thought I heard, which I think people are misreporting, is that you get to the post-credit scene, Venom and Eddie are in this hotel room. And Venom is giving this speech to Eddie about how his mind would crack if he could tell him about this 8 million years of symbiote hive knowledge that he has. And this comes from the comic. Okay. But I didn't hear him say multiverse. I did not hear the Venom symbiote say shit about a multiverse. I heard him say universe, but I did not hear him say multiverse. And I think this is where people are projecting what they wanted to hear and not what was actually said. Now, I can't confirm that because I have not gone to see the movie again to hear that one piece again. And I don't see myself going to the movies to see it again just to hear that little piece. I don't see myself sitting through that again. Mind you, I like Venom character, I like Tom Hardy. Yes, there are some funny parts in it, but I don't see myself sitting through that movie again just to hear that part. I don't see myself sitting through the movie again to see any other parts in that. I really don't, because it was largely forgettable. It happened. I saw it. It's over. Moving on with my life. That's why I say, let there be man. It was just man. Nothing is there to draw me back to see that for a second time. Nothing. It's nothing to draw me back to see it a second time. I can hear funny quips anywhere. I can make them up myself. But I don't need to see that part again. Funniest thing I would see again, but I can get from a GIF, would be Mrs. S.I.G.N with the Venom symbiote. That was funny. But I can get comedy anywhere. Marvel is doing that a lot. Toxin, yeah, I get that. Toxin was stronger than Venom and Carnage. Both Venom and Carnage were worried about Toxin's birth because Toxin was one. Yeah, I get that. I can read Wikipedia too, Double C. I know that part. That's the common trope line. It's not saying how he's stronger, what he can be stronger at doing. That's not explained. Stronger doesn't mean shit because stronger is basically, it's a nebulous fucking term. I'm stronger than my son. My son is stronger than his daughter, but it doesn't give you an actual indication of what it means to be stronger than. What is he stronger at? What is he stronger doing? Is he stronger strength-wise or is he stronger mentally? It's nebulous. It's just a nebulous term. It doesn't actually define anything. So like Fitness Mom, yeah, I didn't hear him say multiverse. I heard him say 8 million years of the universe, not the multiverse, which everybody's jumping to. Oh my God. They're just saying multiverse because of what happens next. What happens next is Venom goes to show Eddie what he knows of his hive knowledge, and something happens. everything starts glitching around him. And Eddie says, "Are you doing this?" And Venom says, "No, I am not doing this." And they end up in the same room, but the room is different. It's more polished. It's better. And the news comes on, and it's J. Jonah Jameson on the news talking about the reveal that Peter Parker is in fact Spider-Man from the Far From Home movie. And so you realize Venom has just transferred into the MCU universe. How? You don't know. But in effect, it's kind of fast and loose to figure out what time frame this is happening in. Is he seeing the report of when Jameson did that at Far From Home? Or is he seeing a report of later on when this shit happened? Either way, this is the shocking point where you have Venom jumping universes. That's why I think everybody is making the jump that, oh, he said multiverse. I didn't hear him say multiverse. I heard him say universe. I'm not going to throw the multi in there just because everything else that's happening in Marvel right now has multi in front of a fucking universe. And what if is going on and everybody's jazzed about this multi shit. I didn't hear that. I heard universe. And I'm very keen on listening to what people actually say and not putting what I want them to say into that shit. I heard universe. 8 million years of the universe. This is how I hear language because I see it as words. I didn't hear multiverse in that shit. But I'll go back and listen just to see if I heard that. But I don't feel like paying to see that movie again just to hear that part. Just to wait 2 hours or an hour and a half to see that shit. Now, the fact that Venom ended up transferred into the MCU universe, okay, that's kind of cool. Exact time frame of when that happens, I don't know. Maybe it happened after Peter was outed. Maybe it actually happens after Far From Home because there was no event happening at that time that would give him the ability to transfer from one universe to the other. Probably happens after Doctor Strange fucks up that timeline. Or Peter helps him fuck up the spell. Maybe that's when it happened. And that's why the report you're hearing is not the report from Far From Home. It's a report from later on of Jameson talking about this shit. Okay, all well and good. Venom is in the MCU universe for a little bit. It actually plays in perfectly to No Way Home, where you already see Alfred Molina Spider-Man or Alfred Molina Dr. Octopus from Spider-Man 2 showing up in No Way Home. Okay, all the villains are over here in the MCU for a hot minute. Fine, I don't have a problem with that shit. But I don't hear Venom talking about this multiversal shit. I don't hear him saying that shit. I hear him being connected to all the hive minds of all the other symbiotes, but I don't hear him saying multiverse. He just ended up in a multiverse situation. Because, and I'll use this as my point, if that was the case, he would have known where the fuck he was. And he didn't know what was happening. And he didn't know. Now, what you did see is Venom take a liking to Spider-Man, seeing him on the TV, of Tom Holland seeing Peter Parker on the TV and like him, liked him from sight. That was kind of what I said when the Venom movie came out and everybody was bitching about Venom not having a spider on his chest. And I said in the reviews about that shit, you can clearly have him go to New York, see Peter Parker and fall in love with him and get it into a little love triangle situation where Venom actually becomes attracted to Spider-Man, jumps on Spider-Man for a while, gets rejected, and now is really pissed at fucking Spider-Man. And Eddie Brock is pissed at him too. And now you got Venom hating Spider-Man. It's very easy to do. And it's nice to see that they're actually going that direction. Seems like it. Okay, so Venom 3 or Spider-Man, whatever fuck. Okay, you'll see them eventually getting together and having a little problem with the Venom symbiote being torn between two lovers. This will lead into the whole LGBT of the shit, or the alphabet of it. Okay. Beginning of the shared universe with Spidey. Fallout from the What If series, yeah. Facts is no how and what makes him strong. Yes, there is no definitive description of what makes him stronger. Only saying that he's stronger than the other two. How? Physically? Mentally? Symbiotically? Explain this shit to me. You use one word to say he's better. Tell me how he's better. It was meant to take the place exact time around. No, it's not. It's not, because it can't. Morpheus. This is the problem with listening to shit and not doing your own fact checking. There's no fucking way for this to happen at that time. The only way it could happen at this time is only one person saw the same thing I saw, and that was Rob from Comics Explain. That the only way this could happen is if it was because of Loki and Sylvie. Because when I saw that shit happen, the first thing I thought, they piped into another universe. Fucking Sylvie. That was the first thing I fucking said. Fucking Sylvie. That's the only way it could happen. Prior to Doctor Strange fucking up something. That's why you see in the report you did. So let me backtrack on this book. That's why you're seeing the report that you saw. It's the first time J. Jonah Jameson is saying this shit out in Spider. Reason being is that this is happening at the same time as Loki shit has happened, where Sylvie has just killed Immortus, or he who remains. She killed him. This shit happened, and that's how Venom ended up jumping or getting pushed into this other universe. Okay. Now it gives credence to why Doctor Strange's spell doesn't actually work, because the universe is already being twisted and fucked up a bit. That you can't do a spell to erase this shit because it's crossing multiple fucking universes. It ain't gonna work now because multiple universes are overlapping on each other now. It's already fucked up. You saw the end of that shit. You saw the tendrils. You get what's happening. Okay, that's why it's happening. It's not after the fact. It's not then. It's happening right at the same time. Thank you, Morpheus. Now, is that a problem? No. End credit scene is available on YouTube for free. Do they have that whole conversation with Venom and Eddie? Because that's what I'm most interested in. That if it comes out of his mouth that he says, or voice that he says multiverse, or does he just say 8 million of the universe? Yeah, I heard that too, Enigma. Yes, they use the same glitch effect. That's just standard now. Just like it's standard for the MCU movies. It's an MCU kind of effect. This is Doctor Strange or Wanda, but Loki messing with that multiversal timeline is very possible. Yeah, that's probably it. That's the only way it could happen at that time frame. Because Doctor Strange hadn't did shit yet. I think Loki made the glitch start. Yeah, it ain't Loki. It's Sylvie made the glitch start when she killed He Who Remains, and broke that shit open. And start with Doctor Strange will completely break it open. I think Doctor Strange will fuck it up more because his spell was limited to this universe. Because remember, he was trying to do something where everybody in the world forgets that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, right? But the spell fucks up because, in my mind, the spell fucks up because you just got two worlds crossed over with each other, two separate universes with two different worlds. And your spell is trying to work on one world when you have another world kind of superimposed on it. It's not going to work because you're not taking everything into account. And since you didn't know it was happening that way, that's why your spell didn't work. It's not broad enough. So I think that's why it would be the multiverse of madness, because you got motherfuckers crossing over here and there and everywhere, and you don't know how all this stuff is overlapping. You got people running all over the place now, which will lead into why it's no way home, because some of these people are going to be stuck here and staying. Or Spider-Man is going to be stuck over there, staying there. whole scene is, well, it should be crappy quality because that means somebody filmed it out of the theater. It better be crappy quality. Yeah, so that's it. Oh, fuck, I'm 3 hours in already. 333. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. And now we're at 3333. 33333. I hope it's going to be great. I'm really interested to see what's going on in this Multiverse of Madness movie because there's going to be a lot of shit going on. And I'm wondering how they're going to pull all that together. It might be the last movie for Benedict Cumberbatch as Doctor Strange. So that'll be disappointing in a sense, but I guess it'll happen. I already know they're killing off Doctor Strange in the comic book for a while, which means it's going to be some other Strange, or it'll be another different Sorcerer Supreme. And I'm thinking it'll be a chick again. They're gonna go to a chick Sorcerer Supreme for a while. If they don't make Wanda the Sorcerer Supreme, we'll see. But it's completely possible. 1 second, you guys. Never finished my breakfast, and I'm hungry. So 1 second while I finish chewing my food, and then we'll get to the next part.
Get your booty to the pole, 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 yeah.
Did we get your attention? Good.
Get your booty to the pole. Get your booty to the pole.
Get your booty to the pole.
Get your to the pole, get your booty 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 to the pole, get your booty.
All right, I'm back. I'm sorry, I had to put something in my system because blood sugar is a thing. I was hungry. Oh, there's this. All right, so Double C said, let me see, probably Wanda. Yeah, it's probably Wanda Fitness Mall, I'm thinking. Because they've been leading too heavy into in the MCU stuff with Wanda being stronger than the Sorcerer Supreme. So it'd be only right in the sense that fans would be wanting to see Wanda be the Sorcerer Supreme one time. And since Kevin Feige is in charge of all continuity between the comics and the movies, he can make that shit happen by saying, this is what's going to happen. That's it. That's how his position runs. If Kevin said it, it will be so. Jericho Drum, Brother Voodoo would be cooler for me. If Brother Voodoo showed up and became a Sorcerer Supreme, that'd be cooler. But you know, brothers and men in general ain't getting that kind of shine right now in Phase 4. So you can probably forget that shit. Probably not gonna happen. Wanda died right now. She'll be back like the fucking Phoenix, dude. They can't keep Wanda dead. Not with all the popularity of the character right now. I'm interested to see where Wanda goes from here in the MCU because of the fact that the character has grown up in a sense in front of our eyes. She's a woman now. So we got to see this full-grown knowing her power as woman out there on the big screen, seeing how she can boss up. So there's a lot of shit going on in this Multiverse of Madness movie. There's a lot of stuff in play in it, and that's why I'm really curious to see what it's going to be about, how it's going to shake out. Because you're already dealing with at least 3 characters already: Wanda Strange and America Chavez. But you know some other people are going to be in it, like what's his name? Mordo is going to be back in it as well. Maybe you'll get Shima Gorath in it or something. It's a lot of shit going on in this. They're going to have to make it make some sense to me. My head is shiny because I cut it, motherfucker, and I put oil on it. Rusty bastard. That's what happens when you do some self-care. What also happens is every time I cut my hair, it gets really fucking cold. So if I sound like I'm clogged up a little bit, it's because I cut my hair last night, and of course it's cold as fuck last night. So I feel like I was getting a little bit sick. And does it have anything to do with the live action? What's your question, Morpheus? I'm curious to see how this season of What If ends. Will they reveal the multiversal Avengers team or not? Yes, they will, Morpheus. You can always ask some questions that I've already heard people asking these same questions to. You got to get some original thought. Does it have anything to do with the live action MCU? Yes, possibly, because what Kevin Feige has said is that all that stuff works together. That What If series that you're seeing is directly related to what happened in the Loki series. The multiverse going different directions, which the What If show is showing you what all that stuff was and happened. The Loki show introduced everybody to the understanding of what a multiverse is, what a variant is, and then the What If show further explores those variations. And then the Doctor Strange movie will further show you the fallout from what has happened in those 2 events. So you're seeing and how it has far-reaching effects and everything else. So yes, very obvious question. Yeah, Wanda will be heavy in Multiverse Madness. It's about her. It's pretty much about her, something going on with her. Running through the multiverse to look for her kids. And people even speculate that she may appear in Spider-Man. Maybe they're doing a bunch of multiversal shit in No Way Home, so I won't be surprised. By heavy, I mean heavily involved. Yeah. I don't understand how it's supposed to be a horror movie, though. That's up to Sam Raimi. Sam Raimi juggling all these different characters in the Doctor Strange 2 movie is worrisome to me. I saw what Sam Raimi did with the Spider-Man movie and some of the other movies he's made. Whereas I liked Spider-Man, the original one, and I really liked number 2. Number 2 was one of the best comic book movies made. 3 was an abortion because it was rushed. Now him coming back to do a Doctor Strange, if you take Army of Darkness out of the picture, could you see him doing a movie like this? Take Ash and the Evil Dead out of it, could you see him doing a movie like this? Would you watch it? Probably not, because he do campy shit. It was his idea to have Spider-Man dancing around and shit like that. So I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna see. Really. I know what characters are gonna be in it. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna see. Most people ain't saying. I would have really liked to see the second movie go more into Mordo, taking all these other sorcerer's powers and shit like that, and him having to go up against Doctor Strange, and Doctor Strange having to go up against his former teacher in a Hal Jordan Sinestro kind of way. And then all this multiverse jumping, but Marvel got its own plans for what it's doing. So this could be interesting. A little bit more interesting than that. So that's getting a backseat to all this multiversal stuff and what they want to introduce in this. So I have to see how it shakes out. I'm going to watch the movie regardless because I like Benedict Cumberbatch being Doctor Strange. I wanted to see where the story of this character goes in the movies, but I'm pretty skeptical on what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen, which makes me like, I guess we'll see. I think Madam Web will probably make an appearance in a Spider-Man movie because they have to get to a point. If Sony has stated that they want to do a live-action Spider-Verse, they're going to have to get to understanding the whole idea of the web, these other universes, and give Spider-Man some kind of way to traverse this shit and a way for people to understand it. Madam Web is just another character to introduce into this shit because if you read the Spider-Verse actual book, not the movie, which was loosely Spider-Verse comic, she's not really a factor in that shit. It's another spider in that shit. It's actually another version of Peter Parker. And all that jumping around is what actually broke time and ended up with the new Secret Wars. Kevin Feige appears to have an overarching plan for Marvel properties. Kathleen Kennedy, we should take notes. Yeah, Kevin Feige got the same kind of power that Kathleen Kennedy did. He got an upgrade in his abilities last year, year before, to where Disney put him in charge of all Marvel. He's in charge of all Marvel, editorial side and movie side. And his responsibility in some of that is to make sure all this stuff is within continuity, which means he can change continuity in the comics to reflect the movie, which is why I said that in Marvel Comics, the tail is now wagging the dog. It was doing it for a little while where the comics kept trying to follow what the movie was doing and changing the comics to incorporate what was happening in the movie. So it makes people who watch the movie be able to find what they saw on screen in the comic books, which is the wrong way to go to me. But when Kevin Feige came on board, that was part of what his mandate was, what he could do. He could change continuity in the comics to reflect the movie, so it's all seamless. That's where he's at. He can run that shit. He can make those calls completely. I actually did a story on it on this channel. One of my past shop talks, we talked about that Kevin Feige has that kind of Kathleen Kennedy control where he's in charge of the movies, comics, and novelizations and shit like that. He's in charge. He makes the call on that. So it's not a recent development. He's had it for a while now. And that's why you see a lot of this stuff getting reworked to where Disney Plus, the movies, comics, cartoons all work together. Will it still be relevant to this? Yeah, I think so, Morpheus. I think so. Can't say for sure because I'm not making this shit, but I think so. I don't think Wanda is dead. Little Swine in the trial of Magneto. Yeah, I don't think Wanda is dead either because they wouldn't kill Wanda. They say she's dead, like Magneto's been dead a bunch of times. Xavier's been dead a bunch of times. If you know anything about anybody with mutant abilities, they don't stay dead. Mutants do not stay dead. Hey, Gary. Thank you. One of my favorite customers, Gary Ihara, Japanese dude. He's the Japanese dude I was telling you guys about that has a whole storage container full of shit. Buy a lot of stuff. Motherfucker just dropped off a box of manga. This is what he does. He buys the stuff, he reads it, and then he gives it away. So for any of you guys who didn't know, most of the manga that we have in the store, we don't buy that shit. We don't have to. He buys a shitload of manga and he gives it to us for free. And it's better that he gives it to us for free because we couldn't sell it in the store because we have a Barnes and Nobles up the street who can outsell us any day of manga because they can just cut their prices to nothing and bury us in manga. That's why we don't sell a shitload of manga because Barnes and Noble sells all of it. So shout out to Gary. I appreciate that, Gary. Yeah, they basically live forever. That's what I've been hearing from the Hickman shit, and I haven't read all of it. But these motherfuckers ain't dying. They ain't going nowhere. I mean, they just brought back Onslaught. He was supposed to have been dead. So, no, Wanda ain't dead. You're not getting away from a cash cow that's been in her own series. No, she ain't dead. You can suspend that disbelief all you want to. Okay, so. Okay. Did Venom, did Babylon 5. I don't give a shit about R. Kelly. Why the Last Man we can talk about in conversation because it's not interested enough to do a whole stream on. So I'm going to go ahead and, since we already 3 hours in on this shit, I'm going to drop the link in the chat room. If anybody would like to come up, talk about this and other topics, other geek topics, please do. I will say if we get a bunch of people up here, let's keep the comments to like a minute or less because, look, people want to talk and actually respond to the things that are said. And if you throw 50 fucking points out there and never stop, they can't address all of the points. It's really frustrating to have to. I don't like having to cut people off, but trying to run a show, I can't have you droning on forever. That's my job. So, in the meantime, there's a bunch of Star Wars stuff going on right now, which is actually interesting that I wrote down. One of the things that I'm most excited about and happy to hear, which I just heard today, is that my girl is coming back to The Mandalorian. Damn, Gina. Yes, Gina Carano is going to be back on The Mandalorian. It is going to be announced soon. But Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni actually got through the Chapek and the Disney higher-ups and got her back on board of the series. Now, she is not going to be in season 3, which hasn't started filming, but she will be in season 4, which is cool. I'm fine. If she comes back, I'm fine with that because she shouldn't be gone anyway. Now, season 4 is going to be the last season for The Mandalorian as a show, but those characters will go forward into a different show that won't be focused solely on The Mandalorian. It'll be a different show. But, hello.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, how are you?
Good.
If you need help, let me know.
Yeah, definitely.
And if you hear me talking, just live stream. So,
okay, no problem.
So, no worries. So, it'll be a different show, but it won't be The Mandalorian, and I'm fine with that because all the stuff that was going on with Mandalorian and them trying to make that the tentpole show, it will do that in a sense, but it should have its time span and run its course. Especially with the stuff that went on with Gina delaying things, and then Pedro Pascal, some of the shit that he said, and him wanting more money and stuff like that. They probably just gonna end that show and get him on to something else. So give him some time to do whatever he think he can do, better than having a series on Disney Plus. Good luck. So they'll have him around, but it won't be dependent upon them. He won't be holding them by the beskar, trying to get him on board with the show. Don't even call her. That's an insult to Empress Morpheus. That's KK. That's 2 strikes away. Yeah. You're welcome. Have a good one. Yep, Gina's back. She's going to come back. She agreed to come back, which is a good move for her. And Malika, RDMR, I see you guys in the back. Just hold on a second. If BGS, if you want to come up here, I need to talk to you for a quick second about this other shit. It's your rant, sir. How much ass did they have to kiss? How much ass did they have to kiss? I don't know how much ass they had to kiss. They obviously did it. They was serious about that shit. And I'll say this. This goes a big shout out. Where are we at? 354 in. This is a big shout out to Jon Favreau initially, because Jon Favreau initially was the one who came out in support of Gina Carano. He didn't wait. He didn't stand by the sideline and see how the tea leaves was going to read. He was in support of Gina Carano, and he did what only a creator could do. Is like, this show is not going to work without her, so we're not going to do the show. I'll write you something else. And he held on that shit, which shows his integrity. I got a lot of respect for Jon Favreau for that shit, because most people would have just sat there and let the mob decide what was going to happen. He actually said, no, we'll give you something else. I'm not giving you this because I wrote this for her, which a lot of people didn't support. I supported that shit. I said, that's a bold stance. That's a man stance right there. Bravo. And now it's bearing fruit, not a year later. It hasn't even been a year. Because mind you, all this firing of her stuff happened in February. This is still the same year. He held out and got that bitch back. Now, how much ass did he have to kiss? I don't know. I don't know if he had to kiss any ass. He might have had to grease some palms. He might have had to make some assurances or some shit. But I tell you this, her coming back ain't got shit to do with Jon Favreau or Dave Filoni. It has to do with Kathleen Kennedy ass being gone and the rest of these people that's in Lucasfilms behind this bitch being gone and getting the fuck out of here. And if you've been following this shit a little bit, a lot of these writers and stuff like that have been getting fired and getting the fuck out of there. This Crapalite show that I hope never comes out, that's still being delayed, and from what I'm hearing recently, will probably be delayed until mid-2022. This bitch is not trying to go anywhere. She can't keep anybody on this show. She firing people, everybody else firing people. Writers. Why? Because it's dog shit. Bantha poodoo. That's what it is. That's why. You can't get nobody to get this shit correct. And she's just stretching this shit out further and further. So Gina coming back ain't got shit to do with her not liking John, or Dave, or Disney. All Disney had to do was sign off on her and get this bitch Kathleen Kennedy not to have anything to do with it. And as long as she ain't got nothing to do with it, I'm sure Gina will be willing to come back. And sure enough, Gina coming back. So bravo to John and Dave for going to bat for her and holding her down when some really egregious shit was happening to her, which was out of fucking line, not even professional. Not even professional. Your private comments is your private fucking comments. Ain't got shit to do with the franchise or whatever. Now, if people want to make it about the franchise, that's their fucking business. But you should not, and I said this before, you should not have people who work for that company leading an assault to get somebody else fired from that company. You should not have people from that company on Twitter flaming the fan base. Your ass should be off of Twitter. Working for Lucasfilm, your ass shouldn't be on Twitter. Not under your personal name, not under I work for Lucasfilms, and not flaming fucking people. You want a platform to espouse your political views? Make your own goddamn platform. Make your own fucking company. YouTube is full of people with their own platform saying whatever kind of goofy shit they want to say, even talking about comics and Star Wars. Why don't you follow suit and do the same thing? So then, whatever goofy shit you say goes directly to you. You don't get to hide behind the company banner. And then you could espouse all that bullshit. So, Jen being back, I'm happy. I'm happy about that shit because that was, to me, that's an injustice, a right being wronged. The show going off after that, I'm fine. Let's have this whole big love in with everybody in this shit one last time and close that shit out on a good note. Cool. Move on with the story because that's what creative people can do. We can just write another goddamn story. Tell it a little bit further in the fucking future. Don't have to run backwards. I hope Gina made the mouse pay up. No, she probably got a little bit of Mickey. Probably did. But for me, it's a personal win. Because fuck Kathleen Kennedy. That's why I try not to use her name. I call her KK every chance I can. 2 strikes away, bitch. You need to be gone. You got 2 strikes. And if that don't settle up how most of this motherfucker be acting, she be on that shit. Aggressive my ass. KK is why the last man. Yeah, funny. Yeah, she the last of something. This bitch wasn't hooked up with Frank Marshall, I don't think she'd still be there. So she found the right dick to suck on. But she's still in there fussing. Yeah. KK is plagueis. KK is a plague. Anyway, I'm about to bring these brothers to the stage. First up is brother who gave me the moniker for 3B Salute. We got the Malika Mebane. What's up, Malika?
What's up, man? How you doing?
All right. Let me give you 30 seconds to rock out so you can greet the chat and everybody else. You got 30 seconds, man. What you want to say?
I like how the way you gave your rundown on Venom. It's funny. It was just funny how the way it was just about a whole relationship, and then like how you said, I know you like going to see a movie a second time and getting a second run on it. When you don't want to see it the second time, I'm like, oh. And when you said, what can I really gain from it? And we both said nothing at the same time. I started laughing. I said, yeah, this was just
it was just a movie.
Yeah, exactly.
It was like Snake Eyes. What did I say when I saw Snake Eyes? I liked it. There was some cool stuff in there. Would I go see it again? Well, I didn't really need to.
Yeah.
I didn't really need to. Nah, seen it once. I'm good. You know? It wasn't as bad as people were saying, but no, I don't need to see it again.
Exactly.
I'm just saying. It's just what it is. All right. For this next person sitting here, I don't know what the fuck you playing over here. This motherfucker got free time for days. At least he ain't jacking off.
Okay.
So for this next brother coming up, my art beat brother, the brioche king himself. Watch your girls, because he's gonna slip her some brioche. The dope boy is in the building. Art of the Immortal.
What's going on, people?
What's up? Playing with Guile, huh?
Yeah, American hero, man.
Here we go. Real American brushhead. G.I. Guile was there. All right, you got 30 seconds because I don't have streaming your fucking game. I'll turn you ass off. Get me fucking. Get your own channel flagged. Gotta come over here and help me get my shit flagged. I can do that by myself. Okay. Enough videos taken down already. They don't like to see me coming.
My live got taken down last night.
Well, why are you doing this shit on my stream?
It wasn't because of that. It was because of I showed that Darker Than Black intro.
Did you?
Yeah.
Darker Than Black is awesome.
And Funimation flagged.
Funimation got your ass, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
You were waiting in the cut. Look, if y'all have never seen Darker Than Black is one of them animes my son and my daughter got me to watch. I love Darker Than Black.
Yeah, Darker Than Black was the shit.
Yeah, it was cool as fuck. Got a cool intro too. But you played that shit live and you surprised that you got fucking. Look, Funimation don't fuck around, dude.
No, they don't.
They do not. They are not in the fuck around.
See, because usually if I play like Justice League or something like that, they'll say I can't monetize it. Okay, whatever.
No. Funimation told his ass eat shit.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, they want all their money. No, you can watch the shit on Funimation or you won't see it at all.
So I got it premiering right now.
Oh, here you go, dickhead. You gotta edit it. Okay, that's why I saw the premiere. I saw it was an edit. It's like, okay. I thought he was firing up a stream at the same time.
So I had to take out that part and then just put in like memes. It was at the end, so unless you watched this way to the end, so.
Yeah, I gotta do like Angry Man. When I stream something like that, I gotta save it to my computer first before I put it up on YouTube, so I can edit out anything that they don't possibly like, which could be the whole fucking stream. Because look, it's really insulting and disappointing to do like 4 hours and you really be happy about what the hell you did, put that shit up, and they be like, "Yeah, we blocked your shit." Like, what? You couldn't tell me before? Nah, we just waited till you were finished. Nobody can see it.
Well, you still use StreamYard, right?
Yeah, I still do. That's why I'm gonna try to switch over to OBS or something. Because I have Streamlabs too. I just don't use Streamlabs as much when I stop streaming from my phone. So I got to use the OBS and get familiar with that shit.
Well, Streamlabs OBS is pretty much the same thing. It's just that Streamlabs has a little more extra features. But what you can do is you can record and stream at the same time.
Yeah, see, okay. I gotta learn some new shit, dude. That's it. I just have to have time to learn some new shit. But I finally start figuring out some stuff where I can do some cool stuff like.
And fuck them niggas.
Right, actually have fun with it. So, anyway, coming to the stage is my next guest, who needs no introduction. He's the master of the 15-minute rant. The master teacher in this place, the mind fire in the building, the one, the only Darth Ain't Shittest coming through with a lightsaber lit. E-G to the S.
Yeah, I had to, yeah. Those are my mini rants when it gets down to less than 20 minutes.
No shit. No shit.
Old school is the Mauer rants.
Oh my god, he was going in. I was playing that shit live in the shop. I was like, what the fuck
Really?
are you listening to? I'm like, you just going in. Don't worry about it. Just listen. They weren't complaining. They was listening like, you got a point. It was funny though, because they was walking around keeping their head down like you was gonna get them next. Like, you can fucking see their ass in here. Like, what did I do? And sure enough, it was two dudes with simping with some little Latina chick, and she was helping them get the hell out of here quick because she wasn't liking that shit. I'm like, get out of here, get your ears burning, bitch.
I started to put a warning on it because I was
no.
Because that was pure dark side, man.
Yeah,
so
yeah, you do. You need to have a whole dark side theme playing, or the Damien music or some shit.
What pissed you off, BGS, man?
Playing that Sephiroth meme.
you know, people. You know how they for the last couple of weeks they've been talking about a mating crisis. And dudes are gonna be alone, and because they're broke and don't have enough money and all this kind of crap. And for 2 weeks, man, I've been sitting on that. So I said, Dr. T, I think it was, I think I told you about Anton. I actually did a stream, right? And then Erica was on it. Okay. And Erica, you know, I'm subscribed to Erica, so she posted it and talked about the stream that she was on. And she's kind of with, you know, lightweight with some of that feminist shit, right? So, and she's a black woman, and she feels some kind of way about so-called black men not stepping up. I finally got tired of it, man. I was pissed. I said, well, let me go ahead and use this dark energy while I have it. So I said, Dr. T, I texted Dr. T and said, I'm getting ready to go in on these people. So, you know, said, wish me luck. I said, I'm gonna give a warning because so I went in.
Cover me, I'm going in.
I gotta listen to it because I saw it on my phone when I was at work, and I was like,
yeah.
But then you put another one. I said, "Oh, he must be on fire today." I was like, "Oh shit."
Yeah,
and then I got home, man. I was just so tired. I ate dinner, and then I said, "I'll get back to it after I finish listening to Artisan. I'm gonna check it out." I gotta say, "Oh hell."
Basically, literally, I said my, you know, I put on my prayer robe, right? And I said my prayers to Allah, right? And I put on the vest, and with you know, with the trigger in my hand, I said, "I'm walking in."
You like Chuck Connors on Rifleman walking down the street?
No. You know how they come in, the suicide bombers.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, that's what that was the prayer vest, the prayer vest, you know, the prayer robe underneath, said my prayers.
The vest on and buckled it
with
up.
the vest on, buckled up, man.
Okay.
I'm going in. And literally that's what it was.
Oh damn.
Yeah, he went in.
So
This is the funny part. This is why I had to check it out,
2015.
because Artie Idmore was live at the time doing his millennial thing, right? So I'm listening to that, and then BGS went live. I'm like, BGS talking about he don't usually like cross streams with Artie.
No, it's
premiere. Let me listen a little bit. It's like this motherfucker going in. What the hell? Who pissed? That's what everybody was saying. Like, who pissed this motherfucker off today?
Wait. BGS, you say I'm not trying to cuss. If he says I'm not trying to cuss and he slips up and he starts cussing, I was like,
no. I give a warning. I give a warning right at the beginning.
Okay.
No, he dropped it like Samuel in that motherfucker. Boy, he was.
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
Was he Jules Winfield Samuel Jackson, or was he Mace Windu Samuel Jackson?
Nah, he was. That was actually what is it? What was the one they won an Academy for?
Did he win an Academy Award?
No. I think what's his name? John Travolta actually won one.
Oh, you talking about Pulp Fiction? Jules
Pulp
Winfield.
Fiction. I was Pulp Fiction Samuel.
Okay. Say what again, motherfucker?
What does this look like? It looked like a lonely bitch. My God, yeah, you was
say
going
what again? I double dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker.
Yeah, say mating again. Say mating one more time. I fucking dare you. Say mating diversity one more time. I dare you.
Say Dusty. Say Dusty nigga again. I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker.
Yeah, it was that mating and that divestment shit, and he went to fuck in. Like, damn, he did channel his that inner Sith came out, motherfucker. Like the robe just appeared.
Well, what do they expect when you have college debt that damn high, and then you don't put any effort into your damn boys?
Look, you get what did the Joker say? You get the fuck you deserve, dude. Sometimes you get the fuck you deserve. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you do. You work for all of this shit. And that's what the point you would make it. You work for all that shit. This is what it is. What you bitching about?
What you bitching about, man?
Yeah, shut up. Like, I don't blame you. Look, you sick of hearing about this shit? Like, I'm sick of hearing about it and hearing about fucking KK. That's why I try not to even talk about that bitch. I'm sick of hearing about it. I'm sick of having to say it.
Yeah.
She ain't gone yet. Well, fuck it then. Y'all must love this.
Yeah. That's why I ended with women. I said, you guys push for this. I said, Lee Coca said, lead, follow, get the fuck out of the way.
Exactly. That has been my phrase for a long time that I've learned. Lead, follow, get the fuck out the way. You ain't leading, then you're gonna have to follow. You don't want to follow? Look, step to the left, get off the ride. We got places to go. That's why I said it in the beginning of my stream. I don't like people standing in my fucking way. If I'm on my way somewhere, get the fuck out of my way. Move. If you're not helping, move. No, you can't get past me because I need these things. You need to stand your ass over there and hope somebody bring them to you. I'm going this way.
Don't get in the way of the stinger, man.
There you go.
Don't let them. Don't make them bring out the stinger.
It happens. It happens. Unfortunately or unfortunately. Because we about to get in Scorpio season, so I will come in full bloom like the fucking Moon Knight in this bitch. You might want to watch it because
you're gonna be Mark Spector.
You might just be a Spectre. You just don't come into my full power until I'm not even in my final form.
Oh shit!
I might be powering up. You just don't know. It might be a solar eclipse. I don't know because I'm feeling pissy. But yeah, that was a epic rant, sir. And I don't mean to laugh. I don't laugh at your rants. You know this. For me, one of the reasons why I enjoy people rants is because rants are people's real feelings. That's like when the filter comes completely off. Which a lot of times you hear me saying, I don't mind the filter coming off because I think in this society, too much shit is filtered. I don't like parental advisories. I don't like you trying to tell me everything I'm not supposed to do and not supposed to hear because it might hurt somebody's feelings. Look, I don't even drink my alcohol with a chaser. I like my shit straight. And usually when you get somebody not having a filter like that, you getting it straight. You're getting the real facts. You want a red pill? This is the red shot right here, right in your face. My boxing gloves are red, motherfucker. Right? That's what it is. So when you hear somebody doing a rant, they have gone past all them pleasantries, and you have actually pissed them off to the highest of festivity. They going straight in and fuck your feelings because it ain't about your feelings. Civility be damned. Look, this is what it is, motherfucker. If you need that explanation, and so that's why I don't shit on people for getting a rant. I don't shit on people who can actually be real with folks and tell them you are fucking up. Like Gordon Ramsay. That's why I love Gordon Ramsay because he give it to him straight. Look, this is shit. What do you want me to tell you? It's awesome? No, fuck that. No, this ain't the the trophy generation. No, this sucks. You need to do better.
Yeah.
Or get the fuck out the kitchen. Same thing. So that's why I appreciate that, because I appreciate people who can be honest and be real like that. I respect that. So I laugh because it's funny to me because I know these other motherfuckers who can't handle that shit is somewhere crying right now. And that's what makes me laugh. Like, oh, this hurts your feelings? That's mild, motherfucker. You could never survive my life. Jesus.
No, they don't actually cry. They just kind of cower in the corner. Ooh, yeah. Don't bother him.
It's like your customers the other day. Like, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. You know,
type some hostile shit in a comment section or something. Like I'm gonna read that.
That's funny. That's funny to cuss the chicks trying to get their boyfriends out of earshot.
Yeah, it's always funny to me because, for one, the fact that they even think that they can do it, I don't buy this shit. Don't come in here and try to sell this shit. What's going on? Hey. What can I help you with? Oh, okay. I thought you were coming in here to try to sell that.
I know.
Okay, no worries. If you hear me talking, I'm just live streaming. If you need help, just ask.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, so it's always fun to me because it shows that they have that programming. That they kind of know what the deal is. And they don't, instinctually, they don't want these dudes to hear that shit because it rubs them the wrong way, just hearing it. Even hearing a piece of it, it rubs them the wrong way. That chick that was in here had to be all of maybe 20-something years old. But she had enough, I don't know, part of the hive mind in her to understand this is a danger to my flock.
Yeah, get it out here. Oh boy.
You fucking up my concuserves.
Yeah, I can hear it, boy. The white woman
claims about freedom. Oh hell no.
Yeah, because it's interesting how different races of women will react to the same message. Like a white woman said, "Oh my." He's excited today. Maybe we should just, step outside for a minute. Give him a moment.
They'll make some kind of convenient excuse to get out the situation. Other than Latina will just move on. Black woman will have something to say. Won't move on. She'll try to argue with you about that shit. Like she about to change your mind with an argument, which is exactly what you're talking about in the first place. Like, shut the fuck up.
You know what? It's kind of ironic because for the past 2-3 days, Kevin Samuels, like he did his show about Jada Pinkett and Will Smith, and he did another show when he was saying modern women are not for high value men. And when he said, and he had the two women on there, not the last woman that was trying to get back with her boyfriend. She was married to the dude that was the blue collar pipe fitter. But when he said to the woman was asking him, well, I have interest in men. What do I need to do to keep the interest of a man? And Kevin Samuels was telling her, well, when you have interest for everything, he said, treat a man like you're going for an interview when you go to LinkedIn.
I heard that.
And the woman kept talking, and he was like, okay. But Kevin Samuels, and I was just sitting there, and he gave you the blueprint. And the woman kept running her mouth, and he says, you don't get it. I just told you what to do. And then she said, yeah, you understand. And then she comes back and goes, but what should I do? He said, I just said to you
what to do
10 minutes ago what to do.
Not listening.
No, she listened. She heard. She didn't like what she heard.
Yeah, she heard. She didn't want to listen to that shit though.
There must be a trick that you're missing. You're not telling. Yeah, it must be a work.
That sounds like fucking work, don't it?
Yeah.
I was like, you gotta do some work.
Yeah, I'm sure you told your apprentices some shit like that too. They kept asking the same goddamn question. There is
Always.
no shortcut to this.
No,
This
but
is what it is.
you know what we do, BGS. At
What?
least in the field, this is what you do when you got an apprentice like that. They want to keep doing the opposite of what you're telling them. It's like, okay, go do it your way, and then when you come back to me, we can do it my way.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead, go do it that way and see how it works. That shit blow out though. Show ass.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't work. Really?
Really?
You want to listen now? Yeah. Okay then. Let's teach you how to do some shit. I mean,
you know what the funny thing was, those brothers, when Kim Sams was talking to the attorney and that woman was just running on, I was like, man, you're a chatterbox.
She an attorney.
And Kevin Samuels was like basically telling her, like, shut the F up. He said, men were simple. He said all of that stuff you wanted to get to, you just needed a 5-second sentence. And he told her, you do A, B, C, D, F, G. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, I love attorneys. I love talking to attorneys, especially female attorneys. They get to talking, running off the mouth. Counselor. Yeah.
Because I know why you do that shit, because it's reinforcing that they do understand some sense of a patriarchy.
Yeah.
And they do understand the higher authority.
The hierarchy, yeah.
And by calling them counselor or anything like that, it gets them back into that mindset. Like, hey, you listen to a man, don't you? You do listen to a man.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Listen to a man telling you.
Yeah. And stop trying to give me that bullshit that you lose your logical mind. You know that doesn't work.
Yeah. No, they just try to find a workaround for an argument. That's all it is. That's most. I wouldn't say most, because at least this one is not.
It is most. Go ahead. I'll say it for you.
Okay. BGS said most, because
like 80%. Yeah.
80% of them, they get into the law profession just to find a way to argue around it. To actually be right in an argument. That's like chicks getting into psychology. They get into psychology so they figure that they got the high ground on you on how to think, so you can't dispute anything that they're saying, even though they're wrong as fuck.
Yeah,
that's why a lot of them won't go past the part that they have to actually get psychological counseling to go further. They won't. They won't go there. They'll find any other ways. That's why you find so many life coaches and MFTs, because they don't have to get that counseling part, which gets them to work on their own goddamn problems before they start going out there and projecting their problems onto everybody else, telling them, no, you're right, girl. Fuck that dude. You need to find you a good woman. Really? It's my son, though. But it happens. It happens. So you find it entertaining. I find it actually taxing, because there's only few people that I can listen to for a long amount of time who I want to listen to what they got to say. And as I get older, that time frame gets shorter.
Yeah, it does.
Patience is the one thing I'm running out of as I get older. So look, I will be Gran Torino Artisan in a while.
Yeah.
You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied.
Get off my fucking lawn. Like, what? Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, look, I'm waiting to get the water hose just to spray little kids.
Spray them in the face.
That's what I want to do.
I have not gotten to that point yet, so
I haven't gotten there yet, but I know at a certain point, like in my 30s, I was talking to my ex-wife about this at a time. And I told her, I said, I think in the future, this will probably be where I am. If things keep going at this rate, I could see myself getting there at some point. I identify with that too much, because it's not that I hate people. I don't hate people. I can't stand dumb people. They tax too much of my patience. They take too much out of me.
It does.
It's too much tolerance, motherfucker. Look, you using up my tolerance on something I might really need it for. You know, I can't get this shit back, right? Like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's why I don't do the challenges as much anymore, because I got tired of trying to spend an hour trying to teach somebody enough background, to actually get to the point and actually have an argument.
That's on your intro, sir. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's on your intro, because that's what I got. BGS's intro video. I just didn't cut this other part down when I'm showing what he's fucking doing. Yeah, just like a woman.
Oh yeah, because I said to a guy in a minute, I said, "You're arguing like a female." You know that, right?
That's the scariest thing to hear every fucking time. Even though I understand that this feminist training is in guys, and that's the first voice you need to quiet in your own fucking head. Getting back in touch with your actual masculine side that's bucking against that the whole time. Look, you got to shut that bitch up in your head first. But after that, hearing it come out of people and seeing it's like, oh my God, dude, there's more in you. You got a parasite. And then he'll argue like this, like, oh my God.
Idiot, let me out.
Yeah, this is infuriating to hear when it got tits attached to it. Dude, what the? Why are you arguing like this?
Yeah.
Every time I hear you go through it and other brothers in the space go through it, I'm just like, got another one, dude. We gotta. Can we do the rights on this motherfucker? Like, shake the holy water on him. Get that loose. Get it out of there. Like, oh my God, it's terrible. It's terrible, terrible. Yes, that was Skeletor architecture. Skeletor. Yang. So what you guys got on this? BGS, you one of the only other people I know that's actually watching Why the Last Man weekly. Next to What If and some shit. So you can talk about that. I don't think Malika has even watched it yet. Damn sure no Art Doughboy ain't watched it.
I haven't. I watched part of the last episode, but it's kind of tracking the comic book. But even though he's not as infuriating as the comic book character, he does kind of piss. He's like a grown child, man. A grown child.
Yeah,
and,
he pisses me off, but I think that's designed.
Yeah, it is designed. I think it's to make females feel superior, since he's the only male character.
Because Art Idmore, he's reading the comic first. He hasn't watched the show yet. He's reading.
Yeah, I'm reading the comic.
So he's doing the opposite of what I'm doing. I'm doing the Zach method, which is the guy who works here in the shop. I'm doing the Zach method. I'm gonna watch the show, and if the show suck, I'm gonna go back and read the comic, because then the comic will actually be awesome. I'll go back to the source and see what they changed. So my palette is not ruined for the book by watching the series first. Okay. The works LFR. So I'm going the opposite way. I'll watch this series, get it over with, and then I'll read the comics to see where they changed shit and fucked it up. And then I can compare and contrast, right? Art Idmore doing it the other way. He gonna read the book first, and then if the TV show suck, he gonna watch it and say, this was garbage. There you go. Told your ass. You need a mask. You need a mask. See what I mean? Okay, yeah, you see the sign?
The signs, yeah.
But you still want to do in the door.
It's called California law. Come on now.
You know people don't give a fuck about that.
I know they don't.
That's the main reason why they don't want to listen. Well, it's a law now. Fuck that. I have my own individual rights. You wasn't saying that shit last year when your bitch ass was hiding in the house, were you? I was still out working, so fuck you. I don't want to hear that shit.
Yeah, because California had a bad spike last year, so people should know. It's not like it's a secret.
Look, I was telling you, BGS, I'm on my job. We having to get tested like every week. We have to get tested for this shit every week. Motherfuckers turning up on our job with the shit. On every 2 fucking weeks, somebody on the job testing positive for fucking COVID. We got to shut down the whole job, sterilize the whole building where this motherfucker was, and backtrack like it's CSI everywhere he traveled so we can disinfect that whole area. Look, it's not a goddamn game. Put your fucking mask on. I don't care if you don't care. Put it on. I care.
Yeah.
The only reason I don't have one on because it looks fucking stupid for me to sit up here and talk to you guys like this.
Yeah.
It's like shit. But I'm the only one in here.
Yeah.
So, did BGS read the comics, Kareen?
I read the first book of it and part of the second book of Why the Last Man.
I got people coming in for that shit now, so that's
good.
Smart buying on my part. I did buy those trays because they had them on sale on Lunar. I was like, yes, I'll take a couple of these Why the Last Man because I know I can sell these motherfuckers like a good drug dealer. I mean, salesman. Make sure I'm your pusher man.
I'm your pusher man.
Yep. We have a customer that we play that song for. Harold's a brother, older brother too. He know, like I always pimp something off on him. See him coming, like, hit the music. Harold's coming.
So you treat him like me, huh?
So I told you, your shop loves seeing you coming. You should ask them one time. I bet you'll be surprised. They love seeing your bitch ass coming. You a mark.
Yeah, I know.
How do you think that they're treating the Amazons with a little bit more less lunacy? They're a little bit more logical. Like at the end of the I think it was the 4th episode where the chick had gotten shot, and then the leader of the Amazons came in, told everybody to stand back, and put a bullet in.
Amazons?
Yeah, those are the Amazons.
chicks?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I had heard about them. I didn't know if these were those chicks because I didn't read the comic.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I've heard about these Amazons, and I wonder if these are the Amazon chicks, but they real alphaed up in this female sense.
Yeah, they portray them a little differently, a little bit more serious, more closer to. I think it's like a got a little bit of The Walking Dead in it.
That's what I got from it. Like,
yeah,
who was this Negan? That's what I thought when the chick.
Well, she was like Negan. Yeah.
Like, because they acting afraid of her ass. Like, oh shit! It's like, who the fuck is this bitch, nigga?
She showed up and put the bullet in the one that was wounded. We can't save her, and it turned to the little girl, but we can do something for her.
Yeah, I didn't see her show up with a baseball bat, so I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Why is she a badass? I don't know. Because she got a pistol? Whatever. Let's see what happens.
I guess she's got women will follow masculine energy, so I guess she has the masculine energy.
She's got the biggest ovaries then, huh?
Yeah, it's literally her and 355.
In the swollen clit.
We won't go there. Hyena time.
I will. Yeah, hyena time. Pseudo penis time.
Pseudo penis. Yep.
Always one trying to ice skate uphill. Aqua Techie, always. Shout out to Wesley Snipes for bringing that to everybody conscious.
Oh yeah.
Trying to ice skate uphill.
I say it to my grandson all the time when he don't want to listen about his homework. Go ahead and skate uphill.
Yeah, go ahead. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it the fuck out. All right, so what else I got on this shit, which is some Star Wars stuff, which you guys might be interested in.
When is Obi-Wan coming out, man? Did they announce it? What?
Obi-Wan Celebration is coming up in November, and then November is Disney Plus Day, which is they're going to announce their whole roadmap for Star Wars, all the stuff when it's coming out. First thing you got coming out new is Book of Boba Fett in December. End of December, 29th. Book of Boba is leading it off, and then Obi-Wan comes out after that. You got Andor coming out too, which might be all right. But yeah, that's pretty much what's on the slate. So it's coming. Obi-Wan is done, though. I know that. I know Obi-Wan is done because they.
I know they showed a trailer for it, and then I said, then it just disappears.
I keep seeing bullshit fake trailers for this.
Oh, was it fake?
Yeah. That's why they disappear. These like some fan-made trailers, but they look really good. It's like, would y'all stop doing this shit or just put fan-made on it? Don't put the official trailer for Obi-Wan. And then it's like, motherfucker, these is cut scenes from other movies I've seen. Like, look, put that on there. It's okay. You can admit it. It's fine. Don't say this is a real
because if Anakin had found Obi-Wan on Tatooine, he'd come to kill him. He wouldn't just say, he wouldn't been there.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I'm waiting to see it too. I'm not too worried about Deborah Chow, what she could do, but this is her having the reins pretty much by herself with just John and Dave, overseeing a little bit. So we'll see what turns out. I'm looking forward to it because they hyped it up a bunch and then they stopped talking about it all together when they went to post. So I'll see. I'm looking forward to it though. I want to see Obi-Wan. I want to see Book of Boba Fett because I like Robert Rodriguez movies already. So if he's gonna do the same thing that he did in that episode of season 2 with Boba Fett, then that should be a lot of action and it should be actually fun. I should see Boba Fett kicking a lot of ass, which should be cool with me. I don't have a problem with that. Right? It'll be par for the course. The actual story in it, don't know, but I'll be waiting to see that shit too. I'm thinking it might fall. Hopefully, it falls a little in line with the Boba Fett stories, where at one point in the novels, Boba Fett was actually leading the Mandalorians. He was the Mando. He was the head of the Mandalorians. So he was going after other criminal organizations too, as an old man. So it was funny to see this older clone dealing with this shit. Like, I'm getting too old for this shit situation. But he's still badass. He just taking a little bit more bumps than he usually would. That's nice. Sorry, shit's
hey, gotta stop.
Got distracted.
in my peripheral, my radar came up. Found some steak.
I need brains and chocolate.
Yeah. It looks like a tasty one.
Eddie, can we get her? No.
Can we get her? Tell me. I wonder if she likes brains. But yeah, so that's coming. This 10th Star Wars movie is coming. Apparently, Keanu Reeves is signed on for that shit. So you're gonna get your Game of Thrones in the Sith era shit.
Keanu Reeves is gonna be in Star Wars.
He'll play the Sith. He's gonna be the Sith King of Exegol. So you're gonna get Keanu Reeves, Jennifer Connelly, and Gal Gadot playing this Sith royal family in this 10th movie, this 10th Star Wars.
They must really want to do that.
They do. They want to delve into the Sith stuff,
okay,
which is territory that they haven't gone into much, which will be fun. I just want to see how they pull it together and where they pull stuff from. Me personally, I'd rather see that Lost Tribe of Sith turned into some kind of show, because you get that up and going really quickly. And in the Lost Tribe of Sith, you kind of had a monarchy there in that situation.
You did.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah, so they could kind of adapt that a little bit. Will they do that? I don't know.
Well, it depends how deep Disney wants to dip into the stable.
Well, that's the thing. John and Dave, I'm saying this shit like I know these motherfuckers. But, John and Dave are really pulling on Legends a lot. They're fans of the Legend stuff, so trying to pull this in and work this back in. So that's how they're trying to repair this universe in a sense, by bringing all this Legend stuff back, so it makes it canon, so you can actually have it as canon again, but working it into this context that they have now. She came back.
Better say something.
She detects the symbiote.
Maybe. Look like she smelled good too. Look like she smelled good. She looked like she wear like perfume and feminine and shit.
She comes in and drops Kevin Samuel's name. You know you got one.
Yeah.
Got him.
But it should be interesting. I'm looking forward to that. I'm on board for seeing it. I don't want Keanu Reeves everywhere, but this is like slated further enough out to where it won't be like oversaturation with, you know, Matrix and John Wick and possibly Marvel, and then this too. It won't be that.
Yeah, that's you know, with rare exceptions. Normally they like to go with lesser known actors and actresses, which
And that's
kind of
where
unusual.
Yeah, that's where I think that Feige, in a sense, is messed up a little bit. He's had his greatest success with these Marvel movies with taking pretty much underknown actors, or at least B-list actors, and then promoting them up to A-list actors, right? The first gamble being on Robert Downey Jr., which he wasn't an A-list actor. He wasn't commanding that kind of salary. That was a fucking that was a gamble like a motherfucker that paid off. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
And
hopefully he stayed sober during the whole shooting, which is Robert Downey Jr.
He was actually done with that you know, less than zero life, and actually could keep it together. Kept it together for 10 years. Awesome. He is recovered in a sense, right? Until the next time. But
he's got fuck you money, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, like Chris Hemsworth. I don't know who the hell Chris Hemsworth was before he got Thor. I gave a shit. I'm not watching Australian TV like that. I didn't know, right? Some of these other actors, Tom Hiddleston. No. These movies made them and put them as being household names. So that's why I say he's had his greatest success doing that. Leading into movies with, oh, this is the big name that's there, Angelina Jolie. Angelina Jolie ain't selling the fucking Eternals at all for me. It's not. It's not. You know what to sell Angelina Jolie? Gone in 60 Seconds and Hackers. It's the only two movies I actually give a fuck about her playing. I don't even care about Tomb Raider like that. She older now. Wanted. I like Wanted. But they could have got Halle Berry to play that shit.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith was good too. Yeah. That was good too. That's just, look, that's me and my husband did a movie together. I've seen that before. Okay. That's what fucking Geely was, but people hated that shit.
No, that was me and my side dude did a movie together.
Yeah.
The dude that I'm fucking at the moment, that I eventually turned into a simp and put all my 100 million children upon.
Yeah, Jersey Girl was part of that, but she was only in it for part of the movie, and because she was in it, it killed the whole fucking movie. Even though you got George Carlin and a good story about a father learning to be, a man learning to be a father to his daughter, in a sense, not just a son. It's full of fucking geek references up the ass. It's a fun movie. I really enjoy that movie. But it got shit on because Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez was in the movie in the beginning. People said, "Fuck that, that's Geely too." And Geely had Al Pacino in it that gave an awesome speech. I'm like, this motherfucker is scary, like for real. You never know it because you probably didn't see that movie because critics killed it because they was tired of them two motherfuckers. So
there's a movie called Geely that came out.
There's a movie called Geely.
Really? When did this come out?
That was a minute ago.
Yeah, it's probably about as good as this is Venom.
How long did it stay in the theaters? For like 3 weeks?
They did a movie before they did Jersey Girl.
Shut up,
Mike. Some things get lost in translation. Okay.
Man, fuck them niggas.
Some things should stay lost.
Yeah. Go through the archive and say, "Oh, okay." It'll show up on Hulu or Amazon. And say, "What is this?" Yeah.
Do this shit for fun for yourself sometimes as a movie watching person. Watch some of these movies that critics have said were really shitty movies that weren't any good. Just take it on a whim. You got a Sunday, you got some free time. Spend 2 hours and watch one of these movies that critics said was bad. Just watch it. Just forget all that shit that the critics said and just watch it and see what you say for yourself. More than half of them won't be bad movies. They won't. You know why?
Yeah.
Because critics just don't like shit. They get paid not to like shit. They do. And if they didn't like the actor or something the actor said at that time or some shit, they will can perfectly good movies just for the fuck of it.
Yeah.
Just for the fuck of it. And since it's a fucking sympathy circle or a circle jerk in a sense, they all dogpile together. That's it. That's all it is. You see the same shit happen on Twitter. It's the same mentality. Just watch it. Just check it out for yourself. Because put it this way, if I listened to critics, I would have never liked any movie Eddie Murphy did. Why? Because Siskel and Ebert hated that shit. Why? Because he made so many jokes about gay people. Ebert hated him. He hated Eddie Murphy. Just because he made jokes about gay people like the gay people gave a fuck. So he canned every movie that he was in. Is that because the movie sucked? No, it's because he didn't like Eddie Murphy. That was a personal decision on the work.
I think the only movie he liked with Eddie Murphy was 48 Hours.
Yeah.
With him and Nick Nolte. That's the only one.
You know why, right? Because in that movie he get to get called a nigga. I went back and watched 48 Hours recently. I did a Sunday binge on it, but I didn't put it out there for you guys because I went back and binged on 48 Hours and another 48 Hours.
Okay.
I was going to record a thing for it, but I had problems with my technical issues. So you never saw the shit. But yeah, he got called a nigga a lot in that shit. He got called a bunch of racial stereotypes like, oh, this shit would not fly nowadays.
No, it wouldn't.
Watermelon head. White dude, watermelon head in today's culture. Nick Nolte, you'll never work again outside of having a problem.
And I think they love Nick Nolte because Nick Nolte actually, Adam Warner got nominated for an Academy Award.
Nick Nolte was the draw. Yeah, Nick Nolte was the draw for that movie. Eddie Murphy was a supporting character. He was the side dish to
that was his first
Nick Nolte's
movie.
Yep, that was Nick Nolte's movie. It wasn't Eddie's movie. You know, when it was Eddie's movie, you could see it if you watch 48 Hours and another 48 Hours back to back. By the time you get to another 48 Hours, that's Eddie Murphy's movie. The first one was Nick Nolte's movie. because that's why you see more scenes with Reggie Hammond and less scenes with Nick Nolte. You don't care about Nick Nolte's life. You don't even go into it. In the second movie, first movie, you get to see all of that shit.
Because Eddie Murphy's a box office star at that time.
Yeah, well, after 48 Hours, he was.
After 48 hours, he was. Yeah. But you still had Trading Places and some other shit that proved that Eddie Murphy could sell movies from Paramount.
Yeah.
So they kept putting them in more shit. But that movie, another 48 hours? No, he's just a comedian. He's a comedic add-on who's hot right now. But this is the story I wanted to tell with this group of characters. And he about the blackest thing in there outside of the Black Club and the Bus Boys.
You know what the thing? You know what the role he was? The cocky black guy. That's what it was. Is that stereotype? The cocky black guy.
And that character, Nick Nolte's character, he threw out almost every racial slur and stereotype you could have did in the 80s, dude. That made the shit funny to me. I was like, damn, I grew up on this. I wasn't even worried about it. These motherfuckers got close to saying some of that shit.
You put a hip, urban, funny black guy with basically almost like a southern redneck cop. It's almost like back in the day in the heat of the night with Sidney Poitier and
because that was
and Rod Steiger.
That was the part, BGS, when they went into Torchies and Eddie Murphy is going off on them fucking
rednecks,
cowboys and hillbillies in there.
Oh yeah, that was funny. Yeah,
classic scene,
Black Russian.
Just, let me borrow your badge.
Dudes talking some racial shit to him right up front. And Nick Nolte's character is like, "Oh, this is my kind of place. I bet it is."
I'm talking about
the whole shit. Go in there and disrespect your whole homeboys.
Remember what?
Walk out.
Remember what Eddie Murphy said to the bartender? He said, "You know what I am? A nigga with a badge. Your worst fucking nightmare."
Worst fucking nightmare. I'm a nigga with a badge. That means I can come in here and kick your ass whenever I feel. I don't like rednecks. That means I'm enjoying this shit. I was dying when I was watching this shit as a 47-year-old man. I'm watching this shit now. I was like, oh, this is funnier than it was when I was a kid.
I remember seeing it with my girlfriend, man, back when it first came out. In theaters.
This is a lot more fun. Like, talking some shit. Thank you, brother.
When he asked the chick was I need some more gamba. So can't you ask me better than that? I'm gonna give it to you. But can't you ask me better than that?
You know who that was, BGS?
Yeah.
Fine as Olivia Brown, man, from Miami Vice.
From Miami Vice, I remember.
Yes. Miami Vice got me to liking Ferrari Testarossas. So fuck Don Johnson.
Miami Vice made Miami what it is today. Miami was a retirement town before Miami Vice.
Yeah, shout out to Michael Mann because you made a whole style after that shit. I remember people dressing up like that shit.
Yeah, between the cartels and Miami Vice, they made Miami what it is today.
Damn sure did. Thank you, Scarface. And Swift, how could he hate Trading Places? I don't think he actually hated Trading Places because Dan Aykroyd was kind of the star of the show. But it's certain roles that he didn't give a shit about, and it was usually when Eddie Murphy was acting like, somebody from the gutter. What does that tell you? That's why, like Karina's saying, everybody has their own taste. Yes, everybody has their own taste, and you have to take that into account when you're listening to people who criticize the movies that you're watching. You have to understand who they are and what they actually like. Like when I talk to some of my other friends about movies that they like, I take into account what kind of movies they like. And usually they like a lot of action and explosions and shit like that. I know. So when I ask them if a movie is good and they tell me, oh, it was awesome, what was awesome about it? Then I'm going to hear everything that they like about the movie. But I filter it through the context of this is the kind of shit this motherfucker likes anyway. And I know this, so I take it into account. So if I ask a person who really likes action about the dialogue, I'm not going to get much from them about that because they don't listen to the goddamn dialogue. That's why I'm being picky about the fact in this Venom movie, he said multiverse. I didn't hear him say multiverse at all. I heard him say universe. I didn't hear no goddamn multiverse. But maybe I missed it. Maybe I'll go back and watch it and see if I heard multiverse because I could be wrong. Could be, but that's not what I heard. And I listened to the dialogue heavy. That's where all the actual nuance is hidden. And I didn't hear that shit, but everybody else like, he said multiverse. I'm like, no, the fuck he didn't. But all right, what you listening for? The recordings?
Pretty much.
Yeah. So that's why I listen closely. So you just take it into account when you listen to people be critiqued. That's why when I asked BGS his opinion on stuff, I know he's gonna give me the esoteric what he saw. When I asked Dr. Tia-san about what he saw, even though we might have seen the same shit, he's gonna get more masculine perspective on it because he's filtering it through a different process than I am. When I look at it, I'm looking at it, does it match up to what's in the comics? How closely does it match up? If it doesn't, it's a movie, not a comic. How do these two things mesh together? What's good about it? What's bad about it? Because I try to be fair in a little bit of sandwich, a little bit of bread, a little bit of meat, a little bit of bread,
Well, you're like the bridge because in a movie there's always pieces that they're gonna leave out because you can't put it all in. So you need somebody that's like a comic book head to kind of say, okay. Even though there's a discontinuity here because you have to go back and read this comic or this character for it to make sense.
Yeah, you have to notice that most people don't. That's why I'm saying. That's all I said about the part about Patrick Mulligan, right? If you see his eyes glow blue in the end of the movie, you don't read the comic, you don't know what the fuck that means. What does that mean? He has powers all of a sudden? It makes no sense for the movie. Like you might as well have got out of the scene without that happening. You could have just said monsters, his eyes not glowed, and called it a day. But it doesn't lead into meaning anything. Unless you actually read the comics and know, well, this guy turns into this character in the comic books. Well, why does it even fucking matter? You're not seeing it now.
Yeah.
You might not see it in the third movie if you get one. So,
well, it's an Easter egg. It's an Easter egg for comic book kids.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
It's an Easter egg for people who like to look for shit like that.
Yeah. I mean, how many people on YouTube look for shit like that?
A lot of them.
A lot of them.
They want to be the one who found the most Easter eggs. Like,
yeah. That's why they leave them there, so they can actually people who actually look at it like 3, 4, 5 times find all the Easter eggs.
It's just, to me, that's shitty fan service. That's all it is. That part was shitty fan service because that's all the Easter egg is. Easter eggs are for the people who actually read the comic, to get a little bit more into the movie, and to have their friends who don't read the comic look at them in the movie like, what the hell is that about? And they'd be all excited, like, oh shit, it's about such and such. It's a formula now. We all get what's happening now. So putting the shit in there, it needs to be relevant in some kind of way and cleverly done. That was not cleverly done. It wasn't even that interesting. It's just a scene. Monsters. Well, you're gonna be a monster then in the next movie, motherfucker.
Yeah. Or at least have a end screen, right? And actually, after the post credit screen, have him turn it into something, or at least give a hint.
It would have been a better hint if his eyes turned blue and you saw something wriggling on his fucking skin. That would have been a better hint. But his eyes turning blue just didn't mean shit. What is he, Shriek? She can pass her abilities? Because they kind of hinted at her like she was a fucking mutant. Like, I don't remember her being a mutant in the comics, but okay, whatever the fuck. I also didn't see Iron Fist in the shit, but whatever. It's a loose adaptation of Maximum Carnage. It's not a literal. Cool. Whatever. You gotta make a movie using the shit that you wanted to. Fine. Maybe you'll do better than next time. It is what it is. Shout out to John Hicks for the Cash App. He said, "Where's Betty Rubble?" I don't know where the fuck Betty Rubble is. Under Barney. What the fuck? Making a bam. What are you?
You gotta donate.
We got it, Wilma. We got it. Only what you see here.
Like I told people, I didn't make that Wilma shaking her booty. I didn't make that. I found that. So when you find Wilma, when you find Betty, I'll throw Betty in there. Trust me. There's nothing I would like more than to make my double up gift and have Betty and Wilma sitting there dropping it like it's hot. I love that shit. That'd be fun for me. It'd probably be fun for y'all.
Yeah, it would be. Put some horns on Barney. he's smacking her ass.
Boom shakalaka.
Just to see that shit every time.
Make a shake them yabba dabba Daisy Dukes.
Yeah, yabba dabba them Dukes. What's up, Dead Set? Shout out to Dead Set Anime. So
Dead
for
Set
John
Anime.
Hicks, John Hicks, let me give you your 3B salute. Shout out to Dead Set Anime. Appreciate you coming through, brother. I'm glad you came through because we gonna have a watch party, motherfucker. Because I'm not Master P, but we got some hookup. So this foundation series is going down, motherfucker. I gotta see what the fuck.
They normally they actually say something, man. I didn't even know it was out, man.
Yeah, it came out the 24th. It was
that was quiet.
It's really quiet. It's like little or no fucking fanfare. It's like who is doing the publication on this shit? Nobody doing the advertisement, no promos. I'm seeing more about the Eternals than I'm seeing about this shit, and it's on Apple. Yeah. I got some money. Yeah. Like I said, they should have put it on a different fucking platform so more people could see it.
Because they announced it, they were running trailers all last year, more than the premiere of the damn thing.
Yeah, no shit.
Wow, I had no clue that. I guess West Coast didn't either because he normally would have said something.
Yeah, see, I knew they were close. I knew one was coming out in September and one was coming out in October, and I kept mixing up the date. I thought it was Dune was coming out in September, and Foundation was coming out in October because they kept screwing me up, just remembering it and seeing the commercials because I don't watch a shitload of TV, so I'm not seeing a bunch of commercials all the time. Yeah. But then September hit, I didn't see anything about this shit. That's why I was wondering if it's still coming out. And then October was like, oh yeah, it's been out. Who's watching Foundation? Like, I'd love to.
I kind of glanced at it a little bit, but what do you? I'm not sure how I feel about the gender swap of Demerzel.
Yeah, but see, that's one of the things that we had to watch this shit for because you went back through this series with me and West Coast. So me and West Coast got this shit fresh in our mind.
Yeah,
we ain't been sitting on this shit for 30 years. This shit is like last year.
because remember iRobot with Will Smith.
I remember the movie. I didn't watch that much of the movie.
Okay, the robot the robot that came through at the end that was like the hero. Okay,
right.
Okay, that is the connection. That's Demerzel.
Yeah,
that's Demerzel. He connected iRobot with Foundation. And the connection was Demerzel.
So what are they gonna say? Yeah, that just
Yeah,
maybe they're not making that connection to iRobot, but anybody who understands that shit will be like, you fucked up something.
Yeah, that's why I do. I mean, basically, you can put a robot consciousness into anybody, so like you can't gender swap. I'm just saying that I don't know how I'm going to feel about Demerzel being a female.
Yeah, I'm gonna be concerned about that because being a robot and how the robot looked in the iRobot thing, you can throw any skin on top of that.
Yeah,
right? It's just a robot consciousness, so it doesn't necessarily have a gender. In a sense, just ones and zeros ain't got a twig and berries hanging off of it.
Right.
Okay, nobody cares. So
if you rearrange the ones and zeros, there could be a twig and berries.
But only you would think of that. Pervert. Like I said, ones and zeros. You saw 2 zeros and a 1. Like, look, it looks like it.
Yeah. So, we'll get into all that.
I told you that's why I was worried about with David S. Goyer doing this. That it was going to be divergent in some sense. I just want to see how badly it diverged. Right.
Well, yeah, you got to. At some point, you got to. If you to get something made, you're going to have to make certain concessions.
Yeah. So we're just gonna see. Don't even start Dead Set. Not to Trans Lives Matter. Don't even start. Don't even start. Look, Robot Lives Matter. Dead Set, you in there too. We gotta watch this shit because I gotta watch it and know what the hell they changed. I'm fucking dying to know because shout out to BGS and right here. I appreciate you sharing that franchise with me, that series with me, because I do really love that franchise now. It's like one of my favorite franchises now.
Because I know how intellectual you are with your, I mean, you're not just a action slasher kind of geek. You're actually intellectual with it. And I was surprised that you hadn't read that series, because actually one of the what they call it the greatest science fiction series ever written. And that could be argued between them and Dune.
Yeah, no, look, I would say that they're both great masterpieces, but Dune is different than Foundation. Just like it's
completely
from Star
different.
Wars.
Yeah,
just like it's different from Star Wars. It's some of the same beats in all of them, but as I was explaining it, I think it was last week or whatever. Star Wars doesn't delve as deeply into the politics and shit. Well, it does more of the politics, but not the spiritual aspect.
I think
really spiritual in a sense.
I think the prequels of Star Wars got more into the politics than the first three got into more of the politics than the I say the last six or yeah.
Yeah, because the politics was the backdrop. Everything was done already. Like the motherfuckers won. The politics was out the window. Now you fighting for survival.
DS9. It delved a little bit more into the politics.
All right, guys, I gotta go to work. I'll catch y'all guys later.
All right. Set them up, Joe. Gotta make dough.
All right, dough boy.
Woohoo! Woohoo! That's the art
Peace,
of
homie. Be safe.
And check out his edited video that Funimation Gate strike.
I just had a bratwurst, man, on with some brioche buns.
Give me some more brioche, just for that. But yeah, that was Foundation gave me the politics, and it gave me the workings of the society outside of the space battles. Star Wars gave me more of the space battles than the politics, and Dune gave me more of the spiritualness for why you're doing these battles, as opposed to the politics. They told you how the shit was set up, but look, you don't spend a lot of time worrying about the what are they called now? I'm forgetting their name. People who taking all the damn spice and transporting people. Look, the technology.
The guild.
Yeah, the guild. You dealing with the Messiah right now, okay? The Messiah is offspring. Let's deal with that spiritual element of this shit.
So what do you think about? Because I saw the latest Dune trailer. What do you think about them actually focusing the Dune story through Chiani? Which is Zendaya, which she was never really a main character in the book.
No, she wasn't. But I think they're pulling on the David Lynch movie because they're not centering it on Erline. I don't think they are. They're centering it on Chani because that's the known character. Because for all these trailers and all this shit, I haven't seen who's playing Erline yet. Which, as I remember in some of the books, she's basically the one narrating some of the shit at a point.
Yeah. She's actually she was she's writing the history of Muad'Dib and stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. So if they're centering it on Chani, then they're making a divergence to just get rid of the Erline character in some sense. I understand that it's supposed to be two movies. Like even the poster will tell you it begins here. It's just the first movie. They're gonna do another movie for this. It's like a sequel. I don't know if it's a trilogy.
Yeah, I think. Well, if they're centering it through Chani, then they're gonna tell more of what Fremen life was like. They give you a good piece of it, but never never a full explanation of how Fremen actually live.
No, and that's interesting. Fremen and how they live on this planet that everybody else is damn near afraid of, and it's like struggle world. There's a way you live on this planet, and they figure it out. Everybody else need a bunch of technology and a bunch of this extra shit. They like, no, we good. We just need these. We just need these Chris knives and a steel suit. We got to handle. Just stay the fuck out of here, and leave us the spice. Like, yes, Erlan was the first Hark Adar. Yes. Yeah, she was the Emperor's daughter, so she's important. She ends up being Paul's wife too. That he married, but he married her for political convenience. Love her ass. It's like, concubine like a motherfucker.
Yeah. He more like
I don't want you, bitch. Like I'm doing this for politics.
more like Solomon.
Yeah, but he said you married. This marriage is a business. It ain't about love. Oh, it was not about love for Paul.
How many wives did he have again? 500 wives and
who's it? Solomon?
Yeah, I keep forgetting the numbers. It was something absurd.
Yes, mostly political. Yeah,
Kareem. Look, we know what the wife title was. Yes, Orlan is the wife. Chani is the concubine, but matters of the heart. Chani is the wife.
Yeah,
Orlan is the concubine.
Yeah.
What you want to? You can swap the name tags. I don't
exactly.
Because Chani wanted to kill her.
Yeah, Johnny wanted to kill that bitch. Johnny wanted to have her.
And kill her. Yeah, because she was feeding her. Because she was actually feeding her a certain kind of poison, so she couldn't have children.
Yeah, she was fucking her up. Like, oh,
yeah.
She'll be more centered in the second movie. We'll see. Look, they have to get through this first movie. They hoping for 2. They put their money on 2. We'll see how the first one goes because
but Zendaya's a box office draw. So
is she?
She's a box office draw.
I don't see her being a box office.
She would amongst white folks. She's a box office draw. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she was used every time you place her. She's used as a draw, like even in Spider-Man. Okay, she's used as a draw.
Yeah, she's a millennial draw or a Z draw.
She's
And what is that show that she has on what was it, on Showtime or HBO?
Oh yeah. She won an Emmy for that, didn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I didn't think so either, but
no, you heard my telepathic message.
Yeah, yeah. She's cute with long legs. So
Yeah, but that's it. Like
6 o'clock.
My daughter had to tell me that she was a model. I'm like, model.
Good model. Actually, yeah. She's actually a better model than she is an actress.
Clothes hanger? What the fuck is she modeling?
Yeah, she is. That's how models are built, really.
Yeah. Euphoria. That's the show. CK. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. She's
not my type, but I can see why she would be attraction to certain people.
Oh yeah, white guys love the shit.
But she fits that racially ambiguous mold.
That too.
Like everything. Look like everything mixed in one.
Yeah. If you look at what fashion designers like, they like almost boyish type women to put the clothes on.
Yeah, boyish to anorexic type women.
Yeah, they do. And she fits that mold.
Yeah, that's real Roman of them, ain't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah.
Girl. I like a woman looking like a woman.
They like sexually ambiguous, women like that to put clothes on. Well, they're not. Yeah, that's the whole thing.
I don't like guesswork. I don't like that kind of guesswork. I don't have them kind of tendencies. I'm sorry, but whatever. You ain't modeling my clothes, you're modeling theirs. So you should take that as a note, everybody, when you look at fashion.
Yeah, that's why you don't see that many the high fashion models in bathing suits that much.
That actually explains something that Art was going into on his millennial panel. That explains skinny jeans.
Yeah, I mean, this is second iteration of skinny jeans, and I didn't like the first iteration.
I want all y'all to look alike, so they don't have to tell the difference.
Yeah. I'm waiting for bell bottoms to come back.
Nope.
Kind of. Some circles that people that make their own clothes and shit and don't want to wear labels.
She killed it in Malcolm and Marie. No. No.
That was a dumb movie.
That was a dumb movie. Yeah.
Give him Malika.
That was a dumb shit movie.
Y'all know how few movies Malika get to see. He saw that shit and he's saying that was a dumb movie.
Yeah.
No emotion, that hurt his soul, dude. You wasted his time. You wasted Malika's time.
The only thing decent about Malcolm and Marie is actually a COVID story, right? You're closed up in a house with your with your spouse and can't go nowhere, so you get each other's trope. Other than that,
no positive thing I can say about that. It had good cinematography. That's it.
Okay.
And all they did was show her legs for the most part. wrapped around him.
They
Yeah,
ain't that thick though, are they? I'm sorry.
they're long. They're long.
Well, that's not much to shoot at. I'm
They're
just
throwing
saying.
chopsticks, but they don't look interesting looking at. Fuck.
Look like a bunch of chopsticks on the end of fish sticks, man. Come on.
Somebody said bell bottoms came back in the late 90s. I don't remember bell bottoms coming back in the
Yeah, they
late
came
90s.
back in the 90s, man.
Did they? Okay, they didn't stay long.
Shoes. Yeah. No, they did. It's like the platform. But whatever. All right. So what else y'all got? There's some more Star Wars stuff coming out. You're getting Luke and Mara showing up in season 3 of
Okay.
The Mandalorian.
They actually gonna bring back Mara Jade? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, they bring back all the continuity. Okay, that's what they should have done the first time.
Yeah, they getting there in live action, which would be cool for me because I like Mara Jade. So Karen Gillan, outside of fucking Gunpowder Milkshake, she looking a little skinny. Hopefully she put on some fucking weight. But look, I would have liked Michelle T. Smith for Mara Jade. I don't know how well she could act, but look, I know a lightsaber combat would be fucking awesome with her. But they got Karen Gillan. It's a name. You know who the hell she is. Amy Pond. Okay, so they got Amy Pond Nebula to play Mara Jade. All right, I'm fine with that. Look, you watching the screen this much, that's about all you're gonna see. Okay, I can look at her. It's not that terrible.
That's what I didn't understand. That's one thing I didn't understand about KK is that you have all these female badasses in Star Wars. Why do you need to create one out of nothing?
Because they were created by a man. I don't fucking know, BGS. Look, I'm tired.
Are there any kids in the shop?
No, there are no kids in the shop right now.
She's a stupid bitch. I can't. That's the only answer I can think of.
Here's the thing. Stupid. Calling her stupid is writing her off. She does dumb shit. I don't think she's stupid.
No.
She's calculating, but she's calculating the wrong way in the wrong fucking thing. Because, like I said, if she wanted to make her own company and make her own sci-fi universe based on this shit, I might give it a watch just to see what the hell it is. It just does not work here in fucking Star Wars. You can't turn this shit into some warped, twisted, malformed creature and say, this is my legacy. It's not your fucking legacy. You didn't make this shit. All you're doing is putting up drapes. You're fucking it up. That's what you're doing.
Yep.
Oh my God. So I don't know why she thinks she needed to create this character and to make the Rey character and then move on to making the Maeve character, which is more feminist overpowered than the last character. It's like, do this shit somewhere else. That's all you need to do. Just take this shit and y'all go over there and make this shit over there.
Take Brie Larson with you.
Look, Brie Larson done, dude, in the Star Wars shit. She done in the Star Wars shit. This is the last. This Acolyte shit, if it ever comes out, this will be the last time you see her. All the rest of that stuff with her attached to it, the cartoon and all that shit, she out. She's walked away from it. She done. She done. So thankfully, that's a sigh of relief. I wasn't trying to say it out loud because I didn't want the universe to throw me a boomerang. I just like, oh, thank you. Let me not show I'm actually gloating over this shit.
Also, that's why she's be getting her. Okay, that makes sense. That's why she's getting her ass.
She's been getting her wings clipped all over Disney because the people on that Acolyte shit is tired of dealing with her ass.
Ooh.
She fussing about this. I don't know what happened. Like BGS was talking about Zendaya won an award, and I said I don't know why. Same thing with Brie Larson. She won an award for something that I've never seen, and I don't know why. She is not an awesome fucking actress. She's not. So, but she's making awesome diva actress demands on people, and they're tired of her shit. So that's why she's off this other series that KK had in the background for this Maeve character. She out of there. That shit done. She gone. She's not doing it. And she don't want to do it because they ain't giving her what she want. Good. Get the fuck out of here. You're not Venom. Nobody's kissing your ass to come back. Okay? Bye. She making too many goddamn demands on people and being too fucking difficult to deal with. And you know in Hollywood, that goes a long way to your ass not working again. If the crew and everybody else can't deal with you, it's like being on a construction site and your ass the one lazy fucking worker who don't know how to do
still go back to that interview where she's sitting with old boy and he just had his hand in his face.
Jeremy Renner.
Yeah, Jeremy Renner. I was like, yeah, she yeah, that's bad. That's kind of bad when a white dude sitting there like, what like this? Would you shut the fuck up?
Yeah, would you please shut the fuck up? A lot. Yeah, so she's done. That Acolyte show, hopefully it'll be the last time you ever see her ass in the Star Wars universe. And everything connected to those characters that KK is trying to have made and all this shit is getting canceled and put away with, even from Chapek. Cutting that shit off. Like, it's not happening. None of this animated shit, none of this High Republic animated shit, that's going away too, because
thank God.
Oh, thank God.
the numbers is back on that High Republic shit. It's no good. Sorry, we walking away from this. No. K-Bosh. That shit is gone. We're not doing that.
Thank God for the Mandalorian, man, to bring balance back to sports.
Thank you. Thank God for the Mandalorian, and thank God for John and Dave for actually stepping in and holding their nuts and being like, no, we're going to do this shit this way because she got to get out of here. She fucking this whole up. And thank you to George Lucas and his ex-wife for actually coming out and saying some shit like, they flame.
Yeah, I saw that. His ex-wife came out and said, yeah, KK's messing up.
Woo, they came out with their flamethrowers. They letting all their business be known. Like, goddamn, these motherfuckers.
Yeah, what he said, sold my children to Hebrew slavers. That's what he said. I said, whoa.
Trilogy in you on that shit?
Yeah.
Woo, yeah, he did sell his children to some Hebrew slavery. Yeah, they fucking raped your kids, dude. You put them in the system.
But you know what's the funny thing though, BGS?
What's that?
Like I always said, you leave a strag to mess something up. Us men will stand there with a dust mop, a dustpan, a broom, and a whole year's supply of crazy glue.
Yeah.
And that's what Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni are doing. And the thing is, they did it. And they're standing there that they don't want nobody else to fuck the franchise up.
If they couldn't have, if the Mandalorian flops, right, then all this stuff is, basically they proves KK right. If the fans didn't come back and support the Mandalorian like they did, it'll prove them right. So, thank God to the fans.
Yeah, because if the Mandalorian wasn't good, it wouldn't have got them fans to come back and support that shit.
Yeah,
the Mandalorian being good and fans seeing that it was good got some of those other fans to come back. Season 2 got a bunch more of them to come back by them bringing Luke Skywalker into that shit and fixing it. Even though Two Strikes is over there saying, we need to move away from that. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes it. Really.
Nah, you don't like it.
You're the one with your
yourself.
finger far from the pulse of the Star Wars fucking community. Shout out to Kevin Smith from Brody Bruce. Right? Like, look, far from the pulse, jammed straight up your ass. Talking about, no, Star Wars fans don't want to see that. Really? I didn't see no reaction to how awesome Rey was. Didn't. But I did see a shitload of reaction videos of grown people crying, men and women alike, about seeing Luke Skywalker on the screen in The Mandalorian. Like, oh my God. You can watch that shit all week. You can watch reaction videos of that shit all week. People were so fucking happy. You know why? Because you drove them down into such a fucking pit of despair over that they love, that any light was like, oh, thank God. Tortured them.
And it did look right too, because I was like, yeah, that's Vader's son.
And they're gonna do more of it.
Both of them before he got his limbs cut off and after.
They're gonna do more of that shit. That's why Luke is prominent in season 3 of The Mandalorian and number 4 in season 4 before he get his own show. So if you like Luke Skywalker, you're gonna see him some more, and they're gonna do some more of this Legends canon shit that they want to do and get done correctly.
Well, you kind of know Luke was going to come back if Ahsoka came back.
Well, Luke is still out there. I mean, in a sense, because this Mandalorian is happening in between Return of the Jedi and these sequel series of shit between the Force Awakens, he's still out there in that time frame. He's still there. Ahsoka can still be alive. She's still there too. So eventually, these characters is going to have to meet up, and Luke Skywalker is still moving around. He's still out there in the universe. He ain't gone nowhere yet. You still got to see how the First Order comes to be. And with them introducing all this legend stuff with Admiral Thrawn and stuff like that, you don't get a big ass story out of it. And it's being done by people who actually care about this shit. So it might be an awesome story. Like track record. Was The Mandalorian season 1 good? Was Mandalorian season 2 good? Did you like The Bad Batch? Do you like the Clone Wars?
Mm-hmm.
This is all from these two dudes. So what do you think you're gonna get going forward if their hands is involved with doing some more Star Wars shit? Probably gonna get some new material. Did you like the sequel series? Force Awakens? Last Jedi? Did
No.
you like the
Crickets.
Oh, damn, motherfuckers like scaring me. Like, did you like it?
Crickets.
Yeah, I liked it when the credits rolled.
Yeah. It was like, oh God, it's over. Oh, thank God it's over. God, I couldn't go through that any longer. Yeah.
They could keep the cinematography from Rise of Skywalker, that movie that doesn't exist. Only the cinematography, nothing else, nothing story, nothing else. Leave the rest of that shit.
You see, I didn't even mention that motherfucker. You knew what I was talking about. I can't say it.
I told you I tried to watch that movie again and just saw Ray flip out of the air. I was like, no.
Albert, just yesterday, Albert, I had the decision. I had the moral decision in my head yesterday, standing in the shop, that I wanted to put something on the TV for a while. And I cruised our Star Wars stuff because I already watched the What If stuff. And I'm like, do I really want to watch Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker? I'm like, no fucking way. I just turned the TV off. I just turned it off. Like, I ain't watching shit. I can't. I couldn't do it. I said, maybe I just watch it just for the action. I just listen to it in the background. Nope, it would trigger me.
I would rather go watch episode 2 again, and that was my least favorite Star Wars movie.
Nah, the Venom in me was like, don't watch that shit.
No.
Like, come on, we'll watch it a little while. We're not watching that shit. No, dick. Could not watch it. Turn the whole TV off.
Not in the house, not with a mouse.
Not with a mouse. Not on the train, not on the plane. Sir, once was enough. And I'm staying away from that shit. And it's been a couple times that I've tried to, I'm serious. It's been a couple times that I've tried to go back and watch it again and pull those little decent nuggets out of that motherfucker. But it's like, nope, it's too much shit to be sifting through. And you know what? I got on my good pants today. I got a good clear mind today. I don't feel like digging in no shit today. So no, can't. No, I will not do it. It's like a reaction, just like my hand don't even want to do it. Like, don't you push okay? Don't you push okay? No, scroll past.
Well, the thing is, what I don't understand, can women write anything that doesn't have sexual tension in it?
No.
I don't know.
Apparently not, BGS. Look, I'm all for women writers, right?
Yeah.
This is the thing that I try to make it clear to people. I don't have a problem with women characters being in shit. I don't have problem with women characters being prominent in shit. I don't have a problem with female writers. I don't. I have a problem with this feminist shit into these characters, and how even a male character can't act like a male. That a woman has to act like this shit. And like BGS is saying, all this sexual tension. Is that the only fucking lens you know how to see the world in?
Yeah.
That's really fucking limited. If it's just sex and sexuality, that's really goddamn limited. I must know some really exceptional ass fucking women that's not the main focus of their whole fucking life. I'm like, they can't be that much of a rarity. There's too many people on the planet. There's too many of y'all. Like, so what the fuck? Where's the really creative ones? Where they at? I'm like, oh my God, dude.
And it's not even the sexual tension, it's always this social tension. You gotta somehow, you have to prove yourself that you're better, or that you're not dealing with the status quo, even if you're on the team.
Yeah, that's what do they call it? Well, the empowerment is one. What's the other thing that women seek after all the time? Validation.
Yeah.
Validation. Your sexual tension and then them seeking validation is that's like even with He-Man, right?
Yes.
Well, Masters of the Universe, right? She's seeking basically validation from her father, and from the court, but also from her father, and in sexual tension with what's his name?
Prince Adam.
Prince Adam.
Yeah.
Not recognizing you've been on the team the whole time, motherfucker. You one of the masters of the universe. You've been fighting side by side with He-Man the whole time. What the fuck are you need validation for?
Yeah.
But you don't want validation that you are competent compared to this dude. You want to be this dude.
There you go. You hit the nail right on the head.
You want his validation. That's why the whole switch for her was to start dressing like fucking He-Man and acting like a dude.
Yeah.
You just want to be him. That's all it is.
Until almost the very end, when it said, "Are you still on that?"
Yeah, that he asked the question. You still on that shit?
Yeah.
Damn, I was kind of missing you for a minute. Now I'm like, oh fuck it, I can stay here with Grayskull and everybody.
You still mad at you still mad at your lover for not revealing himself?
Guilted lover, like he didn't even want you.
And here's the funny thing: he did it for a reason because he was trying to protect her and trying to protect the court.
Yeah, I left you there. What the fuck are you talking about? Like you left.
But remember, BGS, you were trying to. You were always teaching and kept saying, "Men know the problem. They're realizing the problem or their purpose is bigger than them." That's the thing where we get, like, heroes are not telling women or anybody else their secret identity because I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want this to happen. It's bigger than that. I'm not revealing this. And the thing is, if you're having an attitude, well, here's one reason why I didn't want to mention it, because you're having a fucking attitude.
Shit.
And you're going to take this out of the extreme like I owe you something.
And you owe me validation.
Yeah.
Guys don't get that shit. What you think you owe it for? He-Man got validation because he did some shit. Actually was helping people. Then it's like, oh, well, thank you, He-Man. Look, this dude is He-Man. We should thank him for that.
Here's the funny thing. She's the captain of the guard. She's the captain of the freaking guard.
Ain't
Meaning that you head of a bunch of soldiers. And at the time, and also you're on a planet where you got a bunch of crazy, different, weird, evil characters. And you're normal. You're a normal human being. And you're fighting against these creatures for years. And you're the captain of the guard. And that's not validation enough for you.
No, because she ain't He-Man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She ain't He-Man.
And that was, did you say this? BGS or somebody else said that the reason why Michelle Obama kind of feels some kind of way and kind of snides.
Oh yeah.
What's the name? Because she wanted Barack's position. She kind of felt that should have been her.
Well, she got the opportunity. Well, based on the current situation, she got the opportunity, but she don't want to take it. That's on her.
Because she spent 8 years knowing that. That's why she shut up about it, because she found out exactly how hard that job is, and she didn't want to be part of it.
She don't want that shit. They don't want that much work. Like I said, they want to pose with the trophy. They don't want to have to do the work to get to the finals and play in the shit. Oh fuck no.
Yeah, that's the one thing I have to give Obama credit for. He made a joke about that during that correspondence dinner. He pointed out how she looks the same and he looked like a skeleton.
Oh, I'm telling you this. Look, I don't know what it is with the presidency, but my sci-fi dream is that the presidency is the first seat in an alien sucking machine that suck your life force out for 5 years. Because everybody that come out of that motherfucker look older than they when they went in. Because a fucking situation.
It is because you got somebody's life in your hands every single day.
And you're losing yours, stressing about everybody else.
Everybody else. Yeah.
God damn, Obama came out of there like he needs just for men.
Look what it did to Trump in just 4 years.
That's true.
He was already old.
He was already old, but look at the color of his color of his hair. He couldn't even dye it red anymore.
And I'm waiting to see if Joe Biden dropped dead, because he been up in that position twice. He been to that motherfucker twice.
Yeah.
It ain't even been a year. He been in.
That's probably why he's going with the old man. I don't give a shit. What do you want?
Yeah, that's what I've been telling people about Biden, and they saying, well, his approval rating. He doesn't give a shit about his approval rate. He's not running again.
He ain't coming back.
He ain't coming back.
You can give a fuck and a half, dude. You got me for 40 years, whether you like me or not.
Well, not right. He said, I came in to do certain things. That's what I'm going to do, like it or not.
That's how I follow in politics. Whether you like this motherfucker or not, your chance to make sure he don't get there is at the election, stolen or otherwise. Because I don't believe any modern election has ever been 100% on the level.
Never has.
Stolen or otherwise, Once that shit is done, look, this is who you got for 4 years. I said the same thing with Trump. This is who the fuck you got for 4 years. You can be mad, you can pull your pants down, you can cry and wail and kick your feet on the floor like any
Actually,
child having a
actually
tantrum.
said very comfortably after I found out Trump won. But anyway,
After you get done doing all that bitching and complaining, get the fuck up and deal with your life, because this is who you got for 4 years.
The thing is, like him or not, I always say this with every president, like him or not, you better pray for him.
Yeah.
You better pray for him, because if he messes up, basically your life is going to be hard.
Look,
if he messes
I didn't
up.
like the motherfucker. I've never liked him. I didn't like him when he was there with the other dude that I was mediocre on, right? Didn't like him at all. But I didn't vote for him. The motherfucker won. He there. Look, hopefully he don't run this motherfucker off the rest of the cliff. Okay?
Yeah. People forget.
I still gotta live here regardless. I still gotta live here. I'm black. My shit is gonna be fucked up regardless of who's in office.
People always come at me about, well, I love Trump. I said, do you realize the reason Trump didn't win is because he oversaw the worst pandemic and the worst economy in 100 years? And that's the guy that you big upping? Come on.
I don't think anybody would have survived that, because everybody wanted to complain about something. Because even now, you live in California, BGS. You see how Gavin Newsom going ham now that he and dodged a bullet, and they could say that shit was rigged all day too. It probably was. But you see how he's going ham now that he dodged the bullet. He out there like he's swaggering, got his dick slung over his shoulder, like I can do what the fuck I want now.
Well, basically, yeah. But the thing is, if you're gonna run
swagger on.
If you're gonna run a recall election and your best candidate is Larry Elder in California, okay, just mail it in. Just forget about it. Just mail it in.
That's a hard sell, bro.
Yeah, just mail it in. Okay, it is what it is. Just go and said, okay, never mind. All right, if the best you got is Larry Elder to run up against him, never mind.
Yeah. Peace out, Malika. I know you got to go. It's cooking time for you. It's about 5:30.
It's probably
about that time.
Yeah, well, we ain't on the East Coast. Well, Albert on the East Coast. What time you got, Albert? Is what is it, 7 something? No.
Yep, it's 7:24.
Yeah. I ain't trying to keep everybody all late. I try to be a little bit considerate of the East Coast watchers, because I know y'all got other shit to do on a Sunday, like your laundry and eat food and shit like that.
Yeah, it's life.
Bright and sunny here in California. You know, we still got a rest
you lucky bastards, it's dark here.
It's not here.
Nice
fall, so it gets dark.
Bright and shiny, nice and warm. Yeah.
Yeah, nice Indian summer day.
Yeah, it is. It's hot as hell, man. In Southern Cal.
It's nowhere close to being wet and rainy and dreary in this motherfucker yet. So it was cold last night.
That too has been wet all day.
Really? Yeah, it's like 90 degrees where I'm at. So
that's what some hooker said.
Yeah.
That's what my dream wife said. It's been wet all day. I'm waiting. I'll be there.
No, yeah.
Hey, you got me interested in the second season of Picard.
What is
the trailer? You saw the trailer for that shit?
Yes, I just can't. I'm sorry. I haven't you show up. I was like, I
haven't gotten into Picard yet, man. It's just like something that's like too feminist.
Especially Picard is cousin. Like, I am not in the mood for your book. I was like, oh, I gotta see this.
Yeah, I saw that trailer and I was like, oh shit, I might feel like watching Picard now. It's like, look, it's 2 trailers that I've seen this year that have actually made me kind of want to watch the show. It was actually a good trailer. One is this season 2 of Picard. I saw the trailer. It had Q showing up and some other shit. Like, now this looks fun. I might actually want to check this out. Picard was one. The other one was season 3 of Titans. That shit looked awesome. Like, dude, it looked like it's gonna go down in this shit. Do I need to watch this to find out what's going on with the Red Hood and shit? And then somebody told me they made Red Hood bisexual or some shit. I was like,
why did they do that, man?
Why?
Like, I have to do with the character showing up. Like, look, CW. Everything can't be through this one lens. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Everything cannot be through this one lens. That is fucking agonizing for me as somebody who, with a head this goddamn big, can actually think. It's agonizing to me, dude. I grew up. Everything doesn't filter through my penis head now. It goes through this one first. That's not interesting to me. It's not making me want to watch the show now. all the work you did on making that good ass trailer and paying people and shooting the scenes and cutting it and editing and putting it up there, that's like got me all wet for the show. That one thing made me not even want to watch the shit now. Like, fuck it. No, I'm good. Never mind. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll just be over here not watching it.
I always knew that something was turning me off about Titans. I just couldn't put my finger on it. Now I was like, yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah, Kareem, that's what I heard. I heard Picard wasn't a good show. I heard it wasn't a good show.
Yeah, and I love Star Trek, and
Me too. I'm a Trekkie just like
I'm still binge watching DS9 right now.
The thing is that some franchises is very difficult to mess up unless you just do it on purpose.
You gotta try.
You have to try very, very hard, especially with Star Trek.
Thank you, KK, for proving that point, because I talked about this on BGS platform before when Disney first bought Star Wars. I did not think that you would take the goose that laid the golden egg and slit his fucking throat. I didn't think he would do that. This bitch found a way to do that shit. How do you do that? This thing has been making money since 77. How do you fuck it up in 3 movies?
For over 40 years.
Less than 10 years? How do you do that? That's a record. You got to make it in the Guinness for that shit. Because that is like the world-ending fuck-up that you could ever fucking do. You should never have a career doing shit after that.
And your fan base is telling you, we don't like this shit.
Exactly. Oh, we don't listen to them. We're trying to make new fans. You know how you make new fans? Go out and have some fucking babies.
Pretty much.
You misogynist
bastard. Babies. And make them into the fans that you fucking want. That's how you get new fans. But all these old Trekkie fans that you don't like, they got kids. You know what the kids like? The shit their parents like. Because their parents introduced them to it. You ain't making no new fucking fans, because as I understand it, lesbians don't actually make babies.
No,
yeah, Dr. Wilson got that right. She hit it on the nail. They can't reproduce.
Yeah.
No. That's just why the last man shit. I'm waiting to see people strapping on double dongs and just getting at each other, because that's all you're gonna be doing until you die.
Even why the last man the movie basically actually pokes holes in feminist ideology. Okay, at the end of the day, I don't care how female empowered you are, your ass got to eat.
Yeah,
you got to have fuel,
and you got to be capable enough to actually do this shit.
Yeah,
and if you're not, it's not gonna work.
You're gonna die. Yeah, it's like we
don't have enough time to get up to speed on it. No, there's some women who can do it. Yeah, but they probably wouldn't, because that's one of the things I'm seeing in the show that's making me laugh a lot. BGS is that even though they find one woman who has some of these skills to do some of this shit, they don't want to do it.
They don't want to do it. Yeah.
No, I'm not motivated. I feel some emotional kind of way, because that's how that shit would break down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Watch any reality show about people dealing with shit and they end up in a situation. Most chicks, not all of them, won't want to do it because they don't feel like it. It don't feel good to them. They don't have that men mentality, which is this can suck, but it's gonna suck for a little while I get through it, and then it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
But until it's awesome, I'm gonna deal with this trudgery and get through it.
And women won't really do things unless it's like their survival is actually dependent on it. Like this one chick, when they're down to the last crate of Slim Fast. Now we're gonna go look for food. Okay.
Yeah, now we're gonna look for food. Once you get to the last one. Okay.
Last bottle,
Not a month before.
Yeah, the last minute.
We got 3 left. No. Last minute. Okay, yeah. You the people that was running out to fucking last year to go get toilet paper at the last minute.
I couldn't understand that. Of all things, you walk back past the meat counter, you walk past everything else, you're looking for toilet paper. Really?
Yeah, then when I went to the store, they all the meat was gone. I was like, "There's no way people are going to eat all that meat." And sure enough, in the next 2 weeks, most of that meat was restocked.
Yeah, because they never stopped making it.
Yeah, and here's the funny part, Albert. Most of these people, because there was a lot of chicks that I saw with husbands and trucks and stuff like that going out and buying all this extra shit. I bet you this shit going to waste with freezer burn in somebody's fucking freezer right now.
Yeah,
all that shit is being wasted because they're not eating.
Most women bought it because they thought they could trade it for something else. And that's it. That's it. That's
That
it.
ain't the meat people will want. That's not the meat that's tradable.
In other words, that's only if there's a shortage, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said if it's 3 weeks, it's gonna be stocked back up.
Hopefully,
they still making it. They just stopped making it.
Nope.
Oh no, Trump saw that.
Well, that comes down to their survival instinct, BGS.
Mm-hmm.
It's just about me. I need all of this shit for me. What's KK?
Mm-hmm.
She want all this shit for herself. It ain't about the fucking fans. It's about her. That's why she keep trying to pin her legacy on top of this shit. You don't have a fucking legacy. You didn't create anything. You don't. I don't even know if you got fucking kids, so you don't have a legacy. Men pass on legacy.
Yeah, that's why I went off about the X-Men stuff. That's why I sent you that email.
And I appreciate that, Albert, because I went off on that X-Men shit on after I saw Venom. I did a reaction about Venom, and then I talked about that X-Men article that you sent me because I read it just then. And I'm like, that shit was kind of incensing me. But I was so tired. I'm like, motherfucker, like I can't process it. Like I said, it was the cherry on top of a crappy day. Yeah, I needed this little strudel. Thanks.
Well, it shows you how, because they always say that women are creative. It shows you how they're not.
Some women are very creative.
Yeah,
I do know some women who are very fucking creative, talented fucking artists and stuff. They don't use that kind of talent. They don't. Because I think you said it before, is that once women reach the age of understanding what they can get with sexuality and cuteness, all that creativity goes out the window. They throw all that shit aside and use this because this works, because it's easy.
Because it's easy, yeah.
Easy part. That's why I tell you, some ugly chick probably got a better personality than a dime. Because an ugly chick has to
always
something else in her fucking vagina to get people to deal with her. Because she wants validation just like this hot chick. But she has to develop her personality more so than the dime does, because the dime knows everybody's just going to want them because they want her goodies, the goodie bag, right? And to Triv, I'm going to boot your ass out of here for that X-person comment.
Oh, God.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, I couldn't believe it.
Man, fuck them niggas.
Grow up! Grow up! Grow up!
I like that character though. I like that character at the end.
Oh my God! Which one?
What's his name at the end of Loki?
He Who Remains.
Yeah.
Kang. He Who Remains.
Yeah, Kang. Yeah, Kang. He's like, come on.
Yeah. Jonathan Majors. He didn't phone it in on that shit. He made an iconic performance of a character that most people didn't know fuck all about, but he put it down. So I'm looking forward to seeing him play straight up Kang. That was a good performance. That was fun in that whole show. That's a peak.
Oh yeah, the Loki show was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was, because I wasn't sure about Loki until the first episode. I said, I'm not sure about this.
I wouldn't say I was sure, but I was very curious and very looking forward to it once I figured out what was going on in the show. Like, oh, these gonna be different versions of fucking Loki in this. Oh, that could be fun.
I'm still feeling crocodile Loki.
You and BGS, crocodile Loki for the win.
Yeah, it's kind of, that's why I call the COVID the Loki virus. Got all these variants.
You got all these variants.
Yeah,
that was perfectly named. That was a good. That was perfectly named, like the variant. The Loki virus. They can't flag you for that shit. Nobody's thinking about it. It's the Loki virus.
Loki virus. Yeah, you got variant D actually rolling around here.
No shit.
We ought to give each Loki character a variant Corona name. Okay, this is D. This is A.
Now, I'll show y'all something just because it's fun for me. This is BGS's intro that I haven't finished, right?
Okay.
This in there. Now you can hear it, but you can't see it. And because I pay attention to things, I know what BGS like a little bit. And you got this one. Can't hear the people dying. Okay, you got that one. You got fucking I forgot his fucking name. King Shark.
Okay. Oh shit.
Right? But you also got Where he at? Crocodile Loki.
That's my boy.
Like Crocodile Loki. Look,
I love Crocodile Loki, man.
This shit is fun for me. That's what I said. Doing these things is kind of fun for me. And I think I got the scene where he fucking ate somebody's hand.
But, that was funny as hell.
Crocodile Loki for the win. Crocodile Loki was funny as fuck, and I wasn't even expecting that.
Who is he? He's another version of Loki. He's a variant of Loki. I said, "Oh shit."
Is that a Loki? Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I wasn't a big fan of King Shark, and I saw that last Suicide Squad movie. I was like,
yeah. King Shark was a forgettable character in a sense to me. He's been around for a long time, but I could like it's to me it's like,
especially when he got up, I was like, oh shit.
If I said Marvel Comics and Stingray, most people would be like, fuck is Stingray? It's like it's just some water character. Yeah. That's how I thought about King Shark. Same fucking some water character. Okay, somebody to fight Aquaman or some shit. Right? Fine. No big deal. Making him dumb in the movie made him funny. It made him more memorable now. Because he was a forgettable character.
Him and Polka Dot Man.
Him and Polka Dot Man.
I never thought I would like a character named Polka Dot Man.
Well, Polka Dot's the problem, dude. Like, I want to see Polka Dot Man again.
I was like, damn, why do you have to kill him off? I said, damn, I liked him.
He was on the Suicide Squad. Somebody got to die.
Somebody got to die.
Damn, they could have killed Ratcatcher and kept.
Polka Dot Man.
That was kind of interesting. David Dashmalkian, look, dude, you can get a lot more work because that shit was kind of awesome. I was kind of feeling that, especially he kept flipping out, seeing his mama everywhere. His fat white mama.
Yeah. So what?
I almost felt like when they turned that thing into his mama. I was like, no.
Oh my god, that was classic, dude. That was funny. Shout out to James Gunn for having issues.
I ain't gonna lie, that movie was proof they should have put it in the theaters. That movie should have been in the theaters. I'm sorry.
That movie would have killed in theaters. That would have killed in theaters.
Yeah,
if they released that like they doing now with this 30-day moratorium and just put it.
I'll take the 30-day moratorium because that movies like that should be in the theaters.
It would have killed in theaters. It would have killed.
The geeks would have came back just to see 2 or 3 times.
Right.
You would have had to. You would have had to. Like, dude, this shark is funny. They have a kill contest and all this shit. Like, what? People would have been back at the movie theaters to see that shit. You would have brought your friend to come see it with you.
Right.
So you laugh at that shit together. And they would have got, more money out of it. So
yeah. And they didn't put the Robo Vampire as a B.
As the B-roll. The intermission movie.
Yeah, intermission movie. Robo Vampire.
What the fuck is this? Robo Vampire. Don't worry about it.
Lord.
And running with a trailer. Shout out to Artie Edmore for that motherfucker. And yes, no one. Ugly chicks always think they dodge today. That's the biggest misconception from this feminism thing. It didn't make everybody into feminists. It made ugly chicks believe that they was dimes, that they should be treated like dimes. And Lizzo is a perfect example of that. Why the fuck should somebody like Lizzo get somebody like Chris Evans? You can want it all day.
I actually have a better question, Artisan. Why would somebody like Lizzo give a TED talk on twerking, the history of twerking?
Get the fuck out of here. She ruined my
stage. Wish I was making that up.
My TED stage? She ruined my TED stage? Because I didn't see that shit.
No. He was making it up.
Oh, please.
No. I hope that was a fake story.
That bullet. Yeah.
Be fucking with me.
I hope that was a fake.
Don't be fucking with my nerdness like that. Don't look.
I hope that was a fake story.
Don't fuck up my hollow TED stage. Don't do that shit. Okay?
Because I got a video on the drawing board right now comparing Steph Coat and Obsidian.
Oh wow!
Oh, no one said it happened. That really happened. No one.
Oh, did it happen? Really?
Yeah, unfortunately. Whoa. Oh gosh, I was. That's how fucked up it is. I was hoping y'all were right. It was just a mirage. Oh gosh.
Oh god.
I had to swallow that one.
That's tough.
No, shit is true. Damn. Oh gosh.
Look, let's just say that twerking is here. It's gonna be here for a while, and women do it. Okay.
Yeah, but she still don't need
Somebody
to be
giving
talking
the
about it.
history. Let me finish, Albert. The history of twerking does not need to be given by a 300-pound woman. It should be given by somebody, I don't know, maybe a fucking stripper or something. Somebody who looks appealing to look at.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen Lizzo twerking, and I have a good enough imagination that I don't want to see that shit. That should not even be in my
Hey,
imagination.
BGS. Oh, go ahead.
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry.
Hold on. No, let the Artisan finish.
There's nothing that Lizzo needs to do at TED rather than sit in the fucking audience and take up 2 seats to watch somebody else talk about something intellectual. I don't need that kind of dumb shit infecting that space. Because trust me, I love TED Talks. That's one of my, my bucket list kind of things is to do a TED Talk on geekdom or some other bullshit. Psychology and geekdom mixed together. That I'd love to do that shit. That motherfucker right there, she got a TED Talk. Look, y'all see me every Sunday here. I need my invitation to TED. I'm just saying. I'll be waiting for my invitation to TED. Because if that bitch got up there for twerking, y'all slipped. Y'all slipped on the motherfucking head. And it wasn't 8.12 gigawatts that y'all motherfuckers
Hey, BGS, I know I'm about to piss a whole bunch of people off, but it needs to be said. If they're going to do the history of twerking, they need to go on and get Sierra to do it. Yeah, I said it.
Yeah, they can get Sierra to do it. That's what made her famous. Fuck it. I don't care.
I might watch it.
I might watch that.
You can have Russell show up so everybody can say how much of a step he was.
Man, I'm getting
so far behind that shit.
I am getting so sick of that, man. Every time something happens, okay. Well, I told you it was a simp.
Care. I don't know why people care. I don't know why people care. It's like you guys are talking about this new stuff with Will and Jada. I said, what new shit is there out about Will and Jada that anybody gives a fuck about?
Nothing. Well, I mean, the thing is, all the people that believe the image, okay, because we knew about Will and Jada before they got married. I said,
yeah, that's why I was scratching my head this week. I'm like, Will came out and said he was in an open marriage. I'm like, that's not news. I've known about that for years.
Married people do what married people do. They have their marriage the way they want to have their marriage. It's not a stock thing. So I don't give a fuck if they're in an open relationship. I'm not in it with them. Why do I care? Live your own dysfunctional fucking life and stop looking for it in everybody else. Jesus Christ. Let these married people do what the fuck they doing. If they want an open marriage, if Will want to dress up like a pink fucking pony and say I'm a unicorn, that's his goddamn business. I don't care. He's just an actor. And used to be rapper.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. Let him live his life.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I feel about it.
It's the stuff that they're not telling. Okay, the open marriage is just the tip of the iceberg. Okay, it's the stuff that they're not going to tell.
Yeah, look, you in LA. I'm sure
I
you
know
more shit.
Oh yeah. Ooh yeah.
Let them do what they do. A lot of married people out here who ain't famous doing a lot of weird fucking shit that you probably would want to hear about if you worried about what your neighbor doing more than you worried about what the fuck you doing in your relationship. Work on your own shit before you start pointing at everybody else like, look, they doing some weird shit over there. You know what? Neighbors always doing some weird shit.
Maybe you can answer this question for me.
And Albert, fuck you, because you just put this Lego shit in my chat. I'm going to remove you. I'm going to fucking remove you. I will drop you down, eject your ass right now. Take that shit out of my chat room. I'm not playing. Take that shit out of here.
No.
What are you doing? You gonna shit on my space? Oh my God. You look, Albert, look. We will remain cool if you stop that shit. Okay? You ain't shit, nigga. You are not about a half a turd.
Yeah, damn, she looked like a Michelin man in the outfit, though. I can tell you.
Oh my God, you watching it?
Yeah. I like train wrecks.
Oh my God. Oh my God. No, take that shit. No, man, stop it. I'm not gonna watch that shit. You're gonna make me watch it now, fucker.
Oh, she looks like a dark Michelin man in that outfit. Jesus Christ.
My God. Don't tell me she twerking on stage. That's an insult, dude.
I didn't get to the twerking part. I just wanted to see what she looked like in the outfit. I said, "Oh, okay."
A mess.
Yeah.
What up, Art Boostel? Art Beat.
All right, beats.
Building.
It's like a beach whale.
Where's my Eddie Kane? Thank you. These news to give me something to smile about. Fucking Albert in here. Talk to your homeboy, man. Your homeboy in here putting TED Talks of Lizzo twerking in my fucking chat. Like I give a fuck about Lizzo or twerking. If I think about twerking, Lizzo would not be the first person that came to mind.
No.
Goddamn mind.
No.
Ooh, you getting me? Yeah, Death Race. I'm dead on that shit.
Yeah. Well, I'll say about Sierra and her twerking. Basically, Russell put her up to that shit, man. He put her up to that
He's
shit
in the video, so yeah.
No, he put her up to it.
Yeah,
it's his wife. Yeah.
Do I think she should have been doing that shit on TikTok? No. I'm more suspect of why the fuck a grown ass woman, 40-something years old, is worried about fucking TikTok. Because TikTok sounds like something for young folks to me. I don't get it. It's like worse than the Snapchat to me. It's like, what is all this dumb shit? And the only person that I even ever see TikToks from is from my crazy ex. Because she'll send me that shit, and it's some simp ass dudes on there talking about you need to respect these women and do this. Like, who listens to this shit? Thank God it's only like 30 seconds or something.
Hey, send your ex-wife my video. It's revenge.
This crazy ex. You know who I'm talking about. It's crazy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
My crash.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
You ain't lying though, because
there's a silver lining in every dark cloud. Let's put it that way.
There is.
You ain't lying about TikTok though. There's a bunch of simps and crazy chicks on there.
Like I just told you,
talking about. You better like my video. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Click.
Crazy ex sent it to me. And I don't say crazy because she just what?
I got it.
Refine me in a bad way. My dark side got to dance, and I enjoyed that dance. Thank you. My Sith side enjoyed that shit, but my Jedi side was like, this is disturbance.
Kareem says she's got a branding deal with companies that has TikTok. Okay.
So that's why she up there shaking her ass. Is that what they branded her cooch? Look, I don't agree with this married woman doing this shit. I wouldn't want that shit for my wife. But that's Russell and Sierra fucking relationship. Be fine with it, whatever, man. Let her pop that shit because that's how she got famous anyway.
Yeah.
So why do I give a shit? Is she doing anything different than what she was doing before she hooked up with Russell?
No.
So look, what's the line, BGS? You can't turn a hoe.
The housewife.
The housewife, yeah. I mean,
for a little while, but she got to go back to base code sooner or later. She's gonna have to go back to basics.
It's like Beyonce twerking on TikTok. Okay, she does it on stage. What's the difference?
It's no different.
No difference.
And I'm sure Jay-Z
hit it at the end of the day.
Every time you see Beyonce twerking, I'm sure he like,
yeah, that's what Russell's doing. Yep.
Jay-Z, you a simp. Yep.
Yep, you am.
You're damn right.
Let me wipe my simp tears with this stack of thousands.
That's what's happening.
That's what she been doing the whole time. Doing nothing different than she was doing in Destiny's Child, and she was doing that shit for herself and her parents. So, look, I saw the plan.
And Jennifer Holliday said, dude, they asked her what she like. He said she's nothing like she is on stage.
No, I'm sure she ain't.
Yeah. And I'm sure Sierra's. Well, you can tell Sierra's nothing like she is on stage.
No, ask Rihanna what she like on stage and what she like behind the scenes, or ask Chris Brown.
Ooh, fire crotch.
Oh gosh,
what Rihanna like when she off stage? She like you in a fight in the fucking limousine. For your life.
Halle Berry, anybody? Halle Berry, anybody?
Halle Berry, and look, Halle Berry, ask Justice and everybody else, and Eric Benet and everybody else who had a chance with Halle Berry.
Yeah.
Even my friend in the wheelchair who loved Halle Berry said, "Yeah, I'd fuck her, but I wouldn't keep her. She crazy as shit."
She has bad shit. Yeah, you gotta have some.
Halle fine. She got some different issues though.
You gotta pay up your medical bill before you get with her.
Yeah,
you're gonna have some stitches coming out.
Yeah, it's like Janet. Janet probably got that thing. I like Janet for a long time. Charlene.
Janet Jackson.
Janet Jackson, boy, that's my ex-wife who running free. My next ex-wife.
My brother says
Even my ex-wife know that shit. That's my wifey right there. She running free. We just got a real open relationship. Like, so open, she don't know who the fuck I am.
It's a Gen X thing with Janet Jackson. Because my brother loves that. I said, Janet, of all people, Janet Jackson is, yeah.
I've watched Janet Jackson grow up. Now I wasn't fond of her getting burned and shit like that by her mama in Good Times, but
yeah,
Different Strokes. Charlene, no,
yeah.
nigga, Charlene was the shit. Like I liked Janet back then, and then when she started actually doing some really good music, I was like, yeah, I'm into that shit. I know what you want, girl. You like the same shit, Janet. I feel you, girl. Just don't run across my path. We fucking. I'll be a simp for an hour.
Just one. Just one.
Simp for an hour on my A game. On my A game. I'm gonna be on your ass. You don't have to get a restraining order that day.
Okay, go ahead and stamp me. Put the Me Too brand on me already, because I'm gonna pay.
No, I'm getting her. But I'm telling you, but I know she crazy. I know she
is.
I know the family. Come on, motherfucker. You got to be a little crazy. I know what.
Yeah. Look at her sister. Oof.
I know what religion y'all was raised under. I know you fucking crazy.
Yeah, and from what
I can find you if I'm in proximity to you. I gotta.
You know, Latoya's crazy. So
yeah. From what I heard about, because they're in Los Angeles, right? From what I heard about the rumors, man, Janet Jackson can throw hands. Don't fuck around.
Ooh,
she can throw hands.
That.
Yeah, she can throw hands.
How many kids was in that family?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she. All the brothers. Yeah. Oh yeah, she could probably throw hands.
Yeah, with 9 kids. Yeah.
Gary, Indiana? Carrie, Indiana?
Yeah.
Look,
yeah.
You better throw some fucking hands.
And she's the baby. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard they were doing a show, right? You know how they do appearances at high schools, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess she was in the bathroom, right? And I guess some chicks wanted to try her, man. Wrong. Wrong. Yeah, wrong. Okay.
So in other words, some people went to the hospital.
I didn't go to the hospital, but the whole saying, right? I can't stop you from coming, but I can break you from the habit.
It may not beat all of you, but I'll make an example out of a few of you.
Yeah.
Showed them that pleasure principle. How about that shit? Control.
Yeah, control. Yeah.
I hate to bring up his movie, but and that doesn't surprise me because I watched it. One of
shut up. PP's. I know you're about to say some other bullshit.
PP.
Okay.
PP.
Why did I get married to? One of Tyler's movies.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, and the second movie of that, she fucked shit up. I was like, what the fuck? Like, where did that come from? They had her tearing up the house and shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Because
she's a B-list actress, man. She's talented. If you take her in totality, she's talented. But she's good at singing, but she's okay at acting. Okay. But you take her in totality, okay, she's magnificent. But she's not great at any one thing.
No. Music, I'll give her music and dancing and stuff.
Yeah.
Acting, she's all right. You can watch her. You can be entertained by watching her on the screen, but she ain't the best actress.
No, she's cute. Yeah.
She's cute. Janet has always been cute to me, and that's it. And I didn't even grow up with her when she was a little kid watching her ass. Like I said, Charlene did it for me. I was hooked from that point on. I ain't seen too much I ain't liked since then. I mean, she's got older. I'd still hit, but look, I'd still chase Angela Bassett down. So
yeah.
Angela, do it for me. I'm sorry, Angela. Even older age? Oh my god.
Yeah, she's aged very gracefully. Yeah.
Man, that pack with the devil worked.
She definitely her and having a surrogate, not actually having the kids. Yeah.
She had a surrogate?
Yeah, she had a surrogate. Yeah. She took
Damn,
her egg and sperm. She went to India
like that.
She went to India and got her a surrogate. No, she didn't have the baby didn't come out of her womb.
Damn, so she's still
okay.
Yeah,
her business.
It's unrenovated cooch in there, motherfucker.
Yeah. She was by the time she had a kid, was she damn near 50? Was she 50? Something like that.
Okay, so her eggs and another chick.
Yeah.
Okay, it's her business.
Frozen egg and a little sperm, yeah, and a surrogate, yeah.
Oh, frozen egg. That means she kind of a feminist. Shit.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And she wanted a career first, so here's what it is.
Only one night, maybe two. You can be overcritical if you criticize her and everything based on her weight. Whose weight?
Who's weight?
I don't like
No, I
this
think-
personality. Her weight
I
is
think-
besides the point. Was
Yeah,
weighing her
weight's irrelevant.
personality. That's her
Yeah.
damn problem. That's like Lonnie Love problem. Her problem is her fucking personality. That's the weight on her ass. Because I know plenty of big chicks who are friends of mine who are nice as fuck. That's why I
Yeah.
make the distinction
Mhm.
between personality. They cool as fuck to hang around with.
Yeah.
Have a good time, dance, and have a good time. They don't have this fucking asshole on their shoulders. That is the weight that women carry. It ain't about physical weight. Physical weight just make you look less appealing like a fucking object. You less appealing sexually, but you can
Yeah.
still be cool as a person. They weight, Lottie Love and Lizzo, them two fucking L's, LL Loserville, them motherfuckers' personality is fucked up. That's why I don't like them. I don't give a fuck about them being fat. They could look like my mama.
Yeah.
No, I don't like your personality. Your personality is shit. Develop that motherfucker. That's why you got Lonnie Love sitting up there hating on Jenny Mai. Why? Because Jenny Mai thin. But Lonnie got a shitty attitude. Jenny don't, obviously.
Well, Lonnie Love wasn't going to get a Jeezy anyway. I don't care how good her actually was.
The only way she get Jeezy is if she was the third groupie in line and he was already drunk. Come on, the only way you get some Jeezy.
You have to be really drunk too. Boy.
You get him at 15 and you have money.
Yeah, fuck that. Angela Bassett will get it all day. Yeah, Angela Bassett will get it all day. For a long time, Spain, Tina Turner could still get it.
Mm-hmm.
Or not Tina Turner, Patti LaBelle. I like me some Patti LaBelle back in the day.
Really?
Hell yeah, I like grown women. I like Queen Latifah. Did she went all lesbian and dumb acting? Fuck her. Fuck her now. My old friend, no, I had a picture of Queen Latifah in my bedroom when I was a teenage boy. I like me some.
Okay.
Fuck that shit up. So yeah, we could have been something, Dana, but you fucked up.
Now they're trying to.
Didn't see that one coming.
Tell me they only have
Don't
one
like little
season
girls.
that Equalizer bullshit.
Oh. I don't
Tell
get
me
it.
that was just one season.
I didn't hear what the hell you said. You keep talking over people.
Sorry.
Oh, talking about Equalizer? You're talking about the Equalizer. I mean, race swapping is one thing, okay? Denzel, okay, he's a decent substitute for the Equalizer. Then gender swapping, come on. All right. You have an old woman, not a young one, but an old woman doing physical stuff.
200-pound plus woman doing stuff.
Oh yeah. You got the plus on it. You got that right.
Kareem, what are you talking about? Look, I don't have to remind you where you are, but I can be hard on Liz all fucking day. And I don't have to know a whole hell of a lot about her to like her. I don't need her life goddamn story. What I've seen of Lizzo, I do not fucking like. Just like when I watch a movie and spend 2 hours with it, if I don't fucking like it, I don't fucking like it. Don't come in here tone policing about why I do or do not like a certain person. If you like that bitch, like her. I don't. And I don't need any reasoning for that shit. Just like if she heard this comment, she ain't got any reason to not like my ass.
Yeah.
It's human being shit. Get over it.
Yeah,
got enough money to defend herself.
Lizzo is mean
on TED Talk.
You can tell she's mean and aggressive. And it comes out. It comes out in public. Because you're supposed to put on your best face, especially when you're out front.
And if that's her best face, the rest of them ain't much good to look at. She might as well be a goddamn Quintesson sitting up there. And for the geeks, that's a Transformer reference.
Yeah. Because if you look on the social media like Twitter and that kind of stuff, she's the same person.
Yeah, fuck Lizzo. The only reason they made this motherfucker famous is because that other big ass chick, the big white chick, Megan, whatever her fucking name was, in this body positivity movie, they need a Trojan horse or a stereotype to put up there. And this is your one. This is who you got. If it wasn't her, it'd have been somebody else.
Yeah, Megan Trainor or whatever her name is.
Yeah, Megan Trainor. Thank you. That's what that shit is. You need the black version of her ass so people can get behind. And you cannot tell me that anybody watching this big 300-pound chick twerking ain't doing nothing but laughing at her ass.
Yeah.
is a fucking modern day minstrel show to degrade black women.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Angela Bassett or anybody else who you would actually look up to. I never saw Felicia Rashad twerking. You know what? I don't want to. That's for her husband to see.
Mm-hmm.
And I damn sure don't want to see a 400-pound woman, Lizzo, Megan Trainor, any other bitch in the world twerking. It ain't entertaining. And it ain't sexual. It's not sexual anymore. It's not even appetizing. It makes me want to throw up.
Like Adele was big, but Adele was always very pleasant and very nice and funny and
Thank you.
jovial.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. And she never tried to be something that she was not. And she said, okay, when it's time to lose the weight, guess what I'm going to do?
Yeah. What was Chaka Khan? Chaka Khan was big at some point too.
Yeah.
I ain't got no hate for Chaka Khan. Chaka Khan got a good personality. I heard behind the scenes she could be a bitch, but that wasn't what she showed you up front, was it?
Yeah, she was R. Kelly before R. Kelly though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
When I look at them younger pictures, I don't feel so. I hate to say this. I look at them younger pictures of Chaka Khan. I don't feel so bad for those boys. I'm just saying.
It doesn't matter. I'm sure you say anything about R. Kelly with the girls,
that's true.
It is what it is.
She was every woman to all them young boys.
Yes, she was.
Look, it is what it is. There are double standards everywhere.
But look, I never been a big fan of Monique until recently, but she's always carried herself like a lady, at least off camera.
Malik?
No, Monique.
Monique. Big girl.
Yeah, because she got slapped around my life a little bit with that shit and saw it don't work everywhere. She lost money behind that shit and had to struggle a little bit. So now she shaped that shit up a bit, changed her image a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, well, maybe I can't be this character all the time. No, the fuck you can't, because you have to deal in the real world. Mm-hmm. So you're gonna have to tone that shit down a little bit, because we ain't all precious out in this bitch. Fucked up. And twerking is a way to get quick attention. Yes, it is, Fitness Mom. It is. It's a cheap way for a lot of chicks to get attention. Like Miley Cyrus got attention for twerking, and that bitch ain't got an ass on her yet.
Lord.
What is she popping and twerking? Not a goddamn thing. I remember sitting in the park with my friend from Cruise, Bella. We sitting in the park hanging out one day, and it's some rich white area, right? Like fucking outside of San Jose, right? Just in the park, nice area. Mm-hmm. We chilling, having our sandwiches and shit, chopping it up, and these little young white girls come over there. Now, most of these girls probably couldn't have been over fucking 15. And they were a couple of little goofy looking boys, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Now they was behind us making a bunch of noise and we was paying no fucking attention to it. Now my friend that I'm with, Bella, she's Italian. She a fine Italian chick, right? Mm-hmm. Cool. They want to come over there near us. Mm-hmm. And what do you think these little chicks do when they get over there near us? Popping, twerking, being fucking loud. I'm like, what is these little bitches over here doing? Who are they doing this for? I'm the only nigga around these parts. You twerking for me? I'm not impressed by that shit. Why are you trying to twerk over here for a grown man sitting with a woman? This could be my lady. Mm-hmm. The fuck is wrong with y'all? Twerking is popular because white girls want to do that shit because they want to act like black strippers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's why it's still around. Because black strippers was doing this shit forever in the Negro clubs and nobody gave a fuck.
Yeah.
They take everything from our culture and want to emulate everything in our culture whilst giving us the motherfuck you, we hate y'all niggas. Mm-hmm. This is why it's still sitting around. And this is why you can see so many other groups and populations making twerking popular. Get the fuck out of here, dude. That's some shit you're supposed to be doing in a strip club or for your man in the bedroom. Mm-hmm. Because that's all I see when I see twerking. What's going on, brother? When I see a chick twerking, the first thing I think of, I'm streaming online. He looking like, what are you talking about? I didn't get to the speech because I was in the middle of my thought. Go ahead.
Yeah, you guys do grading here?
We do. We'll give you a rough grade, and we'll send it off to CGC.
Oh, but you actually send it off. What's the average cost for comics?
CGC send-off is about like $100, $150. So if you have a couple of books, not each book, I think it's like one-time shipping. So it's better if you do a bunch of books together than it is to just do one and then do one.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't do it. We can rough grade a book in house, but it's not a CGC grade.
Yeah, no, that's what I want.
Yeah, you want a CGC grade? We can send it off to CGC to get graded.
Okay, and they do it based on it's 100 flat grade, but
it's like 100, 150 bucks, and it's like a rate. It's better if you do a couple of books rather than just one.
Okay.
Okay.
And you work with them, or you go online and
we just send it off to them. They do their own shit. They don't care about us necessarily.
Okay.
Just to make sure the books get there.
All right.
And don't do it near convention time where you'll never see them books. It'll take forever.
Yeah, that's their busy time.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Point being, every time I see a chick twerking, I think of her sitting on my fucking lap in the bed. And for me, while it is entertaining and can be sexual with different chicks, I don't need to see that shit outside of my bedroom necessarily, unless I'm in a strip club where you're supposed to be doing that shit. I'm very, in some senses, regimented. I can compartmentalize very well. I know certain shit belong in certain places. It don't belong on TED Talk stage, especially not by some 300-pound women, because one, it's not fucking sexually appealing to me, and two, it don't fucking belong there. That is a space for intellectual acumen to be set on display, not for some debaucherous bullshit to be put on display, especially by somebody that I wouldn't want to watch doing it. You know the sexy conversation I've seen on TED Talk? Y'all can look this shit up and you'll see how weird I am in a sense. It's Erin McKean doing a TED Talk about fucking language. She's a lexiconographer. Say that word. I got an educated tongue. Say that fucking word to yourself. You know what that means? She's the fucking editor of the OED, the Oxford English Dictionary. And she loves words. She gives a fucking talk and she's standing there in her dress and her little wedges. And I'm like, I would fuck the shit out of that chick. I'm sitting there looking at her like, she is fucking turning me on because my brain is fucking tingling. She's just educated in fucking words. That's as sexual as that shit has gotten. And I've watched other people be on TED Talks talking about relationship, sexual dysfunctions, all kind of shit. That's as sexual as that shit get. I don't need a big bitch up there giving a demonstration of twerking, a history of twerking. What do you know about this shit? Really? Because this is your claim to fame? Because it's entertaining for some folks? For white people? I don't watch that shit. I wouldn't know who Lizzo was if people in the black manosphere wasn't talking about this shit. I don't fucking care.
I wouldn't either.
I don't care. It's not something I partake in. It's not something that I go out of my way to look for or want to see show up in my side view peripheral. Fuck that bitch and her twerking. If that don't put too fine of a point on it. Sorry. I went off. That was my rant, BGS.
I did not stop it, sir.
No, I'm just saying, thinking about it myself. That was my fucking rant. So if y'all want to know what that was, that'll be too long. But
this the game that chose us. Pioneer started on my corner like the Cold Crush.
Damn, I like that.
Ranting. Yeah, that's me ranting, motherfucker. That's what that is.
I like that.
In room 5, ranting his ass off like, this shit is burning. And if you follow Star Wars logic, it's kind of like Darth Vader getting burnt up. The reason why Sith Eyes is red and yellow, motherfucker, because they burning with fucking passion.
I've started playing with auto director.
What's that?
I've started playing with auto director a little bit more. I got my own stuff that I'm thinking about doing.
Good, do it. Don't think about it, motherfucker. You study long, study wrong. You played dominoes, didn't you? At least you played dominoes with Negroes. Look, study long, study wrong.
Yeah. But as far as the twerking goes, yeah, a lot of brothers are getting tired. I feel like they're getting tired of this shit. In public.
As fuck. Our new still said Miley looked like a humping mantis.
Or that shit.
Ooh, that's thick mantis. You're right.
Shots fired.
Man, look, Neutral pulled out the heavy guns. Like,
Neutral be sniping people and they don't even know it.
nice, smart motherfucker sniping people. And like, I heard you. I heard you.
Man.
You ain't fooling nobody.
Like I was saying, I was watching, there's another restaurant twerking video came out with a bunch of chicks, twerking in the restaurant and shit. I kid you not, it was so real. All the black dudes, they weren't even looking at them. They was in their phones. They was like, yeah, whatever.
Got a girl named Artisan Geek Spain? Are you killing me?
Huh?
Bite my shit? And all she do is read books and speaks 8 languages and knit. Look, I like a girl with an educated tongue who can speak a couple of languages. I think that's why I like Latina women, because they always got that accent. I love accents. I do. And I have an affinity for women who actually can speak another language. It's interesting. It's interesting to me. It sounds more fun. And I got that from the Cuban chick, black Cuban chick that I met. She had a motherfucker was sexy as fuck. She used to dance. What is she? Dance? She would dance in Carnival and shit like that. Woo! Sexy as fuck, and she had that accent and would talk. That was like honey to my ears. Like, what? Fuck you, fuck me. Say that shit again.
Yeah.
Like ARC and this motherfucker. Ooh, say that shit again. Fuck you, Antonio. Really? Oh. I like hearing that. I gotta piss you off before.
Next time, call me Poppy. Next time, call me Poppy.
Put Poppy at me. Fuck you, Poppy. I'm doing a Howard Dean scream for my rant. Yeah, you should. You get into the politics part, Lucy. You can have a field day with that shit just doing politics. If you want to make me laugh at that shit, throw a little AOC in that motherfucker, because I don't like that goofy looking ass sometimes. Because sometimes she cute to me, and sometimes she look crazy as shit.
Yeah. Depends when you catch her.
With her glasses off, I'm like, her eyes crooked? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, she got all like eyes, which is kind of strange. Yeah.
Yeah, she got that strange psycho look sometimes.
I'm sorry, that was an epic fail with that dress. Text
I didn't see it.
Man, that was an epic fail. That was an epic fail.
She was trying to make a point, man. She's not trying to.
That's her problem. She's always trying to make a point. Do your fucking job. That's the point. How about that? How about that? Because I didn't get on the AOC till BGS was talking about it. I was like, who the fuck is AOC? Because I told you, I did my like 5 to 6 years on just having my head up political ass. And I got burnt out on that shit. So I give you a lot of fucking credit. I had to cycle off that shit like I was drinking coffee or doing steroids or some shit, which I've never done. But look, motherfucker, I got it. I got it. These motherfuckers is full of shit. It's a puppet show.
Yeah.
It's theater. And they will play their roles, and there will be a different crop of these motherfuckers up here next year. Or these guys will stay around forever if they learn how to work the game enough. So got you. I don't want to see anymore. I take it in small doses, trust me. I can't follow this shit all the time. But I know who some of these players are and some of the shit they into, and I don't like it. What am I do about it? All I can do is vote.
Yeah.
I try to make sure they get fired.
Well, with me, that's like I don't like or dislike any of them.
That you have to be dispassionate about this shit, because when you get that rah choosing side shit, it's like, dude, you playing into this shit. This is what gets me in arguments with my mother about this politics shit, because they keep trying to pin me and my family as a fucking conservative because they all Democrats, and so I'm not a fucking conservative. I just don't.
They're my liberal.
Yeah, they're liberals.
Okay.
They want to claim me as being a conservative.
Conservative.
I don't agree with the liberal line.
Same here.
I don't give a shit, because I know they're both full of crap. Listen to what the policies are to affect you and vote in that vein. And if it's coming from the Green Party, whoever party, if it's going to benefit you, then vote your fucking interest.
Yeah.
If it's not, fuck both of them. I don't care if they is sharing the same party affiliation with you. Fuck them too. Twice. Like, you should know better. We right here together. Why are you doing this dumb shit?
Yeah.
They don't do that. So I get pegged as, oh, you must be a conservative. I'm an independent. And independent means that I'm going to think about all of this shit that they offer me. and determine from what they're offering which one is the best course for me. Which means I'm not voting for no tax increase. Fuck you. I live in California. I don't need another goddamn tax. Like Albert was talking the other day in the stream about how much gas was. You said $3 and some cents. I want to slap the fuck out of you. I just filled up my tank at $4.89 a gallon.
You live in Cal. Damn, that's right. You live in California.
Bitch.
Yeah.
Why? Because we got the special additives for the environment and special taxes on this and some other shit on that just mean that the government got a hand up your ass and they're grabbing everything, every dime they can get out of your ass. I hate that shit.
In Cali, we pay for the weather, man.
You pay for more than the goddamn weather. You pay for them ruining it too.
Yeah, that's true.
You the one paying for all this. What do they call it? The shit they put in the air to make it rain.
Chemtrails.
Chemtrails, yeah, BGS. Y'all paying for them goddamn chemtrails. Not having no water. I'm good. Y'all paying for the global warming. I don't want that shit. Look, I don't like government taking more money out of my ass than they actually giving back to me. I don't like that shit. I'd rather break even instead of be looking for money back from these motherfuckers. That means they taking too much. Taking way too much. It's hard enough to live, let alone live in California. That's why everybody keep moving and say, "Why are you coming here? Why are you coming here? We crowded. Look, we closed. We closed. Go home. Go home."
Yeah, that's why most of the young people are moving away. You can't afford to live here.
That's my cousin did. She went to California and went back to North Carolina, married a white dude.
Yeah, they don't understand.
That's why I laugh at that vest. I'm like, you're not hurting my feelings. What are y'all doing?
A lot of people do that shit. They move here and think, "Oh, it's really hard here." No shit. Why do you think the people in California are running from here?
Yes.
They ain't trying to make it cheaper. They trying to drive it up because they want you goofy transplants coming here and thinking this is better than the shithole you came from. So you come here and then realize, wait, they fucking me here too? Yes. At a higher rate.
Yes.
Fuck you. I gotta really struggle. The biggest one I thought, BJ. Biggest one I saw is people when I was working for, a corporation. These vendors would get people fresh out of college from the East Coast, and they would move them out to San Francisco and put them up to live here. So it's a great job for them. Like, oh yeah, I got this job in California. I get to move to California and all this shit. But they had a high turnover rate. Why do you think it was? Because they dropped the motherfuckers in the middle of San Francisco.
Ooh.
And they couldn't afford that shit.
Yeah.
They could afford it for a little while, but then they realized this shit is way expensive here.
Yeah.
How do y'all live here on just this? Hustle. Get your ass a good job and hustle. Go to that motherfucker every day, even when you don't feel like it. Show your ass up there and do your damn job.
Yeah.
Because you have to. If you don't want to do that shit, we got plenty of sidewalk. You see the homeless out here, don't you? Plenty of sidewalk. Get your ass a tent. You can get under the overpass with some of these other people. If you don't want to do that, better take your ass to work.
Well, a lot of folks, man, when they could actually work remotely, they got the fuck out of this state, man.
Yeah. Look, most people, if you can work remotely, it makes no sense for you to actually be here.
Yeah.
None whatsoever. Why would you? Most of these big corporations are trying to move the fuck out of here because they don't want to do that shit. And when California loses those big corporations, they're going to be feeding on something because this monster will continue to eat. It's just going to be eating its young.
Yeah.
It's going to be eating people like BGS and people like me. They're going to recoup that money somewhere. Because understand it or not, California is like a corporation and they ain't about to lose no money. If they used to eating like Venom, they used to eating these 80 brains a day, motherfucker. It don't matter if 5 people left. We still need to eat 80 brains a day. So you're gonna have to bring us some more.
I mean, all the infrastructure that they build in California comes at a price, man.
Yeah.
Comes at a price.
Has to. All this stuff gotta be paid for some kind of way.
Gotta be paid for some kind of way. Yeah.
And governments don't have a job. Their job is you to go to work and pay them their taxes. That's their job, motherfucker. Making you pay. So
it's so clean, it's so nice, it's this and that. Yeah, you pay for that shit. You pay for this shit.
It's like moving into a neighborhood. Don't look at the neighborhood in the daytime and say, "Yeah, this is a lovely neighborhood." Friday at night. Yeah.
Friday, Saturday night after 10.
Yeah, show up Friday, Saturday night
after 8
work hours. You're gonna see how nice that goddamn neighborhood is. You're gonna see how nice the neighborhood is, because that's when the real shit actually happens. Not this daytime show up in the middle of the day, the afternoon, and everybody had lunch and shit. Oh no. People of the streets, the night creatures, they don't come out before 12. They don't. The hustlers and shit, we ain't out on the streets before 12. No. That's after 2, after 3. When the sun getting ready to go down, the creatures of the night come out. Now you're gonna see what this neighborhood is about. That's when you're gonna find out. Who beat their wife, who arguing, who drunk all night, who playing the music loudest all hours of the night. That's when you're gonna find out. You ain't gonna find that shit out during the day. But you're gonna find it out at night. And Spain and mileage tax, fuck them. They want to tax you for living. They want to tax you for living in this bitch. Mileage tax, suck a dick. Look, everything is spread out in this bitch. How you gonna get there? What was that time that San Francisco wanted to actually raise their fees to come into the city during certain times of the day? It's like, fuck you.
DC does that now.
Yeah, no, fuck you. Because California started that shit first. That was some dumb shit. Like, yo, if you come here during these times, you got to pay this much in tolls.
Yeah.
Nobody knows to come to that motherfucker. It's too expensive.
Washington D.C. did that a couple years ago. If you want to come into to Washington D.C., you got to pay a tax during certain times of the day.
Yeah, that's bullshit. But they do enough goofy stuff up here that fucks themselves up. Just like I hope they better have Fleet Week this year, because they learned their lesson on that shit. The city supervisors in San Francisco who decided they didn't want to support the military because we was at war and shit like that, and didn't have that Fleet Week. Didn't have Fleet Week for a couple years. Oh, them fucking business owners in San Francisco lost their shit. They was in their ass. They welcomed the military back in Fleet Week because they lost so much goddamn money. Millions of dollars. Like, oh no, we're happy to have Fleet Week and let's have the Blue Angels and everything. Yeah, that motherfucker was clapping like a harbor seal after that shit. Looking in the face.
All the goddamn bases in California. Good grief.
Look, these motherfuckers do some of the dumbest shit ever. Like they didn't understand anything that was happening. That's why I don't shit on the military.
Okay, Eric Anderson, I'll give you one good reason why California is better than Florida, right? The same weather and no mosquitoes.
And no alligators.
Mosquitoes is one thing. I say same weather, no hurricanes, motherfucker.
No hurricanes, no humidity, and no mosquitoes.
No,
okay.
Fuck a mosquito too. Yeah, I agree with the mosquito part, but we ain't got no hurricanes. We got good weather. If I took this camera outside and showed you the weather right now, you'd shit yourself. You'd be upset. Because it's sunny and bright and warm and nice outside right now. That's why the streets is empty and you don't see a lot of foot traffic coming in here. You know why? Because everybody got their ass out at the beach.
Yeah.
It's 5 minutes away.
Yeah.
5 minutes away. I'm on the bay. I can get to the water going outside. Yeah. It's here. Motherfuckers is not enjoying this shit.
Yeah, we got to remember, okay, people don't realize Florida's a swamp, okay?
It is a swamp. It's like landfill.
Florida is a swamp, okay? And
it is.
All the pesticides they have to spray just to keep the mosquitoes down, to keep you from getting malaria and shit, okay? Florida's a swamp.
California doesn't have Florida, man. Yeah, California does have Florida. I grew up near Florida Street. That's as close as we get. Yeah, and we don't have to have a swamp. We go to those wetlands. We don't live in them.
Yeah.
We visit that shit.
Yeah.
Mr. Meach, what's up, Meach? Yeah. Humidity in Florida is like walking through lotion. Ugh, yuck.
Yeah, because I think one of these had to find that documentary, man, about mosquito suppression in Florida, man, just alone, right? How much money you have to spend to keep the mosquitoes down?
No shit, ain't that what they had to do to be able to build the Panama Canal? How many people that shit killed?
Killed. Well, you basically Houston. Well, all the Gulf Coast, southern Gulf Coast is basically swamp. Houston, New Orleans, places like that. Mississippi, yeah, that's all swamp.
Yeah, that's all swampland. So you can have it.
Yeah.
An alligator is interesting, but I don't want to worry about the motherfuckers all the time. And Eric Anderson, it's not like earthquakes happen every fucking 10 years, dude. It's not even every year.
Yeah.
You'll have minor tremors that you'll never feel that happen every day just because you have the two tectonic plates rubbing against each other. I mean, you can go to the fault line and look at the bitch.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing to see, really. But it's not happening all the time. Not on that scale where you would actually have a big one and feel it. It's not like that all the time. That's what most people say. The ground's shaking, though. Look, motherfucker, you can't schedule it, though. You can schedule a tornado season because tornadoes have a season. Hurricanes have a season. Earthquakes don't have a season. It's fucking random. And it's 15 seconds and it's over with.
Yeah.
So, move on.
Yeah. I mean, if you like the heat in Florida, the thing is, there's only a couple places in the world that are like California. That's the Riviera in Europe and here, where you get 70 degrees year round average at sea level. It's almost impossible to get. Florida's not that. Okay, Florida's very hot.
That's why y'all can't grow weed in Florida.
You ain't shit.
I gotta get your shit from Cali. I'm just saying. And look, the wildfires, look, dumb motherfuckers do dumb shit. If you have a nice warm area with little rain, you're gonna get you some wildfire. Wildfires is a natural process usually. But because up here in Northern California, you got so many dumb motherfuckers out in the middle of the sticks lighting firecrackers and shit, and PG&E not taking care of their fucking infrastructure like they supposed to with all the money they collected, monopoly ass bastards. You get wildfires. This shit will burn for a while. If white folks wasn't trying to hide up in the goddamn hills in time from the Negroes, you'd get some fire trucks up there, wouldn't you?
Yeah. The thing is, they're building places where they probably shouldn't be building, and they know what happens. It's like building in the flood zone in Louisiana.
And then wondering why you got you know your furniture float. Like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Floodplain, idiot. Build on higher ground or build a berm around your house. I've seen that done too. What Spain say? Stay out of Jacksonville, Florida, straight up swamp. Yeah, most of Florida is straight up swamp.
They got Florida. They got swamp. Miami was a swamp. Okay, if you go back and look at Florida's history, right? Just go back and look at it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not. They had to do it. Why you think you got canals all over the place? You draining the water out, and the mosquito suppression. That's
Caribbean easy access. Home bugs are harmless. You know what? Hawaii is easy access here, and no bugs, and good fruit. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if
we got Mexico right next door.
You got Mexico, Hawaii, the Philippines. Look, Japan, China, everything close on this side. I'm sorry. Look, I'm not shitting on Florida. Florida is one of the places I want to visit, right? I want to visit Miami and shit like that. But I like California.
There's a reason that if the only good thing about the rent being so high and the property being so high is it keeps people out, because we're already at 40 million people.
No shit.
If it got cheaper, then we'd have double that number.
Yeah, you'd have people flooding in.
Yeah.
So Eric Anderson, 6-figure goes a lot further than a Florida gym.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Well, here's the thing. Is Florida one of those places where you can actually have a bunch of people making 6 figures? Because I don't know about no tech industry in Florida. Don't. Innovation comes out of California.
There's a news report that said, I just read this, right? The number 2 highest average real estate now is in Miami, not in Los Angeles anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Must be all the old folks dying off.
No, no. It's New York is moving from New York to Florida. It's escaping COVID.
Branching out. Okay.
Branching out.
Y'all going to an island before it's over with all them earthquakes.
We'll ride it out.
Yeah, damn sure. That's all you can do is ride it out. That's one thing you fucking learn. Look, I never saw the sense in living in a place that has the same thing happen every year in the same area. Never understood that shit. Now, earthquake, you deal with an earthquake. It is what it is. It happens, it's over with. And maybe you rebuild. And same thing with a wildfire. Wildfire isn't all the time. You have your wildfire season where the shit can spark off because you got dry brush on a lot of hills. Because I don't know if anybody that lives in some of these flatter states realizes it's a lot of hills and mountains and shit like that around here. Some nice scenery. Nothing is really flat around these parts. So you get a lot of open areas. And like BGS is saying, some places motherfuckers build where they probably shouldn't have. They shouldn't. It's too far out. It's too far removed. And you're going to be on your own being that far off the goddamn grid. You are, in some senses. But if you want to live up there amongst all the trees and stuff like that, you're going to have to deal with some of that shit. And part of that is the natural process of wildfires coming and burning some of this old shit down so some new shit can grow.
Mm-hmm.
Just a part of the natural ecosystem of this fucking planet.
Yeah.
Control nature.
Most Cali people that leave Cali are not moving to Florida. Okay, they don't want to deal with the mosquitoes. They're moving to Nevada or they're moving to Arizona.
Nevada, Arizona, Texas, Oregon, maybe someplace where some trees and stuff and some wetness is around. Because I know that from being a California person, I need some moisture and I don't need the humidity. I need moisture. I need to be near a large body of water. I'm just too used to it. I can feel it in the air. I'm used to that shit. Do I want to live someplace hella fucking dry? Arizona maybe, but I got family from Arizona, so it'd be like going home. And I can find scorpions readily available. So other than that, nah, you can have some of that shit. But anyway, y'all, I'm about 6:38 in. This is probably the longest stream I've done so far.
I think so.
I think I did a 7-hour one before.
And yeah, it's probably the ones I'm on.
BGS drift, huh?
BGS effect, yeah.
Just the BGS effect. Look,
the drift is real.
Shit would be over very soon. So, but you know how to actually hold a conversation. So, obviously you had nowhere to go because if you had something else to do, you would have did the shit already. Uh-oh, I got a message from West Coast in my email. He must have heard.
I sent him an email. Yeah, I sent him an email.
Okay, you sent him the email. He said, "Good looking out." Yeah, we got to watch party this shit. Definitely got to watch party.
Let me know when y'all ready.
Now.
You want to watch it first, and then we then come in and do a watch party for a second run, or what? Or you do a reaction?
We can do that. Whichever works for folks. Because I know Doughboy ain't gonna be free till fucking Tuesday.
Yeah.
Too busy holding his brioche. So he ain't gonna be free till Tuesday.
Make my bread, son.
Yeah, make his bread. Having his loaf. And Tuesday I got news to on Tuesday. But I can do it any day outside of Tuesday. But I do want to see this shit. I do want to see this shit with you guys because you brought me into this shit. So it's only right that we watch this it's only right that we experience this together. If it's bad, we went through it together. If it's good, we went through it together. It's only fitting that I be here at the end. But yeah, we got to see this because look, West Coast, if you're listening, I don't think they're going to get to belly button this season. Belly button, I don't think they're going to get there. But we'll see how quickly this shit moves along.
Yeah, well, they're actually starting on. They're actually starting on Tantor. So.
Okay, we're gonna see Tantor.
We'll see.
We'll see. Okay, so I watched that first episode because I'll probably watch the shit tonight because I'm hyped. That's something that got me hyped, dude.
Yeah.
It'll wash my palate of this Let There Be Mass shit. Yeah. And get me into something I'm really excited to see, hopefully.
Yeah, they released 3 so far, so.
Yeah, so that's a good little binge for Sunday. That's usually my Sunday thing. I got a binge on at least. This is my time to watch at least a couple of shows. And I'm getting ready to close up in about 30 minutes, so I need to close this bitch out and take a bathroom. Since I finished my water, that was a whole quart, pint, whatever the fuck. So I need to visit the commode. So not to be too gross. You guys got some last words that you want to share?
I got one last word. Where the fuck is Ford?
Okay, so what you don't know is that Ford is actually doing his EMT shit.
Okay.
So Ford, like I said, he's like an honorary Jamaican. He works a couple of jobs. This is one of like 3 jobs that he works, right? And he has a little bit of position at his couple of his other jobs. But he's been really going after this EMT thing that he wanted to do, right? So I think a company is looking at him and trying to get him on. So he's going through his training and hiring process bullshit. So that's why I'm here. Okay. That's why I was here last week. That's why I'm here this week. That's why I'll be here next week, unfortunately, because he has to take care of that. It's important. I know what's going on with Ford a little bit, that he really wants that, so he's working towards it. And Ford is getting married by next year sometime. He's getting married. So I'm actually in support of that stuff. So I'm trying to support Ford and being here for the shit. I really would rather be at home and enjoying my one day off to actually relax. Because when I work around 7 days like that in a row, by Wednesday or Thursday on my primary job, I'm fucking wiped out. I'm a zombie. I'm old now, apparently. So I don't be having my energy like that.
You're an old hoe now.
Apparently I'm an old hoe now.
Damn.
I'm an old now. It's just what it is. When I first got into construction, my first partner, he was a pile butt. I think his name was Richard. And it was an older black man. And he told me that shit. He said, "You a hoe." I'm like, "What? Fuck, I ain't no hoe. I'm 20-something years old." So I'm like, I'm getting offended by this shit. But I ain't no hoe. He said, "No, you a hoe. You need to understand that right now. You're out here using your body for money. You are a hoe." Okay. I took it in context. It's like, okay, technically it's pretty much a rough estimation, but yeah, that's practically what it is. It is. And in construction, you will learn that very quickly, that you are used for your body. You're used for your strength, and hopefully you have some fucking skills. And if you don't have skills, they'll just use you for your body. You won't care about your brains. So fortunately for me, I had brains and strength. So
so you became
I could, and I moved on.
You became a high class hoe.
Became a high class hoe. I even had my own company for a while that made me, I guess, a pimp or a madam. I was my only girl. So
hey,
never know. That makes you a renegade, Negro. Renegade hoe.
Yeah, I was pimping myself. The brioche show. Yeah, you a brioche show for real, but that's okay. They're paying you to do that shit. As long as they keep promoting you. Put more bread in the doughboy pocket. It's good. What'd you say, Albert?
Well, my last word is keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. I'm out.
Peace, AB. And I told you need to change that picture, because every time I look down and see that picture, I think I'm looking at my younger brother.
Oh, God.
I'm serious. He looked like my younger brother in that goddamn picture. Like, damn, I do have a younger brother. I was like, damn, he looked like my brother in that picture. Same cut and everything. Like, motherfucker.
Yeah, okay. All right, Doc, sign off.
Sign out, dog. Well, I'm trying to. What you got? You got some last words for the people?
Nah. That's all. That was just my thing. Where the fuck is Ford? Like, where's Baby?
Where the fuck is
we gonna start. We gonna start going for Baby. Where the fuck is Baby?
Oh, 40 doing something else. Now he told me he's at training.
Okay.
And if Ford, if you're not at training, and I find out you was just fucking around with your girlfriend, or your fiance, I'm gonna be really pissed off, because I really need my downtime. I really do. So if I'm pissy with you, you earned that, motherfucker. You earned it, because I didn't get a break. And now 3 weeks. I'm not happy when I don't have a break. I told you I got to refill my patience, motherfucker. And you're not giving me that recharge time. That means somebody is due to get cussed out this week. And it might not be somebody who deserves it. So, might be just RDM1. Just for being art.
Just for being art.
Being art. You already saw I had to go off on AB for that fucking Lizzo video he put in my goddamn chat.
Oh, God.
Take his lynch later on. Watch. I'm not, but it's fun to mess with. But all right, BGS, I appreciate you coming up, sir. I'm gonna go ahead and sign out of this bitch. So I ended at 7. Damn near 7 hours. Jesus.
Yeah, damn near,
You know, an 8-hour stream talking.
How time flies when you're talking shit, huh?
They do, and everybody who in my personal life who sees this shit, like, y'all talk for 6 hours, 5 hours. Like, how long do you talk to people? Jesus, is it just sucking dick or what? God damn. That's what can happen if you actually get engaged with people and personalities. You can actually have a protracted conversation.
Yeah.
Oof.
And the drift is real, so.
Yeah, and the drift is real. But me and you start talking, that shit always happens. So that's how I know I have a good person to talk with, because that shit happens. And I don't want to cut off a good conversation, because I love that shit. That's my brains. that's my brains that I love. Like, oh, got one who can see.
Can I have a taste of chocolate with it for dessert?
No shit. I do like my chocolate. End note: if y'all want to go see the villain movie, go see it. I thought it was kind of meh. I saw it. I won't be watching it again anytime soon. But that's not a slight against the movie. It's just that that's what my feeling was on it. I cannot see it. It won't affect anything in my life like that.
It couldn't hurt.
No,
it couldn't hurt. It couldn't hurt.
Couldn't hurt.
Yeah.
Watch it for yourself. See for yourself. Maybe you'll like it. Maybe you thought it was awesome and tell me you were wrong. This was awesome. Good. I was wrong. Glad you liked it.
Yeah.
Go see it again.
I was as good as Robo Vampire.
Could have been worse. Could have been worse. And Fitness Mom, I love the rain too. That's one thing I do love. I do love the rain. That's what tropical environments can do for me. I can get that liquid sunshine. I love that shit. But all right, I'm gonna get off here. Thank you, Master. For the foundation, peace. I will catch you after the first episode because I will binge on that shit tonight.
All right. Peace.
Peace. So BGS has left the building. Thank you all for coming in and hanging out with me for this time. We did make the goal. We did go over the goal, which I'm happy about. Remember, first goal is a signpost. It's just to whet the appetite and get you moving. So I appreciate everybody who donated in the chat. You don't know how much it means to me. I do my little things to thank you for that shit, but I really do mean it. You support this channel, which keeps this channel going forward. So I appreciate this shit. Thank you to the brothers who came up. Malika, AB, not AB Media yet. Not AB Media yet. Malika, Artie Idmore, and BGS for coming up. Appreciate AB Media for coming up. I don't appreciate that Lizzo clip being in my chat, AB. I don't. And because it's there, my curiosity is probably gonna make me watch this shit. That's why I don't appreciate it. But be that as it may. To anybody I offended, there's two things you can get out of life. Nothing I can do about that shit. Anybody I made happy about some shit, cool. Awesome. Come back next week. Do this every Sunday at 11 a.m. Pacific time until whenever it ends. I'm Artisan MC. This has been, oops, wait a minute, I didn't get my shit correct. Now I gotta go to the bathroom, so I gotta hurry up. This has been Shop Talk Live, and the shop is now closed. See you guys next time.
Won't you come see about me? I'll be alone, dancing, you know it, baby. Tell me your troubles and doubts, giving me everything inside and out. And love strange, so real in the dark. Think of the tender things that we were working on. Slow change may pull us apart. When the light gets into your heart, baby, don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. Will you stand above me? Look my way, never love me. Rain keeps falling down, down, down. Will you recognize me? Call my name or walk on by. Rain keeps falling down, 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 down. Hey! my feeling will win in the end. I won't harm you or touch your defenses. Vanity, insecurity. Don't you forget about me. I'll be alone, dancing, you know it, baby. Going to take you apart. I put us back together, baby. Don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. As you walk on by, will you call my name? As you walk on by, will you call my name? When you walk away, or will you walk away? Will you walk